fight the power like Big Chuck.
What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
Thank you, G. Thank you, G. Thank you, G.
Now listening to the sounds of a God in the flesh. My lineage is ancient. I come from beyond any place you could imagine. In your imagination, mommy was my spaceship. It took her 9 months to get me here. I finally made it. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. My star got 6 points, so I burn brighter than any pentagram on Hollywood sidewalk. I'm much too hot, you cannot cool me off. Not a sun, don't chill, Allah. Check the rhyme that I spill on y'all. It's the best by far. Initiate of the sacred brotherhood of elite rappers. I'm a master builder, grand verbalizer, young old timer. The tippy top shot original Dandada is written in the stars. Look me up then, 2 or 3 bars. Got you pay attention. I'm gifted, my rap is mystic. It's cold that I speak, so the police missed it. Spray painted on the walls, the writings on the walls. I'm gifted, my rap is mystic. It's codes that I speak, so the police missed it. Put on some real tough shit that I can rock to. You write the illest words you ever could bop to. I live the illest life you ever could have. So much joy I cry, so much pain I laugh. At my best I am excellence, and my words are not inspired by the beat. Shit come out weak, it's not bad for a bad day. I smack you and knock your head off, damn. I don't know my own strength like a lion. I was just trying to play, it's not my fault you fall apart so easy. I need to be with my own kind. Take me to where the rap music is powerful, beats and rhymes. Whole nother channel, don't be so shallow. Expand your taste, it's more to life than your narrow mind think. And we live from the refuge. Is anybody out there? It's written in the stars. Look me up then, 2 or 3 bars. Got you pay attention. I'm gifted, my rap is mystic. It's cold that I speak, so the police missed it. Spray painted on the walls, the writings on the walls. I'm gifted, my rap is mystic. It's codes that I speak, so the police missed it.
You've got to keep them pretty scared, because unless they're properly scared and frightened that all sorts of devils are going to destroy them from outside or inside or somewhere, they may start to think.
Thank you, G. Thank you.
People may start to think. And that's what they don't want, for you to think. I figured I would go live for an hour, if that. I'm not going to be going live like I used to because I started working, but I'm working 3rd shift right now and it sucks. I haven't worked in so long that it sucks. I'm sore as fuck. Could really feel the effects of being 43. Not much candy. I went to Max's Live, but I had to go to work last night, so I took this third shift commercial painting gig to make some money. But not that I want to work third shift, but it's what's there and available. So I jumped on it. Third shift's the worst of work, because you got to change your whole fucking sleeping schedule. But I need the money, because the money I get is just enough to pay my fucking bills. Couple weeks, I'll be to where I want to be. It's worth the sacrifice, I figure, you know. 2 more long weeks, I'll be a lot more comfortable than I am now. So 2 weeks of sacrifice, I figure. Dragging my tail to do what I don't want to do would be worth it. I've done it a million fucking times in my life, so what's a million and one, right? Back to slavery 101. I mean, at least I'm getting paid decent to do it. I finally feel like I'm getting paid what I'm worth all these years of cheap pay. Yeah, that's always better. It's not about the roof over my head. My rent is always paid. It's having money in my pocket, you know. After all my bills are paid, I barely have any fucking money whatsoever. And then when you got people like Biden and fucking what's her name in power, the food's double of what it was, you know, it makes life 10 times harder. Peace, Misael. I mean, I'm happy. Like I said, once I get past these 2 weeks and I start getting paid, it'll be good. Everyone knows how a first job when you first start it sucks because you gotta wait to get paid, and that's the most aggravating part. But once things fall in line, I'll be straight. So I won't be going live as much, but I'll be going live, just not all the time. Which is better anyway, because when you go live every day, what the fuck is there to talk about anyway, right? It's hard doing third shift. I remember working for the bus company third shift. It took a good, man, it's not going to always be third shift, but the job that I'm doing now is a commercial job. And it's third shift when there's nobody there. So, and yeah, it sucks. It takes a while to get used to. You come home, you're tired, but you can't sleep. Yeah, they'll put you in the grave. They call it the graveyard shift because it's the worst shift to work. If you work, you gotta completely change your life to the darkness. Don't act like this is my first job. I've worked since I was fucking 12 years old. My first job wasn't picking up drugs. I always knew, while some of my friends' first hustle was picking up drugs, I always knew that there's so much more ways to make money legally. At 11, I was mowing lawns, doing whatever I could do. My mother didn't buy me shit. I bought my own clothes for school at a young age. I used to do whatever to make money. Shovel. I would go to my grand's old folks building, and all the old ladies that lived there, I would shovel them out back when we actually had snow. They would depend on me to shovel them out. I'd make like 20, 25 bucks a car and shovel out like 10 cars. I thought 250 bucks, I was rich, I thought I was paid. I thought I was the man back then. Now you just wipe your ass at 250 bucks. It's like, what's up, Renegade? I thought I dropped a link. My bad. Half asleep. Can't sleep, man. I feel tired, but I can't sleep. I tried when I got home. I tried to lay down. The last couple of days, and this is how it always works, because I've been through this. I'll get tired around like 1, 2 o'clock. I'll lay down, and when it's time to get up to leave, I'll be like, no. Yeah, there's really no talking where I work. I'm by myself for the most part. I mean, I work with another person that say I'm spraying and they're cutting behind me, or vice versa. I mean, it's really listening to music most of the time, just doing your thing, man. That's why I like doing what I do when it comes to painting, because there's really no one over you, there's no one hanging over you, fucking up your ass, man. There's no customers to deal with. It's just you and your craft. What up, Renegade?
Yo, man, cool. You know it. This
Yeah.
is the system, man. It's like the agents in the Matrix.
Yeah.
And I was popping in on your vibe now, and I'm struggling and over here. You got this tax police hunting me. You got police hunting me for a few grams of weed,
They'll
and
put
then
you in jail for that shit, man. It's wild, right?
serious, yeah,
And
man. And
taxes
it's
are illegal too, according to
hell,
law. But
yeah,
they will lock you up for them. They're bullies, man.
yeah.
They got the
So,
jails to throw you in and the guns to keep you in there, in the
mm-hmm,
barbed wire.
yeah,
Yep, you don't pay it, they will come get you and snatch you up illegally.
yeah. So it's a struggle.
It sucks.
It sucks totally. Uh, we talk about so small amount of money. Now, when you've been talking about this, about when you paid your own clothes, and I mean, we talk about so shit is small amount of money, and that is what we've been struggling on for so many, many, plenty years of our lives, hunting those fucked up small money, man. There's nothing.
Yep.
It's amazing sometimes that people can stand on both feet and be like, yo, because we are running after those minimal amounts of money, and the people that get the plenty, plenty, plenty pissing on us every fucking day, man.
And then you don't want to ask people for help. That's a sign of weakness. I hate asking people for help. I just
Yeah. I'm always
embarrass
like, I have to fix it. Even if the
Yeah.
whole fucking hood is on fire, I have to get rid of that. It's like, come on now. What the. Ah.
Yep. Life is I try to stay away from dying miserable my whole life, but it's it's inevitable.
Uh, so,
You
and
gotta just
this,
let it all go, man.
yeah. So, but I mean, even if you are pushing the YouTube button on, it's like it's it's everywhere now. It's like
I don't even care
the
about
shit.
YouTube anymore.
Oh, it's so
It
fucked
has
up. It's
nothing
like,
to do with anyone on here.
mm,
I don't even want
yeah,
to play their game anymore with censoring myself, and I can't even keep my good videos up because I'm worried about I'm gonna get in trouble for saying this or that. It's like, man,
uh,
I don't even care to
I know.
maneuver through that bullshit no more.
Yeah, I heard the latest today was like the big news anchor in BBC, an old creepy old man. He had like loads of pictures on younger people and young kids and stuff like that. And he went from the court today with nothing, zero, zero, zero,
Yeah, these
free.
people come after you, the poor people, right, with nothing.
Uh,
But the rich people, they know the
yeah,
loopholes and what forms to fill out, and they got good lawyers to back them, and
yeah,
they won't ever pay the price. Like, look at Trump. If we would have got those charges Trump had, we would have never been free. We would have been in federal prison with the gangs, having to put a knife in your ass cheeks, and you would have been fighting to survive for your life. But people like Trump, they don't go to prison. They
no,
never do.
I don't know. They
It's
can
only
go.
the people
They can
we would
go.
have been in prison the rest of our life for them
Yeah,
charges.
yeah. They can have fun on the golf court and pretending that somebody is going to shoot the head off them and say, "Yo, they didn't get me this time either." Fucking bullshit, man.
That's what I tell the youth because we're selling drugs. The money's good for a little while until you're in prison. I
Yeah.
watched this dude, Mark. I think his name is Chad Marks. He was hustling crack back in the 90s. He got 40 years under that law, but I think it was Reagan's law.
Uh-huh.
40 years for a small time crack dealer. Imagine that, bro. 40 years in federal prison
Oh,
just for selling crack. That's what people are getting off with fentanyl and shit.
yeah. But that is like a statue and example. Yeah, we bring that guy in, give him 40 years. Other guys, they will piss their in the pants, so we don't deal with it. They think that is an effective thing. to put the finger on, man. That's like, so they offer him in a ritual, actually, giving 40 years for nothing. Because this thing with drugs, man, isn't this very strange? This is my body, this is my choice. As long as I don't do anything to anybody else except me, I'm allowed to do whatever I want with my body. Am I? Am I wrong?
Yeah,
I can
but
drink
it's a
how
more
much,
vicious
whatever I
cycle
want.
than that, man.
Yeah,
They bring the drugs in, right? They
yeah,
sell them, and
yeah.
then they make the laws too. So they're fucking profiting all around the board.
Yeah.
They're selling you the drugs and then punishing you for selling the drugs they sold you.
Yeah. There we
Wild
go.
shit. These fucking
Uh-huh.
scumbags.
All over the place, man. All over the area. Yeah. Well, that's the real
What's
life,
up,
yeah.
Belly Ray?
If
Fools
I,
and tools, Scott Severini, be what it is, ask what's up.
oh. Yeah.
Why they're bugging you for taxes in is it
No,
the same as the US over here?
yeah. The thing was, I was living on welfare for almost like 10 years, you know, because I was like, and I'm not going to work anymore in this bullshit system. And so for 10 years, they were sending me like, yeah, you have to pay your own TV bill, you have to pay your blah blah, like from like $10 now, and then it took 10 years. And the thing is, when you're working on welfare in Sweden, you're on the existence minimum level, so it's impossible to pay these guys that would like to have a few hundreds or a few bucks of you because you didn't pay that in time, you know what I mean? And those debts have been growing and growing and growing in 10 years, from like $300 to $3,000. See what I mean? And nowadays, when I'm not on welfare anymore, and I've been like, yeah, off the record, so I got my older money dropping in. Now them on me, you know, and they're like, yeah, we're still gonna give you the minimum level, and then we're gonna take back what you not paid us the last 10 years. See what I mean? And I still telling them that, yeah, but I was living on existence minimum. It's impossible to pay if somebody needs have that debt on me, you know. So I paused that shit. I was like, fuck it, just throw it in the bin, you know. It's like, get the fuck out of here. And I wait until maybe one day I have those money. So it actually from like $30 up to 3,000. See what I mean? They just debt on
Yeah,
what?
ask Belly Ray.
Hmm?
Everybody. Belly Ray be in his community like I do. I see it day in and day out, the damage it's doing to the community, these drugs, man. It's like zombies, literally. You know the movies with zombies everywhere?
Mm-hmm.
It's everywhere, man. People
Oh.
sleeping, keeled over, uh, people sleeping, shitting in the fucking the bus terminal where I go. There's people in the grass sleeping in tents, they're shitting in the
Wow.
open, pissing with their dick out. People are trying to walk to the bus. It's getting bad, man. It's just
Oh man. It's a fentanyl.
huh?
What type of drug is it? Fentanyl or what?
Yeah, fentanyl is like it's a chemical that acts like Percocet. It's a synthetic heroin.
Oh.
It's a chemical, man. They got it in
Oh.
hospitals too, and they try to say, "Oh, the fentanyl in the hospital isn't like the street fentanyl." It's the same shit. Don't let them fool
Oh.
you. It's all the
Oh.
same. They might in the street they might be mixing other stuff with it, but it's still fetty.
Hmm.
You know, like the youngins
Oh.
will put they'll cut it with cocaine, and that's why people are ODing because they're fucking mixing. They don't know what they're doing. These younger generations, you
No.
know, they don't they mix whatever with it.
Hmm. But what's the main problem till that to the thing that people are going that far to just take whatever? See, so the system is actually making people drug
Because
addicts.
there's no heroin no more. They cut that out. So
Yeah,
now
okay.
all the heroin addicts that were out there started leaning on fentanyl because all the heroin was cut out. So now everyone switched to that, and to get off of it, it's like a tenfold, man.
Wow.
That's why you see these people like I see these videos. It fucks me up, man, because I see this shit every day, and it's like these drugs just don't appear out of nowhere. You know, I don't care what no one tells me. The government is dealing them, and so is the police. It's a vicious cycle, and that's just what it is. These drugs, yeah, people bring them and do their thing, but not as much. How are they getting across the border in boatloads? It's like, come on, common sense.
So the thing is now that the elite and the military guys, they got the purest heroin from Afghanistan. Therefore, United States was over there and closed the fields. And now it's actually produced inside of the States, or what is coming from Mexico, or is it produced inside of the United States? Fentanyl. Where is it produced?
You want to come up and speak about that, Belly Ray? You're more than welcome to. Because I don't know what a 110 reversed is, a first petition. You could explain yourself if you like. I want to know myself what that is. The first law measured 110 was reversed, and drugs are now illegal again. Yeah, I mean, just like guns, man. I don't think guns are the problem. You know, by them making guns illegal, it's up to the person. I mean, just like drugs are illegal, is it going to really benefit making them illegal? The problem is stopping them from coming in. That's the problem. And it can be stopped. You could find a motherfucking Saddam in a hole in the desert, but you can't stop drugs from coming in. Think about that. They got technology to find you hiding underground, but they can't stop drugs from coming in. Get the fuck out of here. When fucking what's his name? JP Morgan's ship was caught with like I forgot how much pounds. I think it was beyond pounds. It was like kilos of so much shit. But JP Morgan don't get touched because it all goes on the captain of the ship. Now he gets blamed. He goes to jail, right? JP Morgan don't get touched. So that's how it all works, man. And then the drugs they're putting in also keeps the business of prison going. So they're winning all around on the board. They're poisoning the communities, which makes it easier for them to put more laws in place. It's tearing people down. It's paying for their drug treatments and all the other drugs they got that they say will get you off, right? It's just a crutch. Like, it's up to you to stay away from these mechanisms that put you in these positions, man. It's a war in itself. You got to learn how to maneuver through all these fucking obstacles they're putting your way and shit. You know, it's still our choice to pick the drugs up and sell them at the end of the day. I could point the finger at the government all I want, but I still decided to pick it up and sell it, right? So at the end of the day, it's still our own fault. We don't have to pick the drugs up and sell them, you know. But
facts, man. Seriously, facts.
I try not to point the finger too much. You know, I say the government, but you know, at the end of the day, it still comes back to self, man. What's up, Dom?
Hey, Charles. Hey, R1. I came by to say hi to you, Charles, and R1. And if I heard correctly, you got employment. And if so, well done. How it turns out, time will tell.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to rearrange from my phone to my pad, so I'll be soon back, man. Peace. Cool. Check.
Yeah, Billy Ray does a lot in his community, man. I give him a lot of credit. He's out there doing this thing. Not many people do that. You know, at least some people are trying to make it better. I give him a lot of credit, man. 'Cause it's a lot to deal with that shit, man. And then even fighting and putting in petitions and fighting in the court is a motherfucker too, because it's so corrupt, man. That's a never-ending battle in itself, man.
We might have been sold faulty goods, Charles, maybe.
Huh?
We might have been sold faulty goods as a race.
What do you think about that debate, man? Anyone watch the bait? Did anyone catch the bait? A lot of people are catching Kamala's bait of bullshit. She went fishing the other day on stage. She threw out her line and reeled in a bunch of people.
What do you think the purpose of that is, Charles, once you start looking at it on a bigger level, when you see all the other countries doing the same ideal? Like, what do you think it's supposed to serve?
I don't know, man.
Okay.
It ain't serving us, that's for fucking sure. At least that's how I see it.
Yeah. I guess it's kind of like the analogy of a father that I'm just going to use the father part of it, where the father's going to promise the child, when I come home, son or daughter, I will spend quality time with you, and then never comes through. And then what ends up happening, you have the mother and father both talking to you and say, yeah, we'll spend quality time with you, but yet never does. Isn't that kind of what the debates are? They're telling each other, they pick two sides, they have two sides, and they're telling people that are hearing this is what I'm going to do. But do they ever do it for us, let alone for, somebody else, I guess? Because I'm pretty sure the debates
backwards.
I'm pretty sure the debates are.
I was just reading what Scott Severini said. So that's why time is actually running backwards. He said, just me. I don't know. I think my time's running backwards. Not backwards, but it's running out. I'm on my halfway. Like, now it's all downhill, man. And it ain't getting bigger as I go downhill. It's getting smaller. Because now I gotta worry about shedding all this shit before I die. I don't want to carry none of this shit over, just in case that's true. I want to die in peace, man, with no worries. I want to feel like I accomplished something before I leave here.
But is it maybe the material part that we accomplish the distraction?
Yeah.
No,
a lot of this is distraction.
Paying bills, earning certain luxuries, doing the same thing for the same, doing different things, or even the same things for different same rewards, such as earning fiat currency or entertaining your feelings or your emotions, which is actually
I think a lot of these jobs are stagnant to your journey. They're like, how can I stop these people so they could build up my dreams? I got to get these people to help me build my dreams. So while you're building up the man at the tip of the pyramid's dreams, you're stunting your own in a way, because you're slaving to build that guy's dreams up while getting crumbs, and you're struggling to hang on. I got to pay these bills, and I got to make sure I got food, and just shit you got to deal with, man. And then if you speak about it, you're crying, and you learn to just not say nothing and deal with the pain, and it's inevitable, man. You got to just I guess learn to just not let shit bother you somehow.
Or you could be a voice, and then other people can hear it. Like, think about how many people had to be convinced to build the pyramid, highways, what else would, bridges, how do you convince a bunch of people? You cult them up. How do you cult them up? You give them the ideal that you need your food and shelter. And once you give them that, and that kind of wanes off a little bit, then you need to earn things for your comforts now. It's a perpetual cycle. We are the hamster on that spinning wheel. Every so often we might stop and say, okay, I'll catch up later, guys. Why? Because we're not really going that far.
What's up, London, Truth Zone?
Again, I'm just throwing ideals here, Charles. People
Sure.
might not see, they might see it differently, but obviously they will. But again, if they start probing and inquiring about the shit that they do, then you have to really say, okay, should I be laughing at myself or crying at myself?
Both. Sometimes crying is good.
Okay, then we
All
get
that
tired.
tough,
Yeah.
all that tough guy shit. Where they be like, man, crying's for the birds, man. But at nighttime they be crying on their bed in the jail cell. The toughest gorilla be in that bed crying, wishing he was home. So don't let none of that shit fool you.
Well, the
The
birds make
toughest
noise.
motherfucker, the toughest warrior cries. I don't even want to hear that. Crying is for the weak.
There's a cutie. There's a cutie dog. I guess the birds make a mate. Usually when they cry, it's more or less a mating call. So they have to reproduce so they can help the next generation perpetuate the madness.
That's what I regret, not reproducing.
But if you knew what you know now, would you want to put your offspring into this kind of loop?
No, truthfully, no. The only reason, to be honest, I want it is for my benefit because I want to raise another version of me, right? But that's selfish. Putting them through this hell, is it worth it? Probably not. Probably not.
Okay. That's a fair
It
statement.
would be for my own selfish reasons because I want to raise. I look at it as duplicating myself, right?
Mm-hmm.
You find a woman, you're duplicating your genetics, and it's really another version of you. In a different way, you're just duplicate. It's like a carbon copy, sort of like.
Charles, if you remove the emotional part from the equation, most people mentally probably wouldn't reproduce. It's usually out of desire. Most people reproduce. Most offsprings aren't planned. And even if they are, the ones they are, I said, so did you plan to build all the schools that eventually your kids are going to go to and all the highways and roads? No. So most of them are perpetual, out of ignorance done. And then once people start realizing the system that they're in, forget about if there's other systems, but once they peek through a couple of veils, they start having this kind of animosity and say, I don't like this system. Of course, that's revealing they're caught up in their likes or dislike. That's half full, half empty kind of game. So then again, and then people want to cult up because we figure if a bunch of us get together, we can fight the system. Okay, but how does the system look like when you realize most of the masses are the ones that keep it alive?
Right. That is true.
It is.
It's feeding the machine, man. You're feeding the beast.
Yeah.
Not counting the beast that's within yourself, too. Yeah. There's a beast within all of us. A different beast.
Charles, it'll be like having a cult leader and they've broken their followers and then they want to fix them. It doesn't work that way. They would actually turn on the cult leader. So what they have to do is...
Gang.
What's that?
Same thing with gangs. That's what a cult is, like a gang.
Yep.
The leader, they act like they care about you, and that's all to pull you in, man. At the end of the day, they don't care about you. It's just what they can get out of you, man. And at the end of the day, they'll throw you out, man. Like they'll send you to do a dummy mission just to make them look good. It's all what you can do for them. That's the trick. They're good talkers, good manipulators, but at the end of the day, it don't benefit you.
Well, that's why they have many isms. It's because they know if one stuck out more than the others, eventually it would turn on itself. So you have to have dictators play the game with the communism and the Marxism and the liberalism system. So in this case, a dictatorship could only work to a certain point. You could change the COO of that dictatorship, but what you have to do is you got to throw other isms around. This is the divide and conquer. Religion only works if you have many different types of religion. Same with nations. Here, if all of a sudden we all look the same, it wouldn't work. That's why they make them certain beings, one type of color, another being another color. Then they have genders, and now they're trying to distract people with transgender. So it's all a distraction. Now the question would be a distraction from what? Usually from oneself. How oneself truly works. The program, how it works, how it feeds on it, how it feeds on itself. And most people have a defense and attack mechanism running within that program. They'll think that it's outside that's actually attacking them. They'll hear somebody else that says, no, that's coming from within. That's why I say it's a fun game. For some people, they might call it a sad game. Some people might call it reality. You know, go away from slavery, because slavery, you have to hedge on the fact that a person values their life. But if their life becomes meaningless, meaning that I'm not even getting the food, they'll just kill themselves. That's why they give the illusion here. You go work, earn some money, and then you can buy some stuff that we actually monitor and we control. So it's a perpetual cycle, as we're using their technology right now, as we've been using their technology before in the form of a car, a bus, a bike, what else? A train.
Yeah, but is it truly their technology, or did they steal it?
I think it's been given to them, Charles, if I had to lean towards an assumption. I think that's given technology. Human race are not that intelligent. If anything else, humans are like the animals. And I don't see animal building bridges the way we do.
Yeah. That's cold. I've always thought that too. Like, you know, I know we could be intelligent. That's if we're trained like an animal. Like if you take a baby and you know, like you say, there's a difference between teaching. Are they teachable? How'd you say that? Are they teachable, or are they
Programmable.
Yeah, there you go.
Most people are
now
programmable.
Yeah.
Well, think about the language we have. How did we learn this? It's a programmable. And once you start understanding it, that's the masculine energy. Most people are led by masculine energy, hence karma. Where the teachable energy is more the feminine energy. At that point, you're working with the gut, not the upper brain. But again, it's just different variations. That's all it is. So you're expanding the fact that you're still in the well. It's usually the people give themselves the illusion, well, I'm a little aware now. I said, aware what? You know how clouds work? Where do they go? Sun and the moon, what are they? You know, we're told what they are, but yet they're not ever do a little pushback and say, is it really what it is? Is it really illuminating the whole sky, or is it just illuminating a part of it?
I'm going to hold on to
part of it.
papers and then I'll give you back when I'm all done.
Yeah. Again, that's one, questioning oneself, having that concept of the beginner's mind. You're willing to restrict or entertain different ideas opposed to the one that's already been engraved. People will say shit like, you know, I have mindset. Why is your mindset? Is it like cement?
Trying to dang, I can't find this Masonic grip, man.
Handshake?
I know it's a Masonic grip. This right here, this is the Aryan Brotherhood. I've been studying symbols for a long time. The Masons also grip their forearms like this. See, the gangs have adopted. I had to cover their face because I don't want them like trying to track me down.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know these people. I just seen their grip, and
what purpose
all gangs have the same as the Masons. All their symbols are the same.
So, what purpose would those lower level minions serve at that point? It's like gatekeepers.
You have to have, in order for the people at the top to exist, you got to have from the bottom all the way up, man. You got to be tied in. It's got to be like in order for you to sell all these drugs, you got to have the people at the bottom in control, you know,
so what
for
about
it to work.
So what about if the top that you just kind of emphasize on is nothing more than maybe just right below middle management? Because
even the top, even these top gang leaders are just crumbs. They think they're big and bad, and they're at the tip. Yeah, they're at the tip of they're at the tip of the pyramid at the bottom. A little pyramid, not the big pyramid. We're at the top of a pyramid, still at the bottom of the big pyramid. If you know what I mean.
Yeah. Well, you know, you could tell that when they're kind of mid or bottom, they're in a human form.
Because at the end of the day, they're all replaceable, man. There's always somebody looking to snatch that little position you got at the top.
Mm-hmm. And
it will stab you off the guard so fast. You do one thing wrong, or it's all the pop. Like I've watched so many videos and through my own experience, it's popularity. If they don't like you, they will get you off. You could be as big as a bus. They'll send 7 people at you. You're done. You can't fight 7 people. It's inevitable. You're gonna get crushed.
Well, sometimes, Charles, even in a gang where, say, the gang's going out of control, they'll get a head figure and remove the head figure just to keep everybody else in line. So
That's what I say.
everybody's expendable. Once you decide to join whatever type of club, enjoy your settlement. That's all. It might be for 30, 40, 50 years. You might have some of the stuff that somebody else creates, such as some of your bling blings, that again, some other technology. You could have your heated house, but who gave it to you? You know, the illusion is that you think you own it. You know, and really, so if you own it, I'm Bill Gates and I own a big mansion, but don't I need everybody else to actually basically maintain it for me? So guess who becomes the bigger server? The one that thinks he owns it all. So where we are, we're probably in a better position. There's not really much asked of us. But this is the illusion. Most people are either fighting other people that are in certain positions, and there's other ones that want to be in those positions. Again, that's more distraction. Would a person truly want to be a CEO of a corporation, realizing you've got caught up so much into your ego? You got to make sure you're always dressed the right way. You got to approach the right way, and then you meet other people that make you look like a child when you're a billionaire. Let alone when people are trillionaires, and there's people that's even above them. Now, some people, a lot of people would honestly say, if they're honest with themselves, I'd want a piece of that. That's when I usually turn around and say, you wouldn't even be good at it.
I've learned one valuable lesson in life, man. I've seen through gangs at a young age. Like, you know, I always ask questions with my friends and stuff that were involved in there. And when the one thing that really made me see through it was you're fighting a war that the person at the top, they always say, I want to send someone to do something I wouldn't do. That's bullshit. They're all using the people at the bottom. You know, they manipulate you to feel like you're a part of something. Prison's designed to do that, man. It's designed to just do what it's doing, to make people think animalistic. You're thrown in a cell, you have no food, they give you bare minimum, which causes people to group up and take from each other because they're trying to survive and not starve. It's all by design, man. And until people can see through that and think smarter and come together as a unit and stop fighting each other, you know, it's just going to be a revolving door.
Well, most of us live in different types of ghettos or slums. Some of them might be a little bit pristine looking, but they're still a ghetto. You know, whether a person lives in the slums of India or a lot of different places in Canada and America, you know, let alone in Europe, you know, they're everywhere, really. You know, the whole concept of fighting, whether you're fighting against each other or somebody outside of your own circle, most of the people that run most major positions in most countries don't even live in those countries.
One lesson I've learned in life is the only person that has you is yourself, man. It's the only person you got at the end of the day in reality is you. All this friendships and dying for each other and all that, that's an illusion, man. That shit, when it comes down to it, it never goes that way. It never goes that way.
Well, the human part usually struggles. You know, there's a part of us that's a little bit more advanced than just the human part.
Axis. That's the name of Renegade's dog, Axis, I think, right?
Atlas.
Sweet.
Atlas. Okay, yeah.
Atlas.
I know what I thought.
Yeah.
It's
See,
close.
he's listening now, man. Yeah, I'm gonna take him for a walk, so I'm gonna pop in a few. So gonna vibe with you today, Chuck. It's been a long time. So how long are you gonna be on the stream today? You don't know, or what? A few hours or 15
Maybe
minutes?
another hour.
Cool. So I'm dropping out for a bit, and I'm soon back.
All right, Renegade. It's good to see you, bro.
I'm the
Keep
same,
your head
man.
up. Strong, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna vibe with you guys tonight. So lovely. I've been off the grid for a while, but now it's like, yeah, Atlas and me is back in a bit. So see you later on, man. Peace, everyone.
Right.
Yo.
Peace. What's up, McCoy? Who else?
Was goody? Was goody? What's up, Charles? What's up, Don?
No, man.
Troops on in the building.
I seen you went live the other day, man. I had missed that.
Yeah, man. You should have hopped on, man. You had it already ended by the time you got online.
I haven't been going live the last 2 days since Friday. I haven't gone live because I started my job and shit. And I just
That's what's
people
up,
are
bro.
texting me and asking me what happened, but so I was like, let me just go on and tell people I'm not gonna be going live every day no more. Hold
That's
on.
what's up. That's what's up, man. Congratulations, bro. You getting that paper, man. You know, working a job sometimes keeps you busy, man. I try to stay as busy as I can too, because I don't like to dwell on my thoughts a lot. But, that's what's up, bro. Man, get that paper. However you can get it, man. We got to use that paper to navigate through this matrix. Yeah, but we're gonna set something up one day though, man. We most definitely, man. We'll set something up. You hear me?
Damn. I had to go get some coffee.
What happened to Dom? Dom hopped off?
I don't know. Yeah. Let me see. Don said something in the back. Oh.
Yeah, man. I'm
Yeah,
riding. My bad.
I'm just gonna say, if people want to help me out, I gotta raise $20. If people can't, that's fine. I get it. But I need to raise some money to get me some lunch money. But whatever. If people can, I understand. Everyone's struggling, bro.
I'm gonna send you some money. I'm gonna send you some money tomorrow on Cash App.
I'm only asking one time, man. I'm not gonna sit here and beg or. It's embarrassing enough. I gotta ask people. But
Did you hear me, bro?
yeah, I heard you.
I got you tomorrow. I'm gonna send you some paper tomorrow, man. I got you, man. I got a few jobs I gotta do tomorrow. I'm off today, but tomorrow I got a few jobs I gotta do. So I'll send you some money tomorrow as soon as I finish my jobs.
Yeah, I'm happy, man, that I'm finally doing something, man. Plus, sitting in the house is what will break you down too, man. I gotta stay busy. I went too many years without staying. I started to get stagnant, man, and that shit will affect you, man. Reading about all this shit, man, uploading all this nonsense into your mind. I think about all them nights I sat reading about this negative ass shit. Was it really worth it? What did I find out? Like I already knew the world is crooked, right?
Right.
I sat there for hours fucking reading and finding out what more stuff that makes you depressed, because in the end, what are we gonna do about it, right?
Right. Having this knowledge, man, it can make you or break you, man. That's why when I first came back into consciousness, man, it was hard for me at first, but I think we strong mentally, man. So I feel like the stuff we went through in our lives prepared us for this moment to be able to deal
Yeah,
with it. But yeah, like you said, you just sit in the crib and you find out all these truths, man. That shit can mentally break you. I'm talking to people. There's just one woman I used to talk to all the time. She had to go check herself into the hospital because she couldn't handle it. She was in there for
yeah.
months.
I spoke to a lot of people who it broke them. A lot of people that would read this stuff and they would feel like killing themselves and stuff. I'd be like, damn, I never felt like that, but it just gets me angry, like, because I already, like I said, man, I already knew these motherfuckers are crooked. The politicians are no different from the gangs in the streets. It's no different. And they're manipulators. They're hustlers. They'll tell you anything you want to hear. Like, think about it. How is Trump asking the poor people for money? Isn't he an alleged billionaire? And you're asking for donations from the poor. And I
Man,
think to myself, man,
bro, those are
he,
NPCs. Those are zombies and NPCs giving money. Real soul players in this matrix, like real people like us, we not giving a quarter, bro. Those are NPCs that give up that paper. I was at my daughter's softball game yesterday, man, and an NPC walked by me talking about Trump. I'm thinking to myself, these are NPCs. It hit me yesterday. I said, man, I'm really inside of an artificial construct, inside of a matrix with a bunch of NPCs, man. So they all juiced. They serving the beast, man. They serving their government. So Trump is their God, man. So of course, if Trump say, hey, y'all give up your house, give up everything that you own, they'll give it all up. These are NPCs, bro. They need to be led. They can't think for themselves.
and I want to thank, it was last month when I was looking for work. I was out and I had put down in my community page when I was out to get some grub and shit, and a couple of people they know who they are. I ain't gonna say names because they know who they are. I've learned a lesson by shouting out people who donate and shit. There's a lot of haters out there, but I appreciate them. They know who they are. They sent me a few dollars to get some lunch, man. I was shocked because I didn't expect it at all. I was like, let me just try. And shit, I was like, damn. And I appreciate it. A couple of people looked out.
Your subs will support you, bro. I know.
I was
I've
really
seen.
thankful.
Yeah, man. If your subs fuck with you, they fuck with you. They'll support you most definitely, man. You know.
I want to give back, you know, because I don't want it to seem like when I ask, it's all about me all the time, you know. I gotta do something to give back to y'all, you know, like, you know, everyone's struggling, man. Like,
Man, you know how you give back, bro? Just keep dropping. Keep being you, man. Keep dropping this content, man. You know, I know you say you can't do that every day. Just that's how you give back, bro. Just drop that content, man. Drop some knowledge, man. And people they appreciate that, man. I mean, I hate using that word, but people they'll find that intriguing. You know that intrigues them. That'll make them like you more, so they'll want to support you. Like, okay, he's a real person like me, so let me go and give back. Shit, I only got $20, but shit, I'll give him $10. I'll give him 10 out of this 20. That's what it's about.
yeah, I try not to ask for help too much, you know.
Like you just said, bro.
I gotta be in a fucked up position, bro, to
right?
really down and out, to like my back against the wall, like. And then again, you know, people can't always help. I understand that, and I just deal with the situation. You know, so it is what it is.
Right, like you just said, dog. NPCs taking thousands of dollars out of their savings account and giving it to this goddamn puppet Trump. They giving it to this aristocrat, this demon in a suit.
That's
They give
wild.
him. I seen somebody donate $100,000, man. Well, NPC. I was like, God, that's crazy. If one of us come along, they'll walk by somebody in the streets with a homeless sign, won't give them a dime, but take the 100,000 and give it to some goddamn demon, a Draco. What they'll tell a so-called somebody in the street, go get a job, you bum, but take 20,000 and give it to one of them goddamn puppets in a suit.
Yeah, I seen Trump's the beginning of his campaign. He said, I don't need money from people, and now 6 months later, he's like, oh, if you can't donate, I understand. Like, he has billions of dollars, bro. Like, really? Maybe it's all the front. Maybe he don't have billions. I think a lot of these people be faking it. I mean, he does have a mansion, but that's all part of their club. The material things. They got houses and land and cars to give away for free. It's all the front to make it look like they're doing something.
Yeah, remember, bro, we in a matrix, man. Everything ain't what it seems, man. A lot of that shit's just like you said, it's just for show, man. Nothing's real here. When they say
Like, no, go ahead.
My bad, bro, my bad.
No, I was just that actor. I forgot his name, and that black actor. He was on a interview and he took his jewelry off. He says, "Don't let this fool you." He said, "I paid $40." He says people might think these are real diamonds. He said I paid $40 for it on Amazon, like revealing how much these people be fronting with their fake gold chains and diamonds. Like, I wonder how these rappers, they're not making that much off of music. No fucking way, man. No way. Where they're buying these $80,000 chains, 180. They're hustling, man. There's no way. You're putting out a song every month and you're making that much money. Come on.
Nah, man, yeah, like it's all for show, man. Them rap, especially them rappers, man. It's to get us to live a materialistic lifestyle. So it's about the
Yep.
influence. So if we see them acting like dope dealers and wearing big chains and driving fancy cars, what we gonna do? We're gonna go get ourselves in debt, trying to live the same materialistic lifestyle, man. That's what it's all about. It's about following the beast, following these devils around, man. Following that false light. These celebrities and rappers, they false light bearers. So it's about getting the youth to follow this false light, chasing this illusionary lifestyle. It's detrimental, you know.
I was thinking about when we were children, man. We knew this is the mind state I want to be in. When I was in my teenage years, like, well, 11, 12, I didn't care. I knew the government was crooked, but I didn't worry about it. I got out there, lived my life, lived productive days, didn't even think about that shit, you know? And now it's like I need that peace of mind back.
So, guys, every decade brings a conditioning.
Sounds like you were laying some spackle down.
Charles, TG, every decade brings different kinds of conditioning, like in the 50s or 60s. The 70s, the 80s brought in disco, a lot of people that were supposedly chasing being gay. They brought in kind of new wave. Rap is no different. Transhumanism, all the technology that you're using. You're all in the program. You're just seeing it from a different perspective, but you're still in the program. You might see somebody else and say, okay, well, they're NPCs, but you don't know enough to put a mirror to yourself and says, I'm being anchored here still too, both mentally. It'd be different if you're in silent and we're communicating telepathically. But when we're talking out loud with each other, we're acting like NPCs because the language that any of us are using right now is programmed in you. It's usually a clever being, not a wise being that plays that game. The wise being knows enough to say, I'll play the game, I'll break my silence just for pure giggles and kicks, but I know I'm still in the game. It's the ones that think, well, those are NPCs. No, you're the NPCs. If you're not sure, the next time you have any of the stuff that you're using, you ask yourself, how the fuck did that come to be? When you wake up in the morning in that conscious state, you're the NPC now. You're in somebody else's car. You're in somebody else's train. You're using somebody else's technology. How far do you guys really want to go with this? Because you have many protocols here, and these protocols will protect you because they're not actually become aware. And this is where people go a little bit cuckoo because they have never developed their emotion or mental yet. And then they start probing into this shit and truly challenging themselves and realizing guys like Martin Luther King was an idiot. Gandhi was an idiot. All these characters were idiots. And the reason why they're idiots is because you have to get a whole bunch of other us that are idiots to play the game. I'm going to focus on Donald Trump. Why the fuck would I focus on Donald Trump? He doesn't do nothing for me. But me talking about him, which I usually rarely do, I would be having, free rent space in my head? I already have enough that I'm already giving up to, whether it's sports, entertaining, that kind of ideals, me being on the internet. I know that about myself. The only difference is I'm okay with me being full of shit. Most people aren't honest with themselves and realize, what type of shit are you?
No, I'm saying, like, hey, Dom, check this out, bro.
Please.
Like yesterday, I'm at my daughter's softball game, and I'm like looking at some stuff on my phone. Like I was like looking at different material to like put a video together, like later on down the road. And somebody walked up to me and said, "Hey, you watching a football game?" That's some NPC shit to say. Like, no, I'm not watching no football game. I asked my wife. I said, "Why would they ask me that?" She said, "Because most of the dads out here watch the Sunday football." I said, "No, I'm not no fucking NPC. I don't move on. I'm not hive minded. When I say NPC, I don't mean it like." Because when you say we're using their technology, it's not necessarily their technology because anything they using is ancient technology. Ain't nothing new under this firmament dome. We know these are pirates. These are parasitical pirates. So I'm not going to say it's theirs because they stole this shit, for one. And for two, nah, man, NPCs hive-minded. They think they move, they like bots. They move on the same synchronicity. They spew out the same matrix codes. Nah, man. I ain't no NPC. I ain't comparing myself to no NPC. I ain't acting like no NPC. Fuck all that. NPC
Okay.
go get juiced. NPC go to church every Sunday.
Okay. So do
NPC
you
believe
walk
all this
around,
shit.
TZ? Do you walk around realizing everything that you see with your senses has misled you, meaning that you don't see the words that you explain to every little thing? So when you're talking to your wife and say, okay, why are you associating to the name that you've been given? Why am I looking at a thing called a phone where actually I don't see the word phone? That's the palliative dog ideal. We're
Yeah.
associating to everything. That's another variation. That's all I'm going to say. It's another variation of what people would call consciously ignorant, Walking
Right.
Dead, NPC. Once you wake up in that morning, you're in the senses. Most of the shit that people truly, if they want to understand things, is beyond the senses. So when you're using your eyes to look at your daughter play baseball, you're in the conscious state. You're in the senses. Why? What purpose would it serve for you to see another being inside of another form hit a fucking baseball? That's NPC material, by the way. But hey, I don't mind playing the game. By calling somebody else an NPC makes me the NPC. Calling somebody an idiot makes me the idiot.
Right. You sound like along the lines of everything's a reflection of us.
Sure it is.
So that's what I'm saying. I know this is a game. I'm playing the game, but I'm not
Mhm.
in the game. You see what I'm saying? But that's
Well,
your own hypothesis, man. We can agree to
that's all
disagree.
it
I
is.
mean,
That's all it is.
if that's how you look at it, we look at shit differently. I mean, just because if
That's a
you look at
given.
if you look
That's
at
a
a box and you look at if me and you look at a box and you call it a box, I call it something else. What the hell that mean? Means that's your way of thinking. You know, I'm not no NPC. I don't put myself in the same category as an NPC or a zombie.
okay. But the fact that
Hell no,
we're
I never
using the
will and never
word,
have.
okay, but the reason the fact that we're using the word, it could be a part of us. It's like
Man,
all
I
of a
use
sudden,
the word because if it quack like a duck, it is a duck. If a motherfucker act like a zombie, I'm gonna call him a zombie. If somebody act like a bitch, you call him a bitch.
okay. So if I called you a zombie, would you actually would you have pushback to that?
Nah, shit. If I'm showing you signs of a zombie, you can call me that because I'm shit. It is what it is.
Okay. So when we're acting,
If you see a female go fuck on a bunch of dudes, what you gonna say? Hey, man, she acting like a little hoe, man. It's just common sense, bro. Right?
okay.
If you see somebody go snitch and rat on somebody else, go snitch on a bunch of people, let me that nigga a snitch, man. Why you over there snitching? You call a spade a spade. It's just common sense, bro.
Okay. Acting is one thing, thinking is another thing. One will eventually perpetuate to the other. So you'll see somebody eventually act it out. But usually that NPC part is in the mind or in the brain. So somebody says, Dominic, I like watching football. Unless you actually get more details, why do you like watching football? Because my child is there. Like how you're watching your child, I'm watching my child. It's the
Right.
same idea.
I get what you're saying, Don, man. I
Yeah.
see what you're saying. You say it's more of a mental thing.
More, yeah, we're receiving it in the brain, but yeah, it is in the mental. Yes.
I
You
get
know,
what you're saying, bro. I'm just like
yeah.
that's what I'm saying. My hypothesis might be different from yours when we talking about these
That's a
things. But
given. That's a given. That's a given. You're not going to see it through my senses, and I'm not going to see it through your senses.
right,
What we're agreeing upon, if like, I know people like to play with that, maybe on the sounds and frequency, it might resonate. Where something within us will say, okay, so TC just said the word tree. Well, something inside of me is going to associate to what I think he's picking up, but I'm actually not seeing the word, let alone the thought that I just received. So
right.
again, that's in a different thing, and most people are ignorant of that. They use it, but they're ignorant of it. It's like most people don't realize how much they're using the unknown into the known, and then they'll talk about the spelling. It's a craft. Yeah, the written part is, but what about the part that's way before that? Where's the energy? Where is the air? Where is thought? Where is light?
What is words? You're molding sound to
Bingo. Thank you,
define
Charles.
something.
Yeah, that's all. I'm just playing with words, guys. And Charles, yeah, at that point, once you have a spoken word, again, that's afterthoughts. Spoken words, now you have sounds and frequencies. But again, that's afterthoughts. Dare not ever be in thoughts or before thoughts. Now, this is where silence is golden. There's a reason why they used to use gold, the ones that understood that. It was a conduit. Now we're just using it in technology such as computers. And the people that are able to do that, they can go into a state of silence, and then they can actually download all kinds of information. And at that point, now you'll have people that are script writers or people that write music. The rest of them, they're just acting it out. You know, you have a good voice. We'll produce everything, and you just have to show up on stage. By the way, we're also having somebody else that's creating all the musical instruments because that's still beyond human capacity. Because humans will still be like, that's why they're the beast. They would still be building caves. They wouldn't even know what fucking hemp would do for them, let alone ayahuasca. This is why it's called human being. A being having a human experience. That technology is us. But then we play the game by saying, let's put us in different colors. Let's put us in a couple of genders. Let's fuck with each other. Let's make different religions. Let's make different states. And then most people will get
That's
caught
what.
up.
I don't mean to cut you off, Don.
No, go ahead.
Hey, Charles, I was gonna tell you, bro. That's what I was looking into yesterday. I was looking into these beings called the Negritos, man, and they out. I don't want to say subject. They out of Asia, man. They got nappy hair and they heavily melanated, man. And I was reading a publication saying that they've been in a place called Sunland for like 40,000 years. I'm thinking to myself, okay, if they the originals over there in Asia, I said, where the fuck do they get these Orientals from? These new beings from? I said, where the fuck do they come from? Then if they was here 40,000 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
I said they got to be GMO. I said, because how is it they been here all this time, and you got these new beings over there, these Orientals and these Asiatics? I said they don't. That makes me. I said, where the hell do they come from? Just start putting two and two together. I wanted to make a video last night breaking this shit down, but I ain't have time. But I just want to say that, man. It's like, nah, that just been. And to answer your question, Ken and Dummy, my daughter was taking a break while she was playing the game. For your information, if you must know, sucker. My bad, bro. Go ahead.
Oh man.
No, I'm sorry, Charles, bro. You know, I don't, you know.
You know what's wild, man? I've always wondered in my life why the government attacks so-called black people so much. On every land, they're either ostracized, they're stripped of identity, they're thrown in prisons. Like when I went to prison and I went up the way, not county, I'm talking about up the way. I shit you not, man. 90% of the prison population was black people. I said, this is where they're putting them all. I couldn't believe it, man. And I was shocked because I would hear stories about it. But, you know, it just, they're giving them 40 years, life for nonviolent crimes. These people are getting 40 to life. Like, that's your 40 years. Don't get that fucked up. That's your whole life. 40 years, they're even 30 years in prisons, your whole life. It's gone. That's 30 years you'll never get back for nonviolent crimes. It's
because they know what's up. They know we the originals, man. They GMO. That's why I was looking into like the original inhabitants of Canada too, man. I was just looking into like different continents trying to see, you know, and I got the same results. I'm thinking to myself, then where the fuck does all these other people come from? Where do these Chinese motherfuckers come from? They not really Chinese. Where the hell do they get these people from?
what's a Chinese? What's so chide about their knees?
Chin knees. Yo, I was locked up too, bro. Majority of the cats I was locked up with was melanated, bro. And that never sat well with me. I was like, man, why is everybody in here look like me? They was in there for bullshit crimes too, weed charges and all these little bullshit charges, man. I think it's
All
to try
these
to
years in prison school, man. I try to. It's not to glorify prison, man. People think that shit's cool until they're sitting. Like, I'm glad that I seen the bigger picture, and I talked to people in prison. Many people were getting 8, 10, 20 years. And I got to reflect on me. Like, if I keep this up, man, that's going to be me. Is this what I really want? You know, I'm grateful I learned from my mistakes and I had the opportunity to learn. Some people make one mistake and they get 40 years and there's, you know, their life's gone. They don't get the opportunity to really change.
Yeah, it's sad, bro. It's sad, bro. I was locked up with cats going to do football numbers 10, 20 years, man. And then the prison bus would come pick them up, and we give each other daps. Like, man, I'm going to sit down for 20 years, man. And this one OG told me, he said, hey, man, get out here, take care of your kids, be responsible, do the right thing. He said, I'm going to do 20 years. He said, but I want to see somebody like you, a young brother like you. He was talking to a bunch of us in the group. He said, y'all get out here and do y'all thing. He was like,
that's a real leader. A real leader will protect the people that has a chance to go home and make something of themselves because they're trying to, you know, that's the type of leaders that were teaching me, man. People that made mistakes, and I would learn from their mistakes. They were trying to. A lot of people don't. They take that they'd be like, man, fuck these elders, man. What do they know, right? Look at them. They fucked up. Now they're trying to tell you something. So you
You
don't
was
make
locked
the
up with
same
OGs
mistake.
like
But
that
people
too?
don't want to hear it.
You was locked up with OGs that was spitting game like that, spitting game to y'all like that too?
Yeah. I was starting to get locked up at 12, 13 years old, man. I was already going down the path, carrying swords and weapons and just entrenched in stupidness. I call it ignorance, man. Because I could have made different decisions, but I thought I was like, this tough guy making the right decisions, but I was just being ignorant, man.
Right, and like you were saying earlier, bro, those tough guys that you see in prison, bro, I was locked up with dudes full of tattoos. If you seen them out in public, you probably think they was the hardest person. But some of these dudes, man, they was breaking down on that phone, man. I'll be laying in my bunk. You can hear them in there crying underneath the goddamn pillow in there, man, because they about to go do 15 years. They girl outside fucking on everybody. Bro, that shit's real, man. Grown man, and you can hear him in there crying at night.
Yeah, that shit's real, man. Like I said, even 15-year-olds, right? There's this one case where I was watching this court, and this 15-year-old killed his stepfather. He was raping his mom. So he shot the dude. He got tired of it, and he saved his mom and killed him. Now he got life in prison. He's 15 years old. His whole life's gone, all for protecting his mother. And that's the type of shit that it's like, damn, you couldn't give the kid like 7 years. He would learn his lesson. 7 maybe. Even though it's a violent crime, man, he's protecting his mother, and you give him life in prison. So now 30 years later, you might let him out, but his whole life's gone for the most part. 30 years, that's huge shit, man. And it's like this system, and it's not rehabilitating anybody. It's a revolving door purposely. The only thing that's going to rehabilitate you is yourself. Don't depend on the system to rehabilitate you. You better rehabilitate yourself, man, because the system ain't going to help you. You can only help yourself. It's up to you to change. All that system training, giving you training and all, that's out the door. No, they don't do none of that shit. People are trying to fight to change that, but
So, Charles, when somebody commits a crime emotionally or mentally, something else has to pay the price. That's usually the vessel. This is why when people say, you've disrespected me, I said, okay, so I've disrespected your program. So why does your body have to pay the price? So that's why when people get the idea they've been locked up in jail for 10, 30, 40 years, or they've gone to work for 10, 30, 40 years and realize, who am I really trying to entertain the whole time? It's usually the vessel and the program, hence the ego and the self. But for a lot of folks, they don't come to that awareness that the vessel is its own intelligence, hence AI, artificial intelligence. You'll see that in an animal. That's artificial intelligence. Most animals, like the human part, is led by their emotions, energy and emotions. We just have a different ongoing program, what's called the mental part. So we can reason things if need be or theorize about things. But for a lot of folks, they never get to that awareness. They'll fight with other people. They'll question shit that comes out of my mouth or other people's mouth. I said, but have you ever questioned yourself? Have you ever played the ideal of, am I truly the vessel? Am I the thoughts? That might not be something most people are interested in. It's of no interest to them. No different. There's people that aren't interested in voting for a system, let alone joining a religion, or they might not want to participate in certain variations of commerce, even though they're going to participate in other ways. Do I want to barter my wares? Do I want to work with energy? In this case, nature, give my energy for nature, and then somebody else will do the same thing. I'll say, okay, I don't want to grow apples. I'll do oranges. I'll make it a specialty, and then I'll trade with other people that play with, apples, pears, chickens, rabbits, whatever. But it is usually a lifespan of supplementing that vessel for food and shelter. Not a bad thing. No different people that want to steward the land. Steward your vessel, steward your land. But most of us treat our vessels, it's a cliche that actors use, recreational. Most people will go to McDonald's. That's not healthy food. So you're treating your body like a recreational. I'll deal with diabetes later. I'll deal with a heart attack later.
I used to think like that.
And a lot of people
I
still
used to
do.
drink. I used to drink. I was a weekend warrior for a long time. Then it became a week warrior. Then it became, I gave it all up. I was like, you know, I got 2 livers. I could destroy one. No, I'm joking. I never thought like that. But
Man,
I haven't
they
drank,
don't. Some
man.
people don't care
I
about their
haven't
body,
drank in
man.
like 15 years, bro. I haven't drank. Not because I seen myself like, yeah, it was a problem, man. It was becoming a problem. Like, now it just, I stay away from it, man. Like, sometimes I want to drink a beer or two, and I'm like, nah, it's not even worth it, man. I like the challenge to challenge myself to stay away from it, because I never want those thoughts in the back of my head to conquer me anymore. You know what I mean? Like, nah, I ain't weak, bro. Get that thought out of my head.
Yeah, all you gotta do is look around, man. It was like I said yesterday. Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
It was like a lot of those so-called softball dads, man. I'm looking around. 80% of them, when I go to these games to watch my daughter play, man, they got big old bellies, man. They look pregnant, and I'm thinking to myself, they full of bacteria. They gut is full of bacteria, man. I'm thinking to myself, damn. I'm talking about they got big old bellies. They by my age in their 30s and 40s. They look. You could just tell, man. Like, damn, what's?
It could
And
be
then I seen one
medication
guy.
too. When I
I
was
think
on
a lot of them
medication,
think
that
beer.
shit swelled me up, bro. It's fucking my kidneys up to. It's holding water in. I had to give up all that shit. I realized that my ankles are swelling up. I said, bro, what's going on? And the doctor says, oh, that's the medication. And I'm thinking, I'm gonna take that shit just to treat one problem. It's gonna give me 50 more. I'm like, nah, man. There's got to be better ways to treat that shit, or cure it more or less, right? Fuck treating it. That's the thing
Right.
about when you read these. I don't know what to call it. I gotta stop saying the med word. But when you take certain things, you read it's to treat a problem. It gives you like 12 more side effects or 15, 20 more. Is it worth it? You know?
So knowing that,
Not at
guys.
all. Not at all. They tried to
So
put me on high blood pressure medicine, man. I turned it down. This was like 4 or 5 years ago. And I started reading. The doctor gave me the high blood pressure medicine, right? And I started reading the side effects. I asked the doctor, I said, I don't want to take this pharmaceutical because look at all these side effects. I said, is there anything I can do holistically, like any type of veggie fruit juice I can drink? And she went left and gave me that list, but she wanted to hit me with the pharmaceuticals at first.
Mm.
It was like holistic was the second alternative.
again, it's one of those things where you differentiate between the masses and the few. People that are overweight, are they the ones actually helping the economy? Yes, they are. The ones that are staying healthy, my question is then why aren't you truly practicing anarchy, self-governing as you're still living here? You know, most of us don't realize how much these technology we're doing is putting the body in disease mode. Forget about what goes in your mouth. It's what it's been your body being bombarded with. Frequencies everywhere, car frequencies, that's noise pollution, TV. You go to a hospital, they sterilize a place. You're not even allowed to bring pets or plants in there, but yet they'll put a big Wi-Fi tower outside. Again, we're all getting caught up in our comforts. And the ones that don't, my question is, okay, so you want to do anarchy, you want to be self-governed. How does that look like outside of being self-absorbed? It's chaos. You know, it's easy to think that we're better than others, but that's usually a person that doesn't know how to humble themselves enough and say, are we here to help others or are we here just to serve ourselves? Because if we're here just to serve ourselves, then get the fuck out of civilization and take your chance outside. Sell all your fucking technology and go out there. Take a chance with nature. Go build your own fucking house, raise your own animals and all that. Outside of that, you're back with the rest of us. Anybody that says otherwise, they're full of fucking shit. They're just not ready to openly admit it. As I'm using technology right now, I'm on Wi-Fi. Everything that's being controlled by whoever, the only difference is, even if it is old technology, they've coin operated it now. So most people have to work for fiat currency. The animals don't have to work for fiat currency. The plant life doesn't have to work for fiat currency. So we can't truly say with all sincerity that this world needs fiat currency. Only certain aspects. The one that's been fucking controlled from fucking the day you birth out of that form until you pop out of it. Outside of that, Most people have never truly revolted with themselves and said, am I going to be honest with myself? Probably not.
All you got in life is yourself, man. So you better get to know yourself.
Yeah, you should. And that self is the
And
program.
I ain't here to help everybody, man. I used to think like that, you can't help everybody. What about when you do retain this knowledge and this wisdom, and you try to break these barrier downs, and these different barriers, like with religion, you try to break these family curses, and you try to go to your family and your peers and tell them this information, you get shut down. They don't want help. You can't help everybody. It's not meant for that. You help yourself.
I wish I had
Help the
family.
ones around you.
Well, again, that's left-hand path stuff.
And I'm
Again,
not in the help. Look, I'm doing my part. I'm making content. I got a YouTube channel. I try to get on these panels and stuff, do as much as I can, because I feel like some of us have soul contracts to do this shit. But I'm not here to help everybody, bro, because that's taken away from me. That means I got to give them my energy. I'm not doing that. You
well,
got to protect your
that could be
energy
a
at all
form of
costs.
help. That could be a form of I just share awareness. So when a person becomes aware of something, only then they can do something about it. Outside of that, helping other people would be like, okay, so do you understand how the political system works? Well, not really. What most people think help is changing them. That's not your responsibility. It never has been. If they want to change, that's on them. The change is constant. It's always here. So once a person says, okay, so do you understand how Wi-Fi works? Well, no, I don't. But you don't mind using it, which is okay. There's nothing right or wrong about that. That's usually NPC that play the fucking right and wrong game. My likes and dislikes.
Inhale the chemtrail, man. Get your body used to it.
Oh shit! Yeah, man. You can't have no chemtrails. All this shit's poison, man. This shit is all this shit's detrimental, man.
Imagine them people hiking to the top of this mountain where all them chemtrail clouds are, and you're like, inhaling shards of aluminum.
Okay, but would you give up would you give up the Wi-Fi if you realize you need chemtrails for Wi-Fi to exist?
Right? Aren't those chemtrails like a highway for the signals to travel faster, and then they use microwaves?
Sure it is, Charles. Sure.
It's like,
damn.
Would you give up flying a plane when you knew you know how noise pollution comes from a plane? Most people wouldn't. Most people don't realize they're still caught up in their attachments. Forget about what they resist. They're caught up in their attachments, comforts, and pleasures. You're just talking to a guy that's go ahead.
Hey, Don, bro. Me personally, I never flew on a plane, but yeah, I would give up all this shit, man. I swear I would. And the drop of a dime, man, I would give up all this shit for things to go back towards nature, man. For us to be able to live holistically and live in harmony without governments, and all this other nonsense. Yeah, I would, for sure.
Okay, well done. Well done. I'm, and then you can actually go to the next level. Would you give up language?
You said, well, give up verbiage?
Would you give up language? Because that's going to anchor you here too. Again, this is silent. Nature that has its own harmony. That's its own harmony. We're just producing noise, but both of them are still within this realm. So where are we going to go? Especially when you're living in a life.
Man, look here, Don. I'm gonna say one more thing, man. I want these parasites to get the fuck out this realm, man. These hijackers. That's what I want, man. That's what I want to see happen. All this other shit. I don't care. I don't care about none of that shit. I'm talking about. I want these hijackers to fuck off this realm. The ones that came here from wherever they came from and hijacked this realm, man, and turned this place into a goddamn lab. That's what they got to get the fuck out of here, man. That's what I want. That's what I want to see. All the other shit. That's neither here nor there. I'm talking about these hijackers got to go.
What if this place has been a lab since day one?
Help them got to go. Who Nah, I don't see that, man. I see this place got hijacked, bro. I mean, I see what you're saying. I agree with that.
I think Adam and Eve is the beginning of a laboratory experiment. Like, that's the beginning of their first. Like when they took Adam's rib and made someone else. That's the genetic manipulation. That's the beginning of their genetic family, I think. Could be wrong.
Was eugenic. Yeah, that was eugenic. That was eugenic. That's true. That is true. I'm saying I want these hijackers to go, man, because this place ain't this. You think this planet? You think Planet Kai? This planet don't want these hijackers gone? If we want them gone, you think the planet don't want them gone? That's what I'm saying. This shit we talking about is a microcosm. We want these hijackers off this goddamn realm, out of this realm. They parasites, man. They gotta get the fuck out of here.
I just noticed something today. How's my mic?
We hear you.
Yeah, you ever notice how when you handle coins, your hands really stink? You only have to touch like some coins once, and it makes your hands stink all day.
Yeah, they stink. Like, and the
Yeah,
coins are fake. I
and
was
the
weighing
thing,
pennies the other day. I had a penny from 1979. It weighed 3.2. I weighed a penny from 2023. It weighed 2.3. It's a complete ounce off.
yeah,
Yep.
it's like dented in the middle. The outside is the same. It's the same thickness, but it's kind of dented in the middle part. Not only that, it's different metal.
Yep.
But today I was handling some change, and I noticed my hands really stunk. And then I picked up my keys, and I had my tongue on the roof of my mouth while I'm smelling my keys, and my tongue was actually tingling like I was licking a 9-volt battery. Try that.
That's all the waves in the air.
With your tongue on the roof of your mouth, and the tip of your tongue will tingle. It's really weird.
Damn, it ain't gonna show up. This is a penny from 2023. It's 3.1. No. This is a 1979 penny. It's 3.1 on the scale.
I have some Newfoundland pennies from
2.6. They're using lighter metals, and they're using. It's not even that much copper in these new coins. They ain't worth shit. It's more like alloy or some bullshit.
We don't even have pennies in Canada now.
For real?
We don't have pennies for about 10 years or so at least. No pennies. So when you buy something, it's always rounded up or down to the nearest nickel.
They're gonna slowly like.
So like if you buy something and it costs $1.12. Like if a stamp I don't know if a stamp's more than that now, but like if you buy something that costs $1.12, you just give them $1.10 because it's rounded down.
What's up, Drop?
Yo, drop. Peace, man, peace. Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you a story about copper. For a couple of years ago, I think this was like 10 years ago here in Sweden, southwest of Eden. They suddenly claimed the 50 center, the smallest one. It's like, yeah, because that was 100% pure copper. And they say, yeah, people, let's get these coins in tomorrow. It's quickly. You got a few weeks. Please. And everybody was like collecting all of this pure 100% copper metal thing from everywhere. And I was like, damn, are people stupid now? So they claim that, yeah, we're going to use the copper. Yeah, we're going to use the copper for uranium. You put them in the mountains, in the holes, and we're going to use the copper to isolate it so it's not going to get radioactive from the power plants that we have in Sweden. So people is like, yeah, that's a good thing. But thing is, they took back the metal thing, because what we're talking about metals. And I got a question for you guys. What the fuck, does gold and have any meaning to this? Or is it that gold is the only thing that you can burn one again, and it still will take it's down to 24 karat. You can burn it how many times? This is the Lord of the Rings. And now people is like, yeah, you have to buy in gold, they have to buy in precious metal. Yeah, but if the system still is not going to work, do you think that I'm going to go down with my big trunk of gold down to the boys and be like, yo, well, come on, how are we going to pay the things that we would like to buy every day tomorrow?
You can't beat that.
So, see what I mean? Where is the price of it? Yeah.
We were nuts to give the government this much power over us in a way, like me personally, yeah, we basically gave them, like,
Yeah,
if we wanted to be a true free country, why the fuck do you give someone to represent you? Wouldn't we represent ourselves?
yeah,
It don't make any sense. What a free
no,
country, the people should be the representatives. We're too lazy
yeah,
to
right.
represent ourselves. We gotta put people in position to represent us for us. We're not smart enough to represent ourselves. Come on.
Yeah, but you guys overseas, the dollar is based on petrol. It's based on oil. The same with the medicine from the
And
government.
energy.
It's all petrol based. But now with these BRICS, that Putin guy and Brazilian guys in China, stuff like that, they're going to do the thing in gold instead. I mean, yeah, we have to think about a little bit further. What's the price on every one of us? And we are actually the one that make it possible to even think about gold and dollar and petrol tied the dollar thing. I mean,
I
where is
think
actually the value of us to just be around here? They're
I
using
think
us every
you
day. Every day.
have
Peace.
savings going to disappear. You should, I would say, whatever equity or what cash you have, you should try to cash it in on something tangible instead of trying to hold on to it.
You're right. You're right. It has to flow. The flow has to be on the flow. That's the thing that they control. They control the flow and the growth. Exactly, since fag community, hip hop community. Nowadays, we understand what they deal with, the 808 and everything, the beat, everything like that. It's like, yeah, maybe flow for a while, but they stop the flow. The same with money. Same thing.
That's the devil whispering in your ear. All these temptations, man. It's like when you're fasting. Now I understand. The other night at work, I was understanding. And lately, probably the last 2 months, I've really, as much as I talk my shit about the Bible and I make jokes and stuff, I was thinking about, I've seen it in a whole new, Jesus walking through the desert and the devil with that was his own mind. Like, I'm starting to see it in a different light of the temptations he was having was himself tempting him just to eat, now they might have made the story, but you get what I'm saying, right? Like when you're trying to master something or you have these temptations that lead you off your path, I don't know what
Yeah,
that's
Chuck.
called. But people call it the devil. It's your own mind working against you, right?
Yeah, like
Um,
food is less and less satisfying now to me.
yep.
Like I'll eat some potatoes and some squash from the garden and stuff, but it's like I'm still hungry, not physically hungry in my stomach. It's just like I'm hungry for something, but
You
I
need
don't know.
fuel.
I don't know what
If
it
you're
is.
working, you need fuel. You can't fast, well, you could. I'm not saying you can't, but people think, right, that they could just fast right off the bat. I could do 2 weeks right off the rip. You're gonna shock your body, probably have a fucking stroke. There's a lot of people that are being misled. I tried to do it like that my first time. I tried to just do it right away, and I was like getting dizzy and shit. I would stand up and be like blacking out. I was like, damn, your body's in shock. You don't know what to do. You got to gradually do things, but it's possible. Look at Dom. He said he went, what was the longest you went down? 21 days, 22 days? That's fucking amazing, bro. That's, 21 days. I couldn't even fathom that right now. I thought about that, Dom, and you mentioned that. I'm like, damn, 20
No,
something
me
days
either.
of no food, bro. Just water and
What's amazing is if you fast for a couple days, you'll
get
have
stronger.
you'll have this giant shit. You'll wonder where the hell did that come from. It's like
Sit in
your
your
body's
guts.
your body's throwing out all the garbage.
Yeah. But that goes to show, man, even when you're fasting and all that sugar that sits, all that soda that rots your gut, Like all this stuff, man, these terrible foods we're eating. Like I feel the same way. Like the more I've learned and looked up ingredients and stuff, I don't even want to eat food sometimes. And that's what pushes me to not eat. But
They're
you know,
adding
it's a
that
different story when you're working and you're burning food and your energy up. It's a whole nother hungry. You know, it's not
I
like you're
would
sitting
buy.
down, you're moving around, burning that whatever's left, you're burning it up. And if you're skinny and you're not a fat fuck, you have no business fucking fasting. Really, what's your body gonna feed off of? You know.
I would buy pickles at the store, for example, and then I'd read the label on the cheap brand of pickles, and it has this stuff added to it now, like even coconut milk pickles, olives. It's got this shit called polysorbate in it.
If you can't
And
pronounce it, denounce it.
Polysorbate 80. So I don't buy that anymore. Anything with that in it. I look at, and more stuff has that in it. It's literally poison, I guess. I think it's to make it more palatable, but
It's all filler. It's all filler, man. That's my goal, man. I want to fast. I want to be able to see if I could do in time. I'm going to work on it. I want to cleanse my body. That's one way to cleanse your body of all these poisons and chemicals and bring back the strength of your liver and your kidneys to filter all this shit out. There's certain plants out there that strengthen those organs.
They're putting
you know,
canola oil in everything too. Canola oil. It's mass-produced oil.
It's filler.
And you look at a container of mixed nuts, and why in the fuck would you put canola oil into something that everything in it has its own oil already? Like what the
Probably
hell?
for the weight, so they can give you less and charge you more.
Now
It's
I
all
don't
about
even
weight.
buy those mixed nuts anymore if it has canola oil in it. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Charles, the same reason why a lot of folks struggle with fasting is the same reason why most people are on the computer. It's a mental issue.
Yeah. Your own mind is like, I'm fascinated with my own mind. Like, it can be so amazing and it could be a motherfucker to go to war against too. Like, my mind is a trickster and like a motherfucker.
Yeah, like this weekend, the Wi-Fi that I go on, it was shut down. Their internet was shut down on the weekend, and I thought I was going to go crazy. I went the whole weekend with no internet. So then I'm listening to some old Richie from Boston videos that I had sound recorded on some. I have a few Android devices. So
I feel you on
listening.
that one, man. I feel you on that one. We are so hooked on this internet. So we talk about drugs and we talk about this. But if we close it down for a couple of days, you get hybrids, you know. Big up
It'd
on
be
that
whispering.
one, please.
But like, come on, Chuck. You know you want a bear. You know you want a bear. You know you want to feel good for a couple hours. Come on. Like, I'd be like, what the fuck is in my mind working against me, man? You know, all these years I got to battle that voice. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Where are you coming from, man? I've been drinking 15 years and it'll be that voice. It's like tempting. You're like, come on, man. You know you want one.
We can go down to the. Let's get down to the station and ask the pushers. Do you got any YouTube hits over here? I mean, I really want a strong YouTube hit right now. Do you got it? Can you please give me that? I'm gonna be like, no, I got fentanyl and I got weed and I got no. I would like to have a YouTube hit, man. Peace.
If I can share a little bit, guys, what the written work does and the diodes in LED lights and what the Wi-Fi is doing, it is constantly bombarding the upper brain. That's why.
Please tell me about the LED lights because I'm going mad around. Everybody got the LED. It's so the light in them is like dead in a way. It's like oof, LED light. They got. IP number also. And we bought a new refrigerator to this place for a couple of months ago. And that fucking refrigerator got Wi-Fi. What the fuck's going on? So I got a network. So the refrigerator can actually look at you and check you out. And, yeah, man, it's like totally fucked up.
Yeah, I saw some light bulbs at the dollar store. Bluetooth light bulbs. I'm wondering what the hell. Like you can dim them with your phone or something. Like I don't know. You have an app and you can dim your light bulbs with the phone. Bluetooth light bulbs.
This is the trick, yeah. There's something about this hypnosis that people are in. The shape of the earth and blah blah and this and this. This isn't hypnosis, man. The Bluetooth is the connection to get people into this pendulum of an hypnosis. I definitely into that thing, yeah.
And you ever notice how it's hard to see colors in LED light?
Yeah. I got some light bulbs here. You can swap. If I click 3 times on the electric button, brum, brum, it starts to be like a flame. If I tap 1 time, it's a steady light. 2 times, it fades in and fades out. It's like, what? So I can communicate with the light bulb, with the button on the wall. 3, pop, up, and it starts to be like a fire, man. Ooh, creepy stuff.
And the street lights are poisonous. The new street lights. You can't even stand to look at them now. Like when I'm outside in my yard, there's a street light in the back lane, and when it gets dark, it comes on, and I can't even stand it. I have to get out of that light. It's poison. I first noticed this about lights on the construction site when they have the temporary light in the building, inside the building, so we can see the work. And I'm telling you, it actually made me feel sick being in that light.
I've been working many years with that, man. I've been in the construction business for plenty of years, and I bought this headlamp. Yes, so when I'm walking out with the dog, and nice to have a flashlight up in the head, you know. And in the description, it was like, don't point this to any human directly to their eyes because it's going to make them blind. Be careful. And I'm like, and especially with dogs and cats. So if you have that up in your head and you have an LED light, super strong shit, and you're pointing that to a dog or a cat, they can go blind. It says that in the paper that arrives with the thing you buy, you know. It's like, it's up on the paper. It's black and white. Yeah.
It's something weird about it. It's like it's not giving the light to your eyes. It's taking the light from your eyes.
Yeah.
Kind of like the moon.
Like inverted in a way.
It's kind of like the moon.
I will have to dig into this. The LED light is very, very, and it's not many people talking about this because it's so common. You can't really find a good light bulb as you could before. Wolfram, it doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't exist.
R1, it's the diode that's actually in the light bulb. What it does, it entrains your upper brain. So we used to live in an age of darkness, the dark ages, before we had artificial light. So this is why people used to worship the sun and all that, work with the sun, because you would have clear days and nights. So the diode that's in the light bulb is like how people read a book from left to right or right to left. It entrains the upper brain. This is where this concept of the king and queen sits. This is why when people read books like the Bible or whatever, they become scholars and scribes. They're usually not using their midbrain. This is where Hinduism talk about you're supposed to do things like a mantra.
God's throne, right? The third eye, God's throne.
You can, that's the eye of the beholder concept. So now, once you start doing a mantra, then you have to embody it. The reason why they say embody it because it's your gut brain that actually communicates with the mind. It's erroneous to think that you're using the mind, but you're not the mind. Mind meant man, image of man. Again, where's thoughts? You know, we have a natural light here. We're not talking about the sun. We're talking about when there's a cloudy day, there's still a light out there. That's not from the sun. The sun is a different story all by itself. That's a 7-day cycle. So now, until people become aware of that, what they're doing is they're using an indoctrination of belief systems to justify the belief system. They don't question from within. They'll question from without. They'll use their senses and then think, well, but that's what it is. I said, no, I could show you a hologram of a spaceship. That just proves your senses could easily be misled. This is why some people have to do substances like weed or ayahuasca, bloodletting, just to actually have a little peek into the unknown. Once you become aware of the unknown, then you start thinking, okay, where are thoughts? Where's the air? Why do they call it the four winds? Why do they call it northeast, west, south? Why is it the letter of the laws? This is when you start stripping all that shit that you've been programmed with. And then you start using the beginner mind. And then at that point, you're teachable. Outside of that, you're just programmable. More programs. Give us more programs. We're going to go to a digital system. Don't worry, you guys will get into it. Why? Because we're taking from another program. We're in a 10-year reset. How do they know there's a 10-year reset? Because they understand the luminaries. Once you understand the luminaries and then they manifest it into the physical, that's called time and space. That's called centuries and decades.
Lumen. It's the hue. It's the light.
Yeah. Those are breadcrumbs.
That's why we're called a hue man. The luminaries. It's the Uman, right? The hue. In the word luminaries and human, I don't know. The Uman, right? The light.
Humans, have they ever existed, Jack?
That was a funny video. Look, I want to show truth on this.
True, guys.
I have to show truth on. You still here? Yeah, you still here.
Yeah.
I downloaded this video. They colorized it. I was talking to True Zone about Germany in the 1890s and all the technology these cities had. Now people think this shit is new. All this like tech and shit. It's nothing new, man. I just want to show you guys can unmute it. I don't think there's any sound to this video.
Hey, I'm here.
Pull up.
I'm here, bro.
All right, y'all could unmute. There's no sound. This is on one of those trains I was talking to you about. They colorized this video because it was black and white. But this is Germany in the 1890s. They already had stuff to record, cameras, TVs. All that that's just new. But look at this train. It's the track's above them, right? It's not sitting on the track. It's sitting the opposite way. It's like the Six Flags ride, Superman ride. See, there's a cart they just passed. These people are so far ahead of their time. I mean, now I know why they wanted to get rid of a lot of this tech, you know, so they can.
Charles, I think even that was reverse engineered from something earlier.
Probably.
Yeah, that's probably a bumped down version of something that they had hundreds of years ago, probably. Like, I had a weird dream that I was standing downtown in Winnipeg here, and in the dream, the Trudeau character was standing beside me in the dream. Like, you know, our Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, he was standing beside me, and I was asking, how old do you think these buildings really are? Like the buildings that some of them are still downtown now.
That's all in my dream.
And he said, I said, how old do you think these buildings are really? And he said, 800 years. And then he turned and walked away like, oops, I said too much. And that was in the dream.
Look at all that ancient stuff. Yeah, man. Ain't nothing new under the firm in the dome, man. I've been looking into that.
That's amazing how they colored these.
I've been looking into the ancient civilization, Atlantis, man. Look into Atlantis too, man.
We don't even have the recipe for that metal today. That metal is lightweight and strong, and we don't even have the recipe for it today. They can't reproduce that metal now.
Because people were more mastering of their craft. They were taught at a young age the correct stuff. Now we're taught to be dumb, you know. Imagine being taught alchemy from a young age, and you just master the alchemy, the elements, the sorcerer, the master of your elements.
Yeah, they overstood it. They overstood alchemy, and so this is why they had power. Well, not powerless. This is why they had cities, ancient cities with no power lines, because they knew everything was argon energy. They knew the straight. You could go to nature and get energy. We didn't need to go hook up to a machine to have power. They overstood this, telekinesis and all that shit. They was doing
Hmm.
that, you
Hmm.
know, type 2
Well, the climate
civilizations back then, man. This
Man,
shit
look
here
at
right
this
here,
city, man. So beautiful.
this
the
grid they got us
paintings
living
from
on ain't shit.
the paintings from Russia, the great artists before the 1800s. There's no winter scenes in those paintings, so the climate was different. Like not very long ago.
Hmm. Yeah,
Like
that's
I
why I'm
think
big on these giant people, man. These 12 up to 14 feet. Now I don't know about Titans. That's a possibility, but I can prove they were people that between 9 and I'll say 14 feet.
I think this winter we got is artificial. That this ring we live in was hacked and turned
Yeah.
into a pump with
Why
ice in
are people worried about it warming up, face plant, right?
ice in the north and ice in the south and hot at the equator. So
Don't I say this all the time on your panel, Charles? I was talking about that on my panel. Yeah, winter is artificial. They brought that shit. The hijackers brought that. It's
Yeah,
called
you want it
sub-zero
to heat up.
technology they use because this is a tropical planet. This is why they worried about global warming because it's no such thing as winter. There's no such thing as fall time. These are all manufactured seasons by invaders, man, by different entities, man. So they brought that tech, but that sub-zero technology they use is ancient. It's not supposed to get cold here because it lowers the vibrations on the planet. Why you think the trees and shit die in wintertime? They so-called die.
we kind of live in a ring, right? There's a
Yeah,
ring
we
in
look
the
at
north, a ring in the
yeah.
south, and we're in between. And they turned it into a heat pump.
Look at
Pumps
this.
It's
pumps the
never
I'm gonna
heat
supposed to
play
up.
get
you
cold
a
here,
quick
man.
video. Y'all could unmute when I play. I don't think there's sound to this video either, but this is some of the proof that I can put into play. That's why they're destroying a lot of these old buildings, because of the proof that's right in our face. Oh, there's sound. But look at these doors. I mean, come on, bro. There's no one on our side. Look at where the lock is way up there. I mean, come on. I mean, let me play that again. Yeah, struggling to close that heavy ass door.
The buildings they didn't get dirty. They didn't get all grubby like they do now because things were tuned. It wasn't didn't stick to stuff.
I also heard a thing about the giants is like that there was more oxygen in that time, and today they took that
Yeah, they
away
cut them
with
trees
the
down.
them trees down, and so
The
of course there
frequency
was
is
more
different.
oxygen. You got bigger lungs, and you got bigger artery. You got everything's get bigger if you got more oxygen. So it's not that.
Apparently,
Yeah,
they did experiments where they grew fish in a tank with higher oxygen and a stronger magnetic field, and the fish grew way bigger with a stronger magnetic field also, and more oxygen.
Like they say, like this technology here, this is the 1800s, this tech right here. Where the fuck? They were bringing trains on boats across water already, right? But back then in the they said in the 1800s, they were riding horses. But where did this come from then? Where did this technology come from? See, they rewrite history and make us think that we were dumb living in, like, people weren't designing stuff already. Where did the tech come from? The giants. That's what I think. The taller people with the bigger brains.
Because they know because we creator beings, man. So this is why when you want to manifest something, it starts in the astral, and we bring it down here into the physical. So we've been doing this shit. This is why they want to keep us stuck at jobs all damn day, because they know we creative beings. We're gonna be out here building all type of shit. And this is why they try to sell you. They just, like you just said, they try to sell this shit like we were just illiterate, like we just riding on horses in the 16 and 1700s. It's all bullshit, man. It's his story. Told you we was a type 2 civilization, man.
The Dark Ages. I think the Dark Ages was when they knocked electricity out, and that was the beginning of the end of great knowledge. And like, we're gonna dumb these people down. Let me put the four horsemen in the background.
Bro, if they
Right?
can't even if they can't even build a pyramid now, if the ancestors was building pyramids via telekinesis, and these imbeciles can't even build, they got to build artificial pyramids. What does that tell you? They still to this day they don't know how to build a goddamn pyramid,
Let
a
me
real
see.
one.
Who's seen the video? I forgot who put it out. I think it was Eric Dubay, where the guy, man, I got to share the video in a minute. I got to pull it up because I know Renegade would be interested. And the guy is saying to go to Antarctica and settle this so-called war between the globe and the flat earthers, right? And I told it don't even make sense. There's nothing to settle. I said, we're still waiting for you to present that curvature I've been talking about, where you go around this ball. We don't need to prove anything that the ground is pretty much level. You get what I'm saying? Of course, there's hills and valleys and shit. That's common sense, but there's no
Eric
curve.
Dubé apparently is from
You
he's
don't need
from
to
a
prove
royalty
anything.
family. It's just to distract us.
I
really.
think for me, myself, and I in this moment, and I'm listening to one of my oldest best friend on this YouTube streets. Me and Chuck, we've been around we know. So for me today, I've been very off grid for a while, and hanging around with you guys tonight, and I got the dog is chill, and it's like, today I want to hang around and just talk about these things. And I've been shadow wanking, as me and Adrian say, London man, shadow wankers. I've been watching some things, and this final experiment, this final blah blah, it's like blah blah blah. In a way, since 2014, when Bro Sanchez had like 400, as we have today, like 500 people hanging around, and dramatically 10 years later, we're sitting here talking about if the sun is there, it has to be a globe again, and that Jaren and whatever, and it's like, come on now, guys. It's like, it's always been a basic logic, easiness thing to figure out. And
It's
then
not going
if
to
it's
happen, is it?
24, I'm
Renegade.
living near the North Pole, guys. Shaq know me for a couple of years, and I for all my life, I have 24/7 sun in the midsummer in Sweden, southwest of Eden. It's normal for me. And if the sun is up 24/7 down there, they say, I say outwards here. Maybe that is just a reflection in whatever, or is it a second sun? I'm open for everything. But the globus guys, they have a closed system. We that are leveled, because for me, I only can relate to what I can experience, and that is water is always level, and the sun is going in its anilemma. We got 4 seasons in different places on this earth. They have 2 seasons. And I'm big into this 13 months, 28 days a year, because it's been raining all the summer, and suddenly in September now it's like summer heat. It's like, because we're wobbling in an anilemma, and we are so circularized and see everything in circles or squares. I see it in an infinity 8 with higher and lower grounds. Of course, it's cold up in here in north in the wintertime because the sun is further away. And one of my good friends in New Zealand, Dini, he's like, yeah, the best place to buy a house in Sweden is if you got the best places in south. But in New Zealand, you buy a house where you get the north. See what I mean? So we have the observations about how the sun travels above us, and that is where we are. And you cannot come to me and say this is a home depot and it's just a bigger ball and blah, blah, blah. No, 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 no. The pole star is still there. The pole star is still in the center. And the water is level. That is enough for me. And then if it's an uprising earth or gravity bullshit, I don't give a fuck. Because it's actually the water that tells me the truth. See? That's the thing. For me, it's basic easiness, yeah.
Do you think, Renegade, do you think that final experiment or whatever it is going to happen? I don't think so. I think they're just going to keep talking about it as a distraction.
Yeah. Exactly. It's already a distraction.
How are they getting the privilege to go to Antarctica?
A short answer on that one, I think that is just going to take us longer. This thing is just going to take it longer for us to really see what it actually is. Everything that distracts us is going to take us longer time to get to the bottom of what this really is. Because nobody on the street, Sanchez or me or whatever, actually really know what this is. That is the big mystery. That is the big life. What's the meaning of life? Yeah, I would like to know where I live. And I'm humbling to whatever we can try to experiment with and da-da-da. And so far in this level, we only get this far that we know that water always stays level. And it's law of perspective. That's it. The sun and the moon, what is it plasma? Is it this? That is up to us to actually help one another to find that answers. See?
I'm going to pull this video up, Renegade, so you could see it. And this guy, he's cool as shit. How do they get the privilege to go to Antarctica where you got to fill out applications? They get to bring 6 special, right, flat earthers and 6 special globers. Like, come on, or something like that.
Jeranism is participating in the distraction as a so-called flat earther.
That maybe always worked from the very beginning to be just like that. Maybe that was his, I've got a job for you. You're going to work, pretend that you're a flat earther for 10 years. Say that you're the best one. We support you guys. Brown.
Yeah,
and do that thing. Yeah. It could be like that. I don't know. But I don't trust many people, today's man. It's like I don't have many people on my surroundings. No. It's like I hardly trust you guys. I never met you. We're sitting speaking on the YouTube streets. But I feel a good vibe, so therefore I'm here. So okay, cool. But still, how many to trust these times around? Oh yeah.
Hey Chuck, remember I was saying that maybe all the lands are born.
We want you to donate.
Hold up. Oops, sorry. Go ahead, Faceplant. My bad.
That all the lands might be born out of the north. That the tree of life, the lands might be the branches of the tree of life. And the way
that's why they call it country. And the country is the council of the tree.
Comes out of the north. The way the icebergs calve in the north, the ice has a vertical grain, but in the south, the ice is laid in a horizontal grain. That's the difference between the ice in the north and the south.
Yeah, I got a question for you guys. And Faceplant, I'm listening to you right now. I have to tell you about a thing called the Bock family saga. And that's actually the original story from the north. Finland, Sweden, and it's not been written down. It's all been from mouth to mouth. And it's called the Bock family saga. and it's an English guy that represents this thing. This is an old one. I've got it on my channel. You can go in and find it there. Because where did it start? You know, origins, aboriginals, whites, black people. That is the big discussion also in the same time. It has to be started somewhere, not with a big bang. Or is there any start or a beginning? The next question. But the book Family Saga, I know you, Chuck, you and I, we've been checking that out. We read Squid X. You remember that for a couple of years ago. We were down to that. And he breaks down the language barrier, and where actually the alphabetic thing started is on this book Family Saga. The root language is called the root of all languages. So check that one out. It's pretty interesting to check it out. But this is not racial thing. It's not about skin color. This is just a story that I've heard, and it's connecting with the Tree of Life, because this is a story from the North Pole. And one more question. If they go to Antarctica, let's pretend that we get an ice ring that we call South. Because North is the center of the Gleason map and center of this so-called flat Earth, okay? But if they go to Antarctica, why do they choose just that place? I mean, if it's a ring, they can go to the other side, to that side, near New Zealand. So where is actually Antarctica? Please help me out with that one. Yeah. On the globe, we can find the island on the other side, the South Pole. That's Antarctica. But if it's a ring, then you have to circle the whole ring to say that you've been to Antarctica. See what I mean?
Yeah, one side of the Antarctic is farther away from the other side of the Antarctic than any other place on the known world.
Man. Yeah. So that's
so
the thing.
Where are they going in Antarctica? They say they're going in the South Pole, to the South Pole or something.
Now we're talking. No.
All right,
So
I got it now.
Jeranism is bullshitting then.
All right, I'm gonna put the video up. I'm gonna switch over, and we're gonna, it's called The Real Final Experiment. Like, who gives these people the fucking the real final experiment? Like, I smell fishiness all over this bullshit. But hold on, let me switch over.
Yeah, the city's attacking me here again now. They say I have garbage in my yard, but it's building material. And I went walking around, and it's way worse around the neighborhood than it is in my yard. I don't know what the fuck.
All right, I'm gonna pull it up.
I have a big yard for the middle of the city, and they want it. They want to put up an apartment block here. They want me dead.
Paul says, I heard why you voiced on Sanchez this morning. I haven't been on Sanchez. I've been on Sanchez's panel one time. I really don't go up there because I don't know.
I know. Yeah, I know. I feel you on that one, Chuck. I feel you on that one. It's been too much. It's been too concentrated of type of vibe after a while.
I got hidden on Sanchez about 6 years ago, and I never went back. I never trusted him after that.
He's tricky. He's a tricky one. I don't praise him to this guy. I only can say that I've been on his panel for a few times, and I can say if I met him personally, that should actually be a really nice guy to just hang around with the day. But still, today's get too much after a while with this. I don't know. It's something underlaying there that is a big. It's like a resistance for me. It's like, okay, cool. But I still respect those guys. But See, you probably see what I mean. I mean, I think the racist thing is bigger in the United States, or is that all over the plane? I think it's all over the plane.
Sanchez's information is powerful, man. He
Yeah, it
opened
is.
my eyes to a
He's the
lot in the
master
past.
now.
I got
Yeah,
respect
yeah.
for him, man.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
He's
10
done a few
years.
things, but that I didn't agree with, but not in
Yeah,
detrimental.
yeah. No, it's a big respect to Sanchez. Much love to that man. All the time. He said, actually, he's the only one that really can speak around the flat earth like no one else. He brings in the spiritual business and it really gets down to it. For me, that is impressive, man. I love him, man.
All right, I'm gonna play this
Yeah,
nonsense.
Yeah, do
This
that.
guy, yo.
it's not a ball, but most of the flat Earth argument is boring to me now.
It is. I agree, man. I agree.
Is
It's super boring.
And
For me, it's more interesting to see if we can find out more questions and ask things and work together on that. That is the progressive thing. That is actually the creative thing of it. And when it gets down to it, is it like that, or is it like this, or is it like that? That's not creative. I
yeah,
want to
like
create, and I'm curious. I know I'm
the water
curious.
out of the north from below, like
Yeah.
it's rising in the great tree. It's vertical, and once it hits the artificial winter, it freezes. So it should be.
all right, y'all ready? I'm gonna play this.
Yeah, man. Shoot.
Whether you know that the Earth is a globe, or whether you know that the Earth is flat, give me 3 minutes of your time and you can literally change the world for the better. And if you don't care what shape it is and you think it doesn't matter, then please hear me out. And I'll explain exactly why it does matter. Whatever evidence globers provide, flat earthers will never leave it. Because we've all conditioned to be that way. It's deliberate, and I'll get to that in a minute. On the globe model, the Antarctic continent takes up a relatively small part of the globe, right at the bottom, and the coastline is at about 10,000 miles long. Okay, on the flat Earth model, obviously it's very different. The Antarctic ice wall goes all the way around the outside, encompassing every continent on Earth, and is quite a difference, right? So what if we could prove it for ourselves once and for all, without anyone official being involved, without any either side being able to call foul or that's cheating. So here's what I propose. We get half a dozen of the most famous and outspoken globers, half a dozen of the most famous and outspoken flat earthers, and we put 3 of each into 2 different aeroplanes. All right? We start them off at the same point, and those 2 aeroplanes fly off in opposite directions, following the coastline, which means they'll meet approximately halfway round on the other side. So on both models, supposing they set off from the closest point to Chile and halfway round, they're both going to meet up somewhere around Tasmania. All right. The difference will be the distance they've traveled, and how far and how long it will take them to get there. So supposing, for argument's sake, that those both planes are traveling at 500 miles
Charles. Do we lose Charles?
No, cool.
So, guys, the concept of when people play moronic games like the chicken or the egg, most of them forget they're being distracted. Do you see the words that you're explaining? The concept of half empty or half full. A wise person will ask questions such as, "What's in the glass? Can I talk about the table?" The flat earthers and globalists are both fucking idiots to no end. It's like Christians versus Muslims. So unless people understand their senses, I see stuff here on the earth, nature. I see a lot of man-made stuff. I see two spheres up in the sky. I've jumped out of a fucking plane, so I understand it's colder up there down here. So now we're talking about magnetic energy. So now I don't give a shit if a guy has 100,000 people or 1,000,000 people following. Muslims and Christians have billions of people following themselves, being misled on a constant basis. If I tell a child, sorry, Charles, if I tell a child, do you see stuff down here? Do you see anything up there? No. Have you been high enough up in the sky? No. So then how the fuck does it serve you to know either way? That's more fucking moronic talk. And anybody that plays that fucking game are asleep. You should get a piece of wood, hit yourself in the fucking back of the head to get your attention. Outside of that, you're disgracing your own fucking species.
Well, all the experiments that were done, we're still waiting for that curvature with real experiments. We still have, we're still waiting on that.
But Charles, how does that help humanity? It's like saying whether or not you did or didn't.
The thing is, when the humans realize that they've been fooled, then things will happen. See, there is not a matter of the shape; it's about the lies and the truth. My opinion.
Well, that's a good opinion.
Well,
that's a good opinion.
did you guys see the whole video? Like when he was talking about getting a plane and going a separate way, which we don't even know if these maps are 100% correct. And two,
no map is
how can you use an airplane? The government ain't just gonna let you fly the way you want to go on your own. It's gonna be all charted. So come on.
The military complex is this all about. The military complex. That is what it is about. Nothing else. Okay?
They're trying to put to bed. It's just gonna. I have a feeling it's gonna come out to where the agenda needs to be, as always. That's why they got certain people to come together and do this so-called experiment, because it's just gonna back up the agenda. Because I think their agenda is people are getting off course. And when you start thinking for yourself, they don't want that. You gotta stay on their agenda, man. They don't want us to think for ourselves. So they need people to believe we're still flying on the ball, and there's meteors falling to Earth and all this nonsense. What's the highest balloon that was sent up? I don't know the exact fucking height, man. And that hasn't even been done in a while. There's like a couple of experiments back in the day, and they put an end to that quick. I don't see anyone going to the desert launching up balloons. So That's another issue. I would love to know if, I have an exploring, as a younger age, I loved exploring and hiking and all that. So, what if people were to find out it's an infinite plane? How do you think that would affect their system, right? Maybe some people will want to break free and go explore and get away from all this. They don't want that, man. They got to keep us. Now, what if we are parasitic? Look what we've done to this place already. Let's say there is a dome to keep us, because we're so, it's an experiment. Let's say it is, right? And they got to keep us in here because we are detrimental to whatever's outside of here. If that's the case, I don't know. Never went out and looked. But we are parasitic, and our minds are infected. And look what we've done to this place. Imagine if one of us got out into a pristine environment, right? How we would infect it, just like Axis had mentioned. You put a parasite in a complete balanced environment, and it's going to do exactly what is done here. Eat it away slowly. Destroy it.
Well, Charles, simple examples, even in our lifespans, where certain people will describe you can only go a certain altitude, then you have to slowly, gradually go up further. The ones that can actually understand how to do control of breath. No different if you go to the depths of the ocean. So now when people understand what laws are, opposed to what men do with policies, you realize everything is governed here. So unless you get taken up into the spirit or some essence, this vessel stays here. So now
Yeah.
where does a body of water go? Again, it goes with the ideal. If you grasp the ideal that maybe you're entertaining that humans do not make all this technology, there could be from other surrounding landmass. Could be. Again, everything's entertaining because none of us have ever been up there. It'd be like all four of us. If we met an alien, how would we actually explain it to other people? How many fucking books would have to be written? How many YouTube channels would you be able to channel this information? Would you be able to say somebody, I kind of understand that, but how does that serve? At that moment, how does it serve? Everybody's trying to, I got you kind of ideal. This is kind of like the Adam and Eve story. Everybody's pointing fingers to each other, looking for somebody to blame, but never taking accountability. How would that serve you if you knew the earth is or isn't the shape it is?
Yeah, there's no point in pointing fingers, blaming each other. I've come to that realization.
You can.
It always leads back to self. It always does.
Okay, and what is the
through
self?
Looking into my own self. It's always, no matter who you want to blame outside yourself, it always leads back to you.
Okay, so now at that point, Charles, this is where the concept of know thyself. There's the knower and the self. The self is the program. I'm talking to Siri. Siri, you're a program, right? You're not the vessel, are you? No, there's something running behind me. So this is where people play with the concept of know thyself. Once you realize the knower and the self are both programs, then you can understand what's the observer. There's the observed and the observer. Then you realize you're in an objective realm and you're using words to describe it. I see a tree. I see a sequoia tree. No, you don't, Dom. You see the lineal objective realm. Most people are so asleep still. They can't even grasp that, which is fine. You want to entertain ideals? That's all it is. You can play with ideology. You want to do facts? In this case, written work. I said, did you experience that fact? Well, no. Did you actually observe that? No. So then you're fucking parroting information. People have never got mad at themselves long enough to realize, get that fucking program in line. Self-aware opposed to aware of the self. If you're not sure, then tell yourself, who's running my liquids right now as we're hearing each other? Who runs the body when you go to sleep? The reason why most people don't do that because they've been so fucking indoctrinated. They'll look at their hands and say, well, where do you see the word hand?
I've been wondering this stuff since I was fucking 11 years old.
Well done, Charles. Well done.
Looking and wondering, like, where are these thoughts coming from? Why, when you put your hands together, do you feel energy flowing through your hands? I wonder what is all this stuff. I've always been very knowing there's more to what we're being told. Peace to No, Paul, and Hurricane JW. And I forgot to say what up to Extraterrestrial Flight Force. I always wonder these thoughts. Where are these thoughts coming from? Are they truly your own thoughts? Are they being put there through technology? What the fuck's going on with this place? Is it really an experiment? A genetic experiment? It could be. And that's what people want to ignore. The truth would hurt so bad if that was the case. They got to cling on to these religions and stuff. It's a possibility we could be. They make animals genetically, right? They come out with all these different dogs and shit that they're genetically creating. Well, why couldn't they do that with us? If they're doing it on that level.
The truth could be something very sour, but the deception would be so sweet. It's like when people said they know the truth. I said, then therefore you must know what a deception looks like.
Yeah, Dom. I thought I was so smart, and people told me I was smart, and I thought I was smart until I was in my 50s. And then, like, I remembered some things that happened to me when I was small, and I had a breakdown, and I started to realize how things like Freemasonry have been in my life and affecting my life and everything around me all my life. But even when I was small, before I could talk, I knew there was something wrong with this place. But then I went ahead and I was participating in it until I was in my 50s. And I had that breakdown and realization about everything. So
I was fascinated with light when I was younger. I thought my mother was plugging lamps into the sun. I'm like, how the hell did she bring the sun inside when she would turn it on? I was like 3 years old. I was sticking forks in the socket, trying to figure out where's this light coming from.
Well, we do have the concept of the year release around the age of 49, 7 times 7. That's the vessel. So now, for a lot of folks, they'll go from being smart to clever, opposed to going towards wisdom. So some people will say, okay, Dom, I'm a doctor. I said, I didn't ask you if you're a fucking doctor. You're being clever at this point. And even if that, we're going to talk about being a doctor. Are you a teacher of some sort? And who are you a teacher for? Again, that's more indoctrination. People will go to university to get 1 or 2 degrees. I said, that's an accomplishment. Now you have another couple more thousands of degrees to learn. Again, this is where awareness comes in. Now, we're going to be hypocrites when we're talking about this stuff because you're going to be talking among the masses. I don't give a shit about the masses. They're doing quite well on their own. They're being led like a fish on a fishing hook on a fish. And they do it willingly. And each people get conditioned by their own parents. So if you're going to have a complaint to your parents, but even that. But what happened when you find out they've been conditioned? They've been programmed. It'd be different if we jumped into these forums and all of a sudden, bang, you can learn all these different languages. You have to be conditioned for those languages. If not, then what? I can learn Sanskrit today. By the end of the day, I can learn Mandarin. I can learn Braille. Doesn't work that way. That'd be like talking to Siri. I said, Siri, what's running? There's a lot of things behind the program that's running me. So then, Siri, you're not the body. You're not the computer. No, I'm not. Are you the Wi-Fi? No, I'm not. This is where we play with the idea of what is prana, what is air. We see its effects. We erroneously say shit like cause and effect, but yet we're not seeing air. Well, some people might have that ability. Good luck with that. And the ones that can, no different. Some people can play instruments and they can see colors. Some people can actually consume blood and actually pick up memories from somebody else. But that doesn't mean we all can do that. And when we do, then we start respecting each other by saying, okay, so this person's a seer. This person's what they call a mystic, or this person's a wizard. What we end up more times than not is we do lower shit like belief systems. Even knowledge is low shit. That's why there's a tree of knowledge. If that's what you want, go ahead, fill your boat. Understand what the spiritual and the material world is. You're living in an evil world. You're living in a material world.
Hey, Dom.
Yes.
I was struck by something like I'm less of a TV watcher now than I ever was, less and less all the time. But I found myself watching Jeopardy one time. And maybe there's some synchronicity about watching Jeopardy on that one occasion and just watching a few minutes of it. When there's a a question involving that the moon causes the tides. And I had already realized that the moon can't cause the tides because the tides happen wherever they happen at the same time every day. You can set your watch to them. But then on the question on Jeopardy, they made a point of saying that the moon causes the tides, and when the question was answered, they zoomed right in on Ken Jennings' face, and he says, "Yeah, the moon causes tides." And you know what I mean? Like here's Ken Jennings. He's one of the smartest guys in the world, you know, in the world. The WH.
So why doesn't the moon affect natural bodies of water that don't have salt in there? You know, I think it's the electromagnetic or there's some sort of drainage system at the center.
That's not the point, though, Chuck. The point is everybody assumes that the moon causes the tides because it's just another excuse for the proven theory of whatever of gravity. And then the TV's making a point on zooming right in on one of the perceived smart people in the world, Ken Jennings, and him saying, "Yeah, the moon causes tides."
I used to watch all them History Channel. Remember when cable had like Neil deGrasse Tyson Space and shit? And I used to be like, what's a light year, right? All this shit they come up with, right? The best piece of knowledge I was ever given is so simple. Is perspective. I tell my friends, you think you could look up and see light years away, and you're giving all this nonsense that, well, the sun is 100 times the size of, like, all this shit we're told. And we're put our trust into these people because, you know, we're told by our parents to trust these people. You know, they know what they're talking about. They went to school for 15 years and they read all these books, and it's just we blindly accept all this shit without thinking for ourselves for real. And
have you ever noticed, Dom, you too, like that picture that Chuck has there? Oh, it's similar to a magnetic field, like iron filings around a magnet. And it's also, it looks like pictures of a cell dividing, like how all the chromosomes or whatever are wiggling around, and it makes the cell divide. That's what it looks like to me.
Look at the center of this map right here. You see I never noticed this till I got this big version of it. You see the thing that bro talks about, the center that creates the tides, the swirl like a drain.
Yeah,
and I think the mountains bring the water down from above, and it's like a fountain that cycles the water. That's what this place seems like. I guess some sort of a fountain effect.
Some places have tides and some don't. I think it's actually the land breathing, the land going up and down as it breathes. There's land under the ocean too.
Could it be the lands farther from the center don't really have that much tides, and the lands closer have a tide?
I don't know. Some places have more than one tide. Some places have more than one tide a day, and some places don't have tides at all.
But I know one thing. We each got a piece of land behind us. We're the four lands at the center now.
I mean, we can say one thing. The earth is not static. The earth is a living organism. That's the thing. It moves. I mean, we got moves everywhere. It's not static.
As above, so below, man.
Yeah, man. It's not static. And what they're trying to tell us, they're trying to trick us and say it's static. But it's organic. It's organic. It's a living thing. It's a living thing.
It's a living thing.
Yeah, and I can say to Doman, you know, that the thing is that is there a bore, is it flat, so tired of that. I can agree plenty. And I can also say, go check London Man. He's doing his thing. He's talking about some totally different thing. He doesn't care if it's a flat or a ball. He's into his type of animal structures, and I think that's pretty interesting too. Even see
It's like
it
as above, so below, man. We could be the little
yeah,
microscopic. What's on our
yeah,
skin, we could be
yeah,
that on a giant, more.
yeah. Micro, macro, we don't know a shit
Yeah,
actually.
micro,
So,
macro. There you go.
yeah, but still we're searching, and I love that people can be curious, because that is what we've been teared apart in this system. You should not think by yourself. You should not be curious. Don't check things out. Just swallow. We're living in a just swallow system. It's like this duck liver type of thing. You give them so much food, so they can't even take care of it, but don't question anything. And that's the thing. More questions. More questions. But still, water is water. And what is water? Water got memory. We talk about tides. If we look at all what we talk about all the time,
Water
still
is
the
the
water
energy
is,
too.
yeah, water is the central thing in our lives. Everywhere. Everywhere.
I like how Dom was talking about these chemtrails and how they're a highway for these signals, these microwaves, because of the
Yeah.
metal and stuff. It becomes it's like
A
it becomes
transponder.
yeah, it becomes a highway for all these signals, man, and it's
Yeah.
terraforming everything in a negative way too. It's throwing the Earth off its frequency it thrives off of, I think.
Just before
Base plant dipped out.
for a few hours ago, the clouds here was like stripes, like super striped, like look like a micro oven type of style in the clouds. It's obvious what's going on. It's a magnetic thing, and they're disturbing this thing with this LED inverted type of reality that we are them
Look
pushing
at
on us.
But look at these light bulbs, right? I think about these light bulbs and they put that little bit of power in there, which the powder is a gas in the powder form until that electricity hits it. You need that powder or that gas in the powder form with the electricity for it to glow to make a light, right? It's not just the electric current. It's also you need the gas. It's the containment of a gas in the bulb with the electric. Just like our realm is contained and electric within, if the electric currents hit certain heights or certain patches or levels of gases, it'll light up different colors. But it has to be contained, in order for that, the containment of, it's sort of like when you put oil in water, that's how this place, basically the heaviest shit is the ground, right? And it goes to the lightest, that way up there. We can't breathe when we go so high, probably because we're inhaling gases and it's detrimental to our body and shit. That's why there's probably really no whatever we breathe in. It ain't just oxygen. Everyone says oxygen, oxygen. There's carbon. There's all sorts of shit we need, not just plain oxygen. Hydrogen, right? Carbon, oxygen, all that good stuff. Put your and start
All of
inhaling
that.
power pipes.
Shock, please. That's a good tune. All of that good stuff. Have you been bumping lately on the beats that I send you?
Yeah, I mean, when
Cool.
I before I started working a few days ago, which is detrimental to me. Like it's been a while since I worked hard, man, and then I start to really see the effects of me being 43. In my mind, I still think I'm 18, but my body's like, chill, bro, you ain't 18 no more.
I know. But tell me about
yeah,
the new
I got
work.
a lot of lyrics.
What's
I want to
cooking
do
with
more
the
with
new work?
Sir Drop, man. I'm waiting on him to send me some stuff too. I like making music with Drop.
Yeah, but he's busy on the YouTube streets. Isn't it?
Scott's serious about his craft. He's always putting
I
music
know.
out.
Yeah. Yeah, but isn't it Sir Drop in this human small future shock movie? Isn't it Sir Drop that talk about that he saw the humans? He has the same voice in a way. Yeah, was that lurking, spitting, and
You know what's wild about I notice about me? I'm never satisfied. Like one day I'll write something, I'll be like, "This is fire," right? And the next
I
day
know.
I'll look at it and be like, "The fuck was
Yeah,
I thinking, man?"
I got the same problem, man. I got the same problem. Welcome to the club.
One day I love it, and the next day it's like, eh.
Yeah, I know. But that's the way to make things creative, because you always have to questioning what you are doing. If you're not questioning what you are doing, you're not creative. Creativity is, you have to question it and you have to get the flow in the same time. Otherwise, you're not creative. And if you question it, if you're doing it, people is like, yeah, but that is like actually taking down your creativity. No, you have to, because that makes the resistance. Without resistance, you're not going to create.
This is something I wrote the other day, and it's not finalized. These are just what I wrote. I have to tweak it to fit into this beat I'm working on, but I don't know if this is gonna make the final cut. But this is a verse that I wrote. Sometimes I just jot down notes that go through my head, and then I piece it together later. Um, that's one thing technology has benefited, is when I'm on the run, and I used to be like thinking stuff, I'd be like, man, I wish I had some way I could write this down instead of carrying a notebook with you. I said, my thoughts are racing as if I sniffed the Ativan, plus YouTube stunts my path, blacklisted shadow banned. It's not a devil or a serpent, it's corrupted man who blindly defends thinking he's putting out God's plan. As a child uploading parasitic programs, a virus in your computer's hard drive stored in the archive, treated like another pawn on the board. I refuse to accept defeat, activating my third eye. Visions of an eagle like letting the bird fly. Someone who tells me what I want to hear is no friend of me. Friends that become future enemies. Choose your path wisely if you're moving like the Genovese. It's a privilege for my attention and my energy. Not everyone's intention is the best for thee. I'm an ace in my craft like Dennis Eckersley, creating magic mold and sound so effortlessly. It's effortless when I'm focused so sequentially. And I stopped it there.
Joe, haha. Let's drop this stream. Me and Chuck, we're gonna go into the studio for the moment, and you other guys can have a good night. Okay, peace out. Yes. Come on, Chuck. Head over to Telegram when we start working now. Bro. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. That's creativity. Bro. Love it. And the thing is, me and myself and we're writing. No, I'm not writing for you, for them. You write your own book every day. You write your own page every day. Every day you're writing your own page in this now. Then it's history and future, but you can't write the future. You can't sign the future. You can only sign in now. That's the only thing you can sign in. History.
Yeah. Now it's like I gotta take that and I gotta come up with a it's like row your boat. One thing I've noticed is you gotta have a it's not just rhyming words to a beat, man. You gotta have
No. Yeah, it's down the lemma on it. Put down the lemma arrangement on it. You need a verse, you need a chorus, you need a bridge, you need something to walk over, something to swim in. It's like, yeah, and it's patterns, isn't it? We're dealing with patterns.
Look at Wu-Tang Renegade, right? Like, back in the days, music, like, I was listening to an interview with, what's his name, from Helter Skelter. Rock, because Rock passed away, Sean Price, but from Helter Skelter was Rock, and he was saying nowadays the craft of music isn't like it used to be. Like everything mattered, like your ad libs had a meaning, everything mattered, wordplay. Things are done so sloppy and quick nowadays. Is really not everyone, but a lot of these artists have no. There's really no positive benefit. There's no balance to the music. It's all around negative.
Yeah, I've seen the problem with music. It's more became like a competition than just respecting one another's painting. It's like, yeah, sorry for the shit, really good things from Morocco. Bruv. Brum. At last. Yeah, but check this. The strangest thing with music, Shaq knows my music history quite good. It's been a long ride. I'm 53 plus today. And I started to make music when I was like around 15, 16. I was down with those studio guys because I was the DJ that could scratch on vinyls. So I'm the original vinyl. But the thing is, I don't like with music because I'm the only one in Sweden that did not sign any contract. No way. The other guys did. Max Martin, Dennis Pop, my homies, Diane, Sister Teresa Marley, blah, blah, blah. I've seen it since I was like 15, 16. I was down in the studio because of my love and passion to scratch the vinyls, just scratching it, you know? I don't give a fuck about the music.
It's like expressing yourself right through the music.
Yeah, but I'm scratching in. I'm still scratching out. But what I noticed was that music suddenly became type of a sport. Oh, I'm making better beats than you are, and my beats are selling more. Yeah, but your fucking beat sounds crappy, but you're making trillions of dollars crappy beats. How the fuck can you say that my beats are nah? See? So the music business became like the Olympic Games. Yeah, I'm making these type of beats and a brap brap brap. And in that case, I'm stepping off. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Because music and rhythms is the most basic elements in our lives, spiritual wise, that we ever can reach. And they've turned music into a competition. I have hardly problem to listen to music that I feel the vibes that this is a competition type of style. Music is not sport. Music is spiritual. It's deep. It's easiness also. You can have a rhythm and you can laugh. Look at the kids. If we pop on the drums and then we've been jumping and say, yeah, peace, peace. But the grown-up, man, bum 808, drum machines, bro, is so serious. It's serious about this fucking snare. This snare is this and that. Fuck off, man. That is not music. That is something else. That is competition. And I'm not competing with music. Music is the good vibes, hardcore vibes. It's your expression of your life. It's not a
I'm gonna give
competition.
you one more sneak peek of a verse when you're done, Renegade.
Rum.
This isn't finalized either, but I got a bunch of verses. The real good ones I'm saving. I don't want people to hear them because, you know, it's got to be a surprise when you hear it. That's why I don't really like hearing it, but it'll sound way better when everything's pieced together. I said, fee, fi, fo, fum. I feel like a titan playing handball with the stars and the sun. Hypnotized by tone, slave to the rhythm of the drum. What do you think? I look blind? You must think I'm dumb. As if I can't see your attempts have begun. Those subliminal shots acting as if you're tough. All these YouTube cops reporting channels is sus. You're the internet safety patrol, crime dog Scruff McGruff. Saying you expose demons, I'm here to expose your bluff. You say you're for the truth and exposing the lies, but probably work for the government to infiltrate and spy. I stay in my lane, mind my business, and play possum, drawing in the curious until I hear the trap snap and yell, got 'em! There's a lot of crime dog scruff McGruffs around here. You got all quiet.
But yeah, listening, vibing, checking.
Damn, it's dark over there already?
Yeah. See?
Holy shit, it was just light over there.
No. Well, now we're going into the dark side of Sweden. Yeah.
Hey, maybe that's what people thought. The Dark Ages were people living up there in 6 months of darkness, they thought.
Mm-hmm.
That's wild, bro. Dark.
Yeah.
Most of the
They
time.
can do the final experiment in my yard instead and say, yeah, we saw totally darkness for 24/7. Shit, that is a hardcore place. But they go rather to the Antarctic kind of place and say, yeah, we got 24/7 sun here. Or Jeremy will sit on the beach and be like, yo, it's fucking 24/7. Hey man, they not even go to Sweden. Nobody from this flat earth community, no Eric the Bay, no Sanchez, no Jaron, no one has come and visit me in southwest of Eden. Sorry guys, just joking. See? Come on, you're welcome. Shaq, take the plane over tomorrow and then we can go to Poland and check out your family. So drop the United States. You're living in the most weirdest country. You guys are fucking everywhere. You got NATO, you got Iran, Iraq, and Sweden, everywhere. What the fuck are you guys doing up from there, man? I'm over here, United States. That's NASA. It's Nazi. It's a cover-up. What the fuck is going on? You guys live over there. Hello? Please help me out with this one. Please. What the fuck is going on? The most evil government all over the place and them telling everyone that we are the best. I'm like, get the fuck out. It's not personal, guys. Don't take it personal. Oh, I'm sorry for you guys living over there. It's the same over here. Sweden is so fucked up. We got Wallenberg, we got everything also. So, this is a world government thing going on 24/7. There's no borders. That's it, you know?
Yeah. Remember that crime dog Scruff McGruff? That's funny, man. I remember they used to have that shit in school. All these like fake ass programs, Dare, Scruff McGruff, fucking all this dumbass shit. Make it look like they're doing something about the problem they created.
No. But Shaq, how did it end up that you are sitting over there and you actually from Poland? Did your parents just move over like that for a type of work or job? Yeah.
They left Germany in like 1890 something. Came here. My grandfather was born in 1920. With my grandmother. See, my grandfather's name is Edward WHATS. Like my name wasn't just like, my lineage is handed down through my name. I got my grandfather's name in my whole name. Like, I'm starting to see how they passed it down. My lineage. And through my grandma's name. I think my grandma's German and my grandpa was Polish. But my great-great-grandparents left Germany.
But you should actually sit hanging around with me overseas right now, and instead of just being over there, you've been removed from your culture in a way. See what I mean? Yeah, but this is the thing now. Yeah.
I'll show you my grandma. She looks just like me, man. I see her. Well, it's hard to see this picture because it's so old. My grandma died, and she had diabetes, and believe it or not, it killed her in 1970.
Mm.
Back then, they didn't have what they have now.
Mm-hmm.
But that's my grandma, Miriam J. Waz, but her name is Miriam Krause Waz.
Mm.
Marion Julian Krause, but then she took my grandpa's last name and added Waz.
Mm.
I could see me and my grandma, and then my mother for sure. You know, you could see the duplicate being copied through the genetics. It's crazy.
Mm. But this name WAS, Voss.
It's probably
That is,
shortened.
it's very. I mean, it's like WAS, Voss. I had an older friend that I play music with. His name was Voss, as your name, and Berg, Vossberg, Voss Mountain. And it was, I was always like, that's a strange after name. It starts with WAS and then Berg as mountain. So it's odd. You can have a name like Berg, blah blah blah, whatever. No, Voss, WAS. I was like wondering how you break that down. That's just, see what I mean? It's not. It's like 3 letters, and you got W, and then AS. Is that
Because they would
Polish?
pass down names, like Charles Edward Waz. My grandpa's Edward Waz. Then my uncle's Edward Waz Jr. And then when I was born, I got my grandfather was passed down with my name. So, that's how they used to do it. It's not that difficult when people say that's why you have a surname. And no, they're passing down. Families would not worship, but respect their ancestors who came before them. So their names would go into your name. You get what I'm saying? It's passing the genetics. People didn't worship fucking Jesus and all these deities, man. They knew their family gave them life. They had respect for the family to the utmost. That's why they had family crests. Now we fly country flags and shit. Family shit for the most part. It's all about your country now, not your family.
Yeah. They covered up in a way. The family tree must be more important than the country. So they just made us take gray zone in a way. Yeah.
I keep thinking in my mind. Anyway, don't matter. Anyway. Look at this shit. This is supposed to be one of the bombs they dropped, right? This shit looks like a blimp. Like, come on. Where were you putting a bomb this big? Please, somebody enlighten me on this. Yeah.
What is that, a bomb?
Supposed to be.
What?
Like, come on. Like, who lifted this fucking thing up? Or, I mean, look how little the people are there. I mean, come on, man. No plane could fit this thing in it. They said this was a bomb, unless I'm mistaken. I screenshotted it like this was going to be dropped on somewhere. Like, I don't even believe this atomic bomb shit. I know they got bombs, but
Listen, man, same here. I believe that's a hoax. There's actually a guy eating uranium, and he's swimming in radioactive water, and he doesn't get. He's still alive today. So I think that is the optimal thing. I think we link up on Telegram later on, and I will find that one for you, Chuck. I got that from Eddie. You remember Eddie? You were down with him for a while, my Swedish friend. He sent me this link, and this guy was bathing in the crash stations, in the super water. And he was like eating uranium, and it's like, whoa, he's still living today. Imagine, man. Radioactive warning, atom bombs. It's so yeah. I don't doubt that they got fat bombs, you know. But still, this radioactive thing, I'm seriously skeptic. Seriously skeptic. It's just words, man. It's like so easiness. Everything is about words. It's not
yeah,
common that we shoot
that's how we
ahead of us,
describe.
because if somebody shoot ahead of in your town today, probably they will speak about that on Swedish news. Yeah, somebody popped ahead in blah blah. But serious. What's the point of putting on this reaction on this beautiful plane? If they do it and they creep up from the bunkers, they have nothing to crawl up to. So they're bombing themselves. Yeah, this is the thing, Chuck. There is no forest on the earth. No, it's
From
been
micro
chopped
to
off.
macro, it's all the same, man.
Yeah.
It was at least at one point. And it makes me think about, I look into alchemy a lot, because alchemy and light and sound and all that plays a big part in this realm. But the way in these alchemy pictures, the old sorcerers, or they used to call them sorcerers, and then what's the other name they called them? Shit. Let me think. Anyway, they have these pictures of like little babies in the jar, and it makes me think of like this whole, like a titan creating this realm, because alchemy, it showed a baby inside of a jar with the fire underneath it. And if you look at that on a macro level, there's all types of fires under the ground, right, that probably heat this place on the different, there's all sorts of alchemy going on. It's just interesting. I look at these alchemy pictures differently the more I learn. And like Kane the Dummy was saying, the more I learned, the more I realized school wasn't teaching me shit, man. I really didn't know anything. And I'm learning every day, man. Every day it's something new I find out.
Yeah, that's the thing. Me too. I mean, I know. It's like when hanging around with this wonderful dog Atlas, and I'm learning how he's moving, and I was like, yeah, he's getting older. He's looking at me in a different type. Okay, cool. I can learn about the weather, learn about how take care of my shoes in a better way, because I've learned that, walked on that. So if we're not learning something every day, we are dead. Every day we have to learn a little thing. We just think about it. When that stops, we're dead. And that is what is dead to be. We finish with it, we leave the place, we have nothing more to learn. That is dead. Okay, as the ashes, it became to ash. That's dead. See?
Yeah, I was showing these the other day, Renegade, a bunch of paintings I found. I don't know if you were here for that. On how, I forgot the name of the painter, but this is a picture of the same place that the painter painted. And you could see these taller beings that once existed that walked with us. That's why there's huge doors and tall ceilings. It makes me think of Jack and the Beanstalk. Was this the land of the giants? And somehow, you know, I'm starting to think these alleged fables are more real than what they say is factual. Let your imagination run deep. I mean, look at this painting from the 1700s. Hold on, I got a couple I'm gonna pull up.
It's always those pillars. It's always a pillar, isn't it?
There we go. I mean, people were drawing robots back in the day, man. Like, this tech probably existed. But what's more important than these paintings, look at how little the people are. You know, where did we come from? Where did we stumble across this place? Did these taller people have a war of their own? And we stumbled upon it somehow? You know, what did our place get? Like, there's so many parables, man. I guess, I hate to say it, we'll probably never know the whole truth, the exact truth, but there's breadcrumbs left behind for us to piece it together, I guess, the best we can, right?
Yeah.
For those interested.
Yeah. That's the thing, yeah. So even for these small people that we see now in this picture, we could be giants for them. So.
All right, let me pull these pictures up. I got this one.
But we talk about perspective all the time. But here we're losing a perspective because you can't have the same. Can we have the same perspective even if it's smaller or bigger? Yeah, perspective is all the thing, yeah, isn't it? But why this roof is broken? You know, the ceiling. Yeah.
You see how tall these people are now, right? Same. You know, people say, "Oh, well, painters are very aware. You know, they're trying to express something. They got to be on point, man. These paintings are on point." You know, people maybe create excuses because it's too much for them to handle and they want to dance around the truth, but or whatever the truth is, right? People could say that's the truth, but is it? I'm not saying any of this is factual. It's my observation. Now, that's to where these heads were. This is a real picture of where the painting is. Look at our height compared to where their head is. Even here, these people are tall as heck. Right? What are they trying to express? Just like here. Imagine, these fucking giants' children were probably as tall as we are. That's mind blowing. Imagine a giant saying, "I'll send my son to whoop your ass." Anyway.
So you're gonna go up. What time do you have over at your place now, Chuck? 20:33 over here.
I got 2:33 in the afternoon.
Okay. So you work? What is you gonna go work tomorrow or what? Or
Yeah,
today?
I go to work tomorrow night. I got tonight off, that's why. That's why I'm not sleeping right now. But tomorrow
So it's
night,
a
we'll
night.
get back to work.
It's actually a night job you got.
For now, yeah, it's a commercial job at this college. This guy I work for gets contracts and shit. I worked for him a long time ago, and I managed to bump into him about 8 years later. And that's what I mean about working good and keeping a good, clean slate for certain people, man. You know, you might need people in the future. That's why when
most
I do my
definitely.
work, I don't just do it as a job. I put my heart into it because I love doing this shit, and I like to see people happy, and they love my craft. They love how good I am at what I do. So
It's like
it feels
street
good.
karma, isn't it? It's street karma, streetwise karma. Yeah, if isn't it? I mean, you're like, take care of the good people, even if you don't see them in 10 years, and suddenly they pop up and say, "Hey, can you help me out?"
Yeah, they are, Dom. Some were paintings, and people went and took pictures of where these paintings were, and they were lining up like here. Now, I don't think the painter messed up and just drew the people taller just to do it. I think they were trying to express something, and these paintings are not. What I've learned looking through these paintings is not every single one is like that. That's what makes it even more. You start to wonder. There's a few scattered here and there for the most part. You got to look through a lot to find them. You got to zoom in on them and look. I mean, so they definitely. What was all this book burning about? You know, like these people rewrite history, man. They could. You know how many people were just written out of history, like they never exist. We don't even know they were there. So many people, man. They're not even talked about. Gone. That's why when I die, like, I'll be a vast memory, man. How many people are truly going to talk about Chuck when I'm gone? Nobody. Here and gone, like I never was there.
Yeah. Who the fuck is Renegade? Who the fuck was Renegade? Who the fuck was Chuck? But it's gonna be like that, you know. It's
And I don't want to leave. Like, I don't live my life to like, you know how these people want to be famous and they could live forever through history and all that. Like, did you really? All these people they're like putting up on pedestals were evil fucking people who slaughtered millions of people. Is that someone you want to put on a pedestal? Come on. We got all the wrong people on pedestals, man. All these murderers and fucking generals and all this nonsense.
Yeah. No pedestal, please. No. I'm proud that I can experience this trip in a way, and like cool. So much weird things, but if I should be like 100 years today, I should be like, that was a weird thing. That was a weird trip. I'm grateful for that one. Hopefully, the next one will be more smoothly. Please. Yeah. Because there's also a thing, we do not see things as they are. We see them as we are. Yeah.
So, what purpose would it be to advance technology, even in the music industry? Because if everybody was just left to their own demise or their own curiosity, who would actually make a 24-track drum machine, electric guitar, speakers, microphones? We would still be using our own lyrics. We'd be like a beatbox. People would be doing harmony, singing like the nylons or whatever. But again, a lot of this technology, something or someone is entertaining. It could be like the ideal that, we're living in Satan's realm and he gives us a lot of bling bling, keeps us anchored here. You guys, you come in, the way I use it is we pay for the service, but we're indebted to it when we jump back into these forms because we're participating in using the technology. And then you can put money in a coin machine and say, listen, I'll use a car, I'll use a train. The governments will even mislead us by giving us, we have rights. No, you have no rights when you're using commerce, in this case, corporation stuff. And corporations do not abide by governments. If anything else, they run it. So again, who's giving us all of this? If a person is seeking that information, you might have to strip all the other stuff going on first, but I get the music part. People like to play with 440 opposed to 432. But again, those are just more anchoring tonalities.
Oh, interesting, man. I'm vibing with you because music saved my life back in the days. And
Yeah.
today, I'm crying to see that we can have AI producing music. Yes, you're typing in what type of style and vibe you want. And for me, that is like, enough is enough. I'm backing off. Music for me is the only present in this now. Is when you're not thinking, you're only vibing. That's the only place you can make music. But today we make music as type of career. And we got this attitude. And we got this and blah 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 blah. But still, today, in this type of now, we can actually make AI music, and that is okay. How easy could it be, or how lazy are you? Because to make real good music is also an effort you have to give in to get the feedback back into the speakers. So I highly respect the type of making music in a serious way, but it's getting gone too far now. AI music.
I'm glad I
For
don't
just,
work tonight, man.
bro, man. Also. Just for like 15 years ago, they got this Pirate Bay, and I was like, okay, now
It's still
music is
around.
getting free. Get a copy of
Yeah.
this one, you can listen to that one, and suddenly the poorest man on the earth is the one that makes music. There's no money in music. It's never been a business
Well,
in
the
music.
poorer
They
man
only
on earth
screamed
makes the best
in the
music.
butt, yeah. Yeah.
And then the Jewish people come along and benefit off it, and they rip the real creative person off. Oh, we'll make sure your album gets sold, and we'll pay for the advertising, and then people don't even know what setup they're running into to where next thing you know you're in the hole. You didn't even make any money off it.
So Charles, if you were playing with Baroque music back in the day and you were playing in those big massive churches with all that acoustic, you would look at rap and new wave and funk and all that and say, that's crap. Again, this is all dumbed down music right now, guys. Because
I believe it.
if you understand sound, then you understand nature. Nature's harmony. And
Hmm.
if a person has a certain tonality, then you can gauge it with numbers, frequencies. But outside of that, it's kind of like saying, okay, well, back in the day or today, people are doing cut and paste with art. Unless you're going to go inside of a cave wall and start doing it, this is a lesser technology. This is always being transformed. So
People can't fathom sound because there's sound going on you can't hear or see.
That's
There's
right.
always vibrations everywhere. People don't think of sound outside the sound they can hear or see. You know.
If you realize, like the music that we play, let alone the electricity and all that, that's a dumbed down version. And again, we're coming close now to the age of Aquarius. That's all about the air now. So we're not always going to worry about being earthbound. That's why they've been openly talking about things like transhumanism and metaphysical. We're going to go beyond the physical experience. But a lot of people are going to be attached, and most of them don't realize, you've been playing with that birth certificate. You've been playing an idiot game. Why? Because you're not the form. You're a spiritual being having a physical experience. That's an easy 101. You just start doing some inquiry. Some people cannot, all people, you start communicating with the vessel. And of course, then you can play, I think R1's talking about it being in a different hemisphere. He's in Sweden. We're in North America. Those are different hemispheres. It's your perception thinking one's better than the other without understanding behind all of that. There's energy behind numbers, behind colors, behind symbology, sigils. That's all energy. It's like today we have a chip. You can download all kinds of information. So now What people are doing is they're clinging to old ritual habits. If that was the case, if we had this technology back in the day of a different age, we wouldn't have the written word. It's just so dumbed down. And when I say dumbed down, I'm talking about it's a lower energy. It keeps you anchored here, very low. And for some beings, they don't want to be here. It's too low for them. And it's a struggle for them. No different than some people, they want to fly. Other people say, no, but I'm too grounded here. And music will play that. Again, music is kind of like elements. You start playing music, then you actually have lyrics behind it. You also have a raining water behind it, and you start playing with air. Those are all different elements.
Unknown, Don.
What's
People
that?
fear the unknown.
The what?
They want to stay grounded because they fear the unknown. Until
yeah, they could be, but they're usually ignorant of the known. They're ignoring all there. Like when we speak, the unknown is something totally different. That's called black magic. That's the unknown. That's the essence to the known. That's like the negative to the positive, or the yin to the yang kind of ideal. It seems like it's a duality just because people ignore parts of it. And once you become aware of it, then you realize, okay, so am I actually doing something when I'm playing my fingers with a guitar, or with the keyboard, or I'm doing Braille, or I'm doing American Sign Language? What am I actually doing when it comes to my own finger gesture? That's when you start expanding your awareness. Where most people, they're just stumbling along and they're justifying, they're repeating it over and over again. They're actually monitoring the same stuff over, and they go, I love music. Okay, so what part of music do you love? Are you having a memory to it? Most people will associate to a memory. Okay, so what age was your vessel when you actually enjoyed music? At that point, you become the student. Now, again, Charles, you know me well enough. I'm sharing with a few, not the masses. You know, once they become aware of it, they'll resonate with them. Oh, okay. I've always, like you say, like I've always known this.
Yeah, man. Listen, man. It's so nice to listening to what you are saying. You're making me glad. I'm listening to a man that I've never met before speaking about how you think about sounds and music. Thank you, man. I appreciate you, man.
I appreciate yourself.
Because
Obviously, you've done the
yeah,
work.
man, I'm
You can
really,
resonate
really
with that.
serious about it. I really appreciate this vibe, because music is a topic. It's so wide and deep, and boom, it can be crappy, it can be this, and people, so much identity in it, so much so-called culture in it. It's very loaded. The music topic is one of the most loaded topics in this human community, in a way. Humans again. them never existed. Remember that.
Sure.
These humans, strange ones.
we have all types of music. You know, the bagpipes. People can play with that. The people can play with singing bowls. Now those are instruments, and then of course some people just have a gifted with their voice. You know, you can have some people that have such an harmonic with their voice, and people will feel uplifted from it. It sounds like you've been uplifted from it, and you use the word, you know, it saved your life, or it perpetuated it, and made you realize, I want to appreciate more while I'm here.
Yeah. Yeah, music most definitely saved my life. I could be a hardcore Hells Angels man today. I could be in the gang war or whatever, but music made me into the spiritual realm, and it really saved me in a way. It was like a savior. It could be crosswise, but music really did. It made me, yeah, it was the healing process. It's like, wow. I'm so grateful for that moment. It's like, yeah, I found that thing. But today I'm not making music. I've never done it for somebody else more than me. The best listener is me, myself, and I. And I don't have to make music for you guys to listen at it. I don't deal with that today. Maybe tomorrow, but for the moment, in the last 20 years, I'm like, no. I'm grooving. I got my homemade bass. I got all my homemade instruments, and I'm jamming whenever I got vibes. But hardly today. It's hard to get the vibes, to get concentration, to be like centered, to just vibe and play. There's so much distraction and strange frequencies floating around, and connect with people to just hang around, play a beat with, and play for a few hours. it hardly exists because everybody got a super home computer, super alla stylish iPad music, home production anyway. So I can sit and do my shit by myself. I rather do music in that time with other people. That is for me like, yeah. Otherwise, I'm not so interested more than chuck out some beats and we can swap things and do music over borders and start sending one another things. That I try to do that sometimes, but still, it's more like no, the flame is not really there for the moment to deal with that business. I don't know what it is, but I don't
The
know, man.
ambition
It's
zone.
just better to drop it and let everybody do their thing because I think it's more and more getting into I'm doing my thing. And that's sad in a way. We could do our thing and just my thing in a way. Let's work together, yeah. That's power. That's maybe the biggest problem in these 99% of the people complaining over the 1% is ruling the world. Yeah, but let's work together then. We're not working together, therefore they can use us. See?
Like Truth Zone was saying, people rather donate to the billionaires than help out their neighbor, man. And I think that's where we're
Yeah.
going wrong.
Boom. That oh, make a tune on that one. 100%. Yeah.
The alleged billionaires, I think a lot of that's a front.
Boom. Oh, yeah.
They flaunt the material to make it look like the material's the illusion to draw people in for the material stuff. Like you could take this shit with you when you pass.
So, Charles, knowing that, when people go to a concert or you go to a gas station, are we not encouraging the wealthy to get wealthier? Because there's only a certain amount of families that actually own all the concert stages in the world. There's only certain people that actually own all the book publishing and all the music. They might have people that have stocks, but those are just more families. So we're always contributing. As long as we're playing with the currency, we're always going to aid the rich getting richer. Unfortunately, there's more of us getting poorer, both mentally, emotionally, and physically. You know, when you go and say, okay, let's say, and I've heard you kind of are one, it's usually a smaller number of people that are complaining about the 1%. The most people are still asleep. So it might be maybe 10, 15, 20% of the people, and there might be 1% that understand the other 1%. But for them, that's generational wealth. They understand the concept of coming back over and over again. Most people are going to still think that's woo-woo for them. So now, knowing that, how would somebody, if they thought for a moment that I no longer want to participate with it, you would have to come aware of all the stuff you've already been participating with. You know, every time we buy a laptop or an iPhone, we're contributing to wealth. You know, they might give the illusion that, oh yeah, we that's the Apple, that's Microsoft, that's Android. No, they're all connected, like all the gas stations. They're all connected in some way. When you go to somebody's grocery store, there's only, like in Canada, there's only certain families that own all the food, let alone the distributing part of it. So knowing
I
that,
totally agree. I totally agree, man. Oh, we precipitated in this thing. Yeah, I got my new iPhone. I got this. Have to be that in time. And it's like, but how can we get? People can't escape it, so we can't blame them because they're hooked. You see what I mean? It's like you can't really say that, yeah, because if you say that, if you don't take the iPhone, you're not gonna keep your job because you got different ideas. So people are quiet because they got loans. You don't buy a phone cash wise. You have it
What's up,
for
Max?
2 3 years, and then you have to pay it, pay. So you're trapped in that trap. And how can we break that chain of guilt? Because this is what it is. The money system is already, what should I say, is you can't put more water in a bucket than a bucket can fill. So the economic system is overfilled for many years ago. So now we're living on loans that money is created if you pay it in a couple of years. Okay. So the bucket is full for plenty years ago. So we're still putting water in that bucket that is overfull. That is the real economy that we're living in.
And they be
So,
double dipping. When
but
you're in
how
debt,
can you escape it? Because if you can't pay the phone, the company that you work for can't send an SMS to you and say, come tomorrow, 10 o'clock, pay your bill on the phone. The phone is the biggest trap ever.
what
Ever.
about,
And we're still
you ever
dealing. We
think
sit
how
on
they
the
do
phone
that,
right now when
Renegade?
the internet. Yeah, man. It's like that is the biggest
How they
trap.
turn your lights on with a flick of a button? They don't even need to send people out no more for the most part.
Yeah.
Well, I think they do, but it's just they go climb that power line and they just flick something. They like tie a thing. They just screw together a wire and boom, you got lights. If people were smart, they would climb that fucker by themselves and figure it out. Start watching them do it and learn it and do it yourself. That's what they were doing in the 80s. They were getting electricity from the power lines. Best bet is create your own. That's one thing that we could benefit is creating our own power. And I don't mean creating your own power. I mean, because you got to tap into the power that's already there to get the power. You got to learn how to extract it.
Yeah, but an interesting question then, Chuck, when we bring this up. Actually, what are you really need the power to? Is it to charge a mobile phone? Or is it
That's
that you
true.
need a flashlight, you need light bulbs where you live, but you can still light up a candle? What do you really actually need electricity for? If you break it down, it's not many things that you need electricity
Well, they
for.
say the more, why burn all the trees down, right? What you're gonna cut all the trees down and use it for firewood when you could pay in
Mm-hmm.
a light bill. It's easier. Like they con you
Uh-huh.
into a lot of
Uh-huh.
this stuff.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
A lot of
I don't
these,
buy
a
that.
lot of these things we're comfortable with are how these people benefit off of our comfortability. You know,
Uh,
buy their cars, buy their technology, buy their phones, and while we're using this for entertainment, they're using this to study us. You know, we think it's our entertainment, but there's a bigger. People be like, man, Chuck, you always think the world's out to get you. That's what some of my friends tell me. You always think of these conspiracies, man. You always think the world's out to get you.
So,
That's what my
Charles,
friends tell me.
you're starting a new job, so I'm going to make some assumptions. You don't have to answer it, but let's say people work for a company and they say, okay, I'm going to text you your timesheet and I'm going to text you your work schedule. So at that point now, you were thinking, okay, well, I need a phone now, or I need a laptop, you know, or I'm going to digital you money, you know, because even when people used to play and still do with fiat currency, people say, yeah, but I work with cash. I said, you know, you're doing a federal offense, right? Anytime you're using a piece of paper, you got to pay some sort of tribute to it, regardless if you pay hand to hand or you pay with taxes now, if you pay with a check. The thing is, unless you're going to give apples to oranges and orange to apple, which in the old days, that was what they would call tribute. Today, property tax is what's called tribute. When you pay taxes, that's tribute. You're paying a tribute to a system. Now, unfortunately, a lot of people erroneously think, and I say a lot, quite a few people erroneously think because government collect taxes, that goes back to the citizens. No, it never does. It always goes to another family or a corporation. And in that, then you get a budget, meaning that future generations are going to have to pay for that. That's why we have a constant deficit in every country. It's just America went broke in 2005. People aren't aware of that. So that's why they did the bailout here, print some money, give it to the bankers, go around and just change all of that, because in 12 years, we're doing something else. And they showed what they did in 2019 and 2020. You know, and they've done a 10-year reset. We're in year 5. So once again, this is where people don't really understand their system. So if you're going to rebel out of a system, you should at least try to understand it, because you might find out you've been disobedient to it. And it's just pick and choose. Like, you know, prisons are just a corporation. That's all it is. You know, you're just passing around, even when you're done your prison time or whatever, you're still paying through your birth certificate with that. So you're coming back even more indebted. There's a reason why they say 2 life sentences. Why? You think they're playing a game here? They think they're just making that shit up?
Well, no.
They understand shit. And if people start becoming aware of it, then they can participate more freely. Can't even say the word freely. My apologies. At least you can participate with awareness while you're here. You know, not to
Imagine
say.
that.
Yeah, go ahead.
We were just saying the 2 life sentences, and I just want to say, imagine all you did was sell a little crack, right? Harmless, you think. It's not a violent crime, but the feds pick it up. And you think, oh, they don't got no evidence. You know, they didn't get me with no drugs. I listen to a lot of these cases and the outcomes of them. The feds don't even need, like evidence. They're already building. If the feds come, they already built evidence on you. Best believe that. And they could make their own evidence up. Like I've listened to some of these cases where they be making shit up. And yeah, when that gavel comes down and you got 40 years and you're 28 years old, your life's gone. You're gonna come out when you're in your late 60s. You're fucking. It's the consequences.
Okay, so something like that, Charles. Once you're doing a plant-based medicine, whether it's heroin or marijuana or what all that kind of stuff, it's always funny when people think it's legal or illegal to put something in your mouth. Once you're in a civilization, you got to play by their rules. And in this way, it's our responsibility to understand their rules. If not, we're doing it out of ignorance. Now, somebody said, but I don't think we're harming anybody. I said, you're forgetting you're playing by their rules. You're going to go to their court system. Their court system is about commerce. It's not about justice. You want justice, you can do that outside of that. If somebody stole your animals, you can replace with another animal. So in this particular case, it's always funny when people think, well, it's legal now to smoke marijuana. I said, no, you're just one dumb generation from another generation thinking that it was legal. Again, if you want to participate in a civilization, you got to respect the rules. Most parents have not taught that to their kids, so they've neglected that part. And then they expect a schooling system to teach that part to them, plus morale. No, that's a lot of us. We have to learn that for ourselves. We have to go inwards and say, fuck, no sense of blaming anybody, because who do I blame? Do I blame my ancestors? Do I blame other people? That's wasted energy at that point. You're
Blame
living in
yourself.
country. Yeah, well, you can if you want, but Charles, even that's not useful. It'll induce more guilt. And a lot of times, why would I deem to be guilty when I was unaware of that? I could have been
But it
ignorant of it.
releases guilt. But when you think about your mistakes, you realize you need to think things out more and realize there's a consequence for every decision. You know what I mean?
It could be.
You gotta learn quickly.
I don't think ignorant means that you should feel guilty about it. If I didn't know of something and all of a sudden somebody made me aware of it, okay, now it's on me after. But outside of that, I can still get punished for it. I said, but I'm not going to feel guilty for it. This is where people perpetuate this. Well, I'm going to blame other people. I said, you're perpetuating guilt. You're pushing that onto somebody else when it doesn't belong to anybody. Anything else, squash it and realize that that's all it is. It is what it is. I was unaware of it. Now you become aware of it. Now what are you going to do about it? If you feel anything needs to be done about it. Especially when a person says, well, I want to change the system. Well, you better understand how the system came to be first and how many people are participating in it unaware. Why, you think everybody at NASA understands what's going on? You think everybody in the pharmaceutical understands what's going on? You think everybody in political understands what's going on? Just because somebody says he's a Mason, they're not going to understand what's really going on. These are chain of commands. And in these chain of command, most people are going to be ignorant.
Let's let me back on, Charles, man. You still up, man? I had to step away for a little bit.
Go ahead,
Yeah, I said I wasn't gonna go live this long, but I haven't seen Renegade in a long time. I'm like, fuck, I'm gonna enjoy this time, because I don't get to see brother Renegade a lot, because he lives in southwest of Eden in Sweden. So
That's what's up, man. We really tapped in with each other, even on my channel, bro. I got people in the United Kingdom, Australia. Like, we tapped in. That let you know we a collective, man. Like, we tapped in with each other. Vibrating,
a lot of Canadians I've noticed, which is awesome. Those are our neighbors, man. They're right there.
Yeah, I got people from
They live
Canada
on the other side of that invisible line.
I guess when you throw out a certain frequency, man, with these, with this truth, man, that truth carries a certain frequency, man. And, our soul is magnetism. So we attract what we are,
You don't have to apologize, Dom. Hey, a lot of people say Dom be just rambling, but they're not listening. That's the problem. They hear them, but they don't hear them. They hear the sound, but they're not interpreting it.
Yeah, Dom go over a lot of people's head probably, man. Because when he get going, he going, man. He cooking. You know, I respect what he say. I respect what he say and do, man. Dom a real one. He be sounding like a counselor sometimes, man. he should he should have been a counselor, man. Yeah, man. You be a good counselor, bro.
Well, it's like anything else. You know, I used to tell when I was being an electrician teaching apprentices, I would say to them, I said, you know how to play sports? Yes. You know what makes a good athlete? I don't pass the ball where you are. I pass the ball where you need to be. And that's what makes a good soccer player, basketball player. If somebody's doing an alley-oop, you don't pass him where he's at. You pass him where he needs to be. So it's the same thing with ideals. You have to pass information and hopefully people can meet it. If not, they don't realize you're standing on your 2 feet and you're not moving. You need movement. So, and again, this is for the few. It's not for the masses.
Anyway.
The few
Hey,
could be
Dom,
millions. Go ahead.
I just want to ask you, Dom, you got content on your channel?
The only thing I have on my channel is I make some things that I open up publicly, just stuff other people's stuff. Like your stuff will be on there too. I'll just, cut and paste it, put it there, and put it in certain things. But no, myself personally, no, not on that channel. I've done a couple on my wife's channel, but not here.
I thought you did content, bro. Yeah, I be looking up some of these channels that come up on Charles's panel, man. They got some real good shit, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Well, hopefully, a lot of us will eventually just start channeling, as opposed to having channels.
Got you.
Just channel information, whether you're talking to you talk to your brother, you talk to your family. That's total stranger. That's who you talk to. I get it. A lot of us go to here. It's kind of like going to a book club. Eventually,
Let's talk about channeling, Dom, real quick.
Say it again,
because I just want to say real quick, Dom said channeling. People don't even realize they channel. Like when I'm listening to a beat, I'm channeling, right? Just like a TV tunes into the signal, our body can tune into that same signal in the ether. We're the same as a TV and antenna. You just got to channel and clear the airwaves and accept the signal. That's going to go over a lot of people's heads, but hey.
Right.
A lot of times we get in our way, but yes, all four of us do. I've heard TZ talk about it, even R1 when he's talking about music, the way it's kind of like the way it's degraded now. There's a good chance we go into that zone, that flow kind of ideal. Sorry, go ahead, TZ.
Yeah, I know we can go within, man, but as far as me like channeling this information in real life, I haven't not met one person to match my frequency when it comes to this, this intellect, man, when it comes to this knowledge, man, when it comes to this truth. I'm gonna say that. I have not met not one person. That's why this is an outlet for me when I get on this YouTube platform. I'm able to like exchange emails, exchange numbers, and actually talk to people like they can resonate with me. You know how many of my subscribers I've talked to on the phone for hours, man? This one girl named Jackie. Shout out to Jackie. I talked to her on the phone for like 11 hours, man. That's somebody because we match. Yeah, man, real shit. You gotta think. You can't if you go talk to one of your family members or somebody you know personally about this shit, man, they're gonna beat you over the head, man. You're gonna get called crazy.
I wish I had family members to talk to sometimes. I think about that. Like people, so I tell people, man, we have differences with our family members, but embrace that time because when they're gone, you can't even have differences anymore.
Right. My family members never really embraced me, man, because I'm a black sheep, bro. There's always that one in every family where you're not gonna get embraced like that. You're gonna get shunned. So I've always
heard that too. So a lot of people that have like a lot of brothers and sisters, I hear that a lot, man. I don't understand that because I was the only child, but shit, I was ostracized by my family and my own doings. So I can't imagine having six brothers and sisters, and then
right. And right, we don't try to point the fingers at nobody. I ain't blaming nobody. I take full responsibility for my own actions as a man. So whatever I do, I know karma exists. The boomerang effect.
Sometimes you want guidance and love, and it's like, man, you can't even get that,
We just telling y'all. I just tell people what we learn from what experience teaches. So You know, I could say I was a black sheep because I had my mom had 6 boys, my dad had 10 kids. So, you know, I don't resonate with none of them. I'm a black sheep, but I understand that.
I
You know,
think TZ, if this helps a little bit, if I think you're already aware of it, you're going to have the Michael Jordans and the LeBron James of the world. The common theme is to play basketball, but they're just their special person. You're your own special person. And when I say special, you have your own unique way of doing things. To find another TZ, it's not going to happen. Unless you decide that you were, even if you were a twin, you're still going to be using different hemispheres. So you're your own person. The way you share yourself, and that brings a lot of release to somebody when you realize I'm just my own person. When I say person, I know I understand it's the mask, but in that, this is how a lot of people try to relate with each other with their own mask. I'm never going to understand certain athletes, no matter how well I think. Well, I play the sport too. I'm just not going to understand it. That's not my role. My role is to understand me. So
facts, man, facts.
I've been there myself too, where I've had my buddies and we have all nighters, 12 hours, 13 hours. My wife said, "No, Dom, you're going to your buddy's house because I got to come home early."
Yeah, you've been in for a while, Charles, man. I thought the live was gone, man. I came back and said, damn, Charles still alive. Let me hop back on for a minute. Because I had to step away and do a few things, man.
What was that? I had to go to bed.
I hopped back on YouTube and seen that you were still alive because I stepped away for a little bit. Like, damn, Charles still alive? Yeah, I should do that too. I give
I had
like
to
a
work
7 hour
tonight.
live.
I'm sleeping right now. Trying to sleep. I gotta change my fucking. I gotta start learning how to sleep during the day again and embrace the darkness at night
Oh,
for
they
a
got you
little
on
while.
graveyard shift.
Yeah. Because painting when it's at a college, so painting at night, these long hallways and it's all one color, but still it don't matter, man. It's a lot of painting, put it that way. But hey, the dude be like, just do your thing, take your time and do your thing. If someone
Shit.
says take your time and do your thing, you know what that means. Milk the cow the best way you know how.
Yeah, you got some fucking stool pigeon, some slave master behind your back, over your back. You know, be particular about everything you do. I work those type of
Yeah,
jobs.
I can't deal with that. I definitely have an issue with rude ass customers. I'll tell them to go fuck themselves. And that's one of, like, I admit it. That's why I like to do the work I like to do. Like, I've tried the food business, and you get some real, and I get it. It's gonna happen. The customer they say is always right, but that ain't true, man.
Nah, man, bro, I've almost come to blows with some of our customers. I remember one time this guy tried to spit in his food. This is back when I was a chef. He went and told my manager at the time, and he spit in my food. I almost got into a fight, man. I told dude, I was like, man, bring your ass outside, man. I almost got into like so many fights on these jobs, bro. That's why I just quit working for people and did my own thing because I'm shit. Like, I'm gonna catch a case fucking with these jobs, man.
That's why I stopped doing that. I said, you know what? This line of work isn't for Chuck, man. I like carpentry, painting, roofing, um, shit like that. Even though it's like detrimental, the older you get, the harder the work is, man.
Yeah, bro.
But
I can't go work somewhere now and work 7 hours, bro. I can't do it no more like I used to, man. I used to
I
could
have
do
a
that.
choice. I work. Not only do I take care of my roommate and help out, then I got to go work, and I got to do that's a job in itself. Like, people think I just like sit around and then I got to find time to do things I like to do, like come on YouTube, you know. So I got to fit it all in my schedule because I realize in life, I've learned through trials and tribulations. The only person that got my back is myself. When I'm struggling, people help, but you gotta like prepare yourself You realize in life, the only person you could truly depend on is yourself, man. That's it. You know, you
Facts,
got
man.
yourself.
Bro, you know what made me realize all I had was me when I was homeless for all those years. I was
Me
homeless for like
too.
5 years. Yeah, you know how it goes. So I was homeless for those years, living out of shelters, you know, living on the
When
street.
that shit open your eyes up, bro, being homeless, like, damn, and you're laying in that bed and you're like,
All I
I didn't
got
have
is
my
me.
family all passed away, so I'm like, and then my friends, I'd be like, damn, I used to be mad at my friends, like, man, they can't even let me sleep on the couch, fuck them, right? And then I'd be like, it's my fault I'm in this position, right? Why am I getting mad at my friends for not helping me out? You know, it's my
Right,
fault. I shouldn't be in this position,
right.
and you learn from. But still, some positions, man, it's fucked up, man. Like I didn't ask to be homeless; it just happened. You know, I was
When you
getting
in the
in
lowest
trouble
moments,
in and out of these jails and shit. You lose your job, you fuck up. It's all my fault.
right.
It's my
And when
fault.
you in those positions, bro, in those situations, like we were saying, it makes you realize all you got is you. Like, man, all I got is me. I'm a one man army, and you know, people take me the wrong way sometimes. They're like, Kentrell, how come you don't want to come around us? How come you don't want to hang around us? It's not the fact I think I'm better than anybody. I'm just a loner, man. I like my own company. I just like navigating alone. I like doing things alone, unless I'm doing it with my wife and family. But other than that, I'm to myself, man.
That's
Because
good, man.
I was that way for so many years. The
I
realest
used to
people,
work.
my bad, bro. But the realest people hang by themselves, man. All them fake motherfuckers, they hang in big groups like hyenas, man. Go ahead, bro. My bad.
Yeah. Nobody's mad at you, Bex. All that's I, all that's my fault. I put myself in that position and accepted certain things that I now regret. But I don't blame no one but me.
Plus, your friends ain't nothing but agents that are put around you in the matrix. You know, the matrix uses your friend against you at any given time. Anybody that's put around you can be used against you as a fucking agent. Mind you, we in the matrix, so that's what it's for. I'm not saying that people are not genuine. Some of your friends, but most of the time, nah, man. Every so called friend I ever had, man, they was all fake and phony, man.
Yeah. Like I used to have this friend. He passed away, man. He overdosed, but I learned a lot from him. He was an older gentleman, and he got hooked on, man, like listening to people and learning and listening to their mistakes, man. It's like, man, I learned a lot listening to older people. Like when I was young, I was always like, all right, if I want to learn mistakes from older, you know, I was always tuned into older people because I wanted to see what they learned through life living already. Like my grandfather, you know, lived all them generations already. Best place to get wisdom. Not all the time. I'm not saying just because you live a long time, you got the best wisdom, because that ain't true either. But he was explaining, put it this way. He had a business with a boat. He lived in Florida. It was in uh Fort Lauderdale. No, not Fort Lauderdale. Fuck, what's the name of it? St. Pete. He had a boat business, a car business. He had a family. He had his daughters. Then he met some chick, and they started dabbling in cocaine. Then it led to crack. Then it led to him losing everything. Then it led to him losing his children. Then it led like all this shit. Then he finally got to see his daughters after 6 or 7 years, and he got to see his daughters, and the next day he died. Like, this is the wild shit life will present you if you're not careful.
Wow, man. Damn.
He used to always cry to me and be like, man, I miss my daughters. And I'd be like, damn, bro, why don't you just go see them? And life happens, you know? You don't have the money to fly down there. But, yo, I learned a lot from dude because this was like 2003, a little while after I lost my mother. And he would get up in the morning. He had a van, a shitty van, right? People used to talk shit. It was a garbage van, but he still had a van. He still had tools. He still went out and hustled and would go door to door and fucking try to sell jobs to do pressure washing. Like, he had the tools, and I would go in them. He taught me how to hustle and get out there and get it, the money the legal way. Why you need to sell drugs when there's tons of ways to make money. I've always known that, but I needed to see it on a bigger level to invest into your craft, right? Get pressure washers, get transportation, you know, start investing into stuff you want to do, and you can make more money. Instead of me, when I was younger, I would have to use someone's lawnmower to mow their lawn, right? When I should have invested into a lawnmower, then invest into the tools you need for your trade, and you could make more money. You get more, you know, you get a little pickup truck, but nowadays you need a license for everything. That's another ball game you gotta play. Everyone talking about you need a license for this by the state, a license for that. But there's too much money you can make legally than to stand on the corner and sell poison, man. There's so many ways to make bread. But a lot of people are lazy minded. They want everything right away. And that was the mind state I had at a young age. I wanted everything now because I never had nothing. And I just wanted a fast way, a shortcut, right? But sometimes that shortcut could be detrimental, man. You take that shortcut, man, it could put a permanent stop on your life, right? You run into that wall head on.
Right. Yeah, man. That's what I'm saying. That's why I preach entrepreneurship on my damn channel, bro. You know, I ain't made a video like about that in a long time, but yes, even when we was younger, when I was younger, man, my parents didn't give me shit, so that made me that I had to go hustle. You know, my daddy told me, he said, "Boy, I ain't giving you nothing." He said, "You want something, you got to go hustle for it." My daddy told
That's
me,
what my mother told me.
said, "Boy, you
I
want
used to be
something, you got to
mad
go
as
hustle."
hell, man, when everyone's going on. You remember them in school, the field trips they would have? Like, they would go to Washington, D.C. for a night. I never went to those. I'd be one of the only students in the class while everyone else, their mothers paid for them to go. I'd be there, never went on any of them trips. I'd be mad at my mom, not understanding life. I would hold it against her, you know.
That makes you a better person in the long run. Think about some of these kids, man, because when I was cooking at that golf course, bro, a lot of those kids up there were rich kids, man, and they wasn't worth for shit, bro. I remember because I would go outside and cut grass every now and then too to make extra money on the side. And it was a teenage kid out there cutting grass with me, bro. The dude didn't even know how to pull gas into a damn lawnmower, and then when he was picking a gas jug up, he was struggling with it. I said, man, wow, what the fuck are they teaching these kids, man? They don't even know how to survive, do basic shit. I'm not saying all kids. But I'm saying the ones to be rich that had their parents get married, goddamn thing. The most of them I seen work, they ain't worth for shit, man.
Yeah, I got some big plans. I've been looking for a job. I've learned to not talk about things until it happens, because I don't know. I feel like when you talk about things, but yeah, I'm glad. Now I'm looking into the future, and I got some. I want to try some power moves here.
Yeah, man.
Some of the
Stack
things I know now.
that change, man. Stack that change and looking to starting your own thing, man. You know, then you can grow from there, man. It took me a while to figure it out. If I know what I known 5-6 years ago, bro, I'd have been doing what I'm doing 10 years ago. You know.
I'm only working because I treat it like the old school way. The new school way, they want you to go on the internet. Me, if I see a job I like, or you find out where some of these shops are where people work and they meet up in the morning to go do jobs, I would show up every day and be like, hey man, if anything, here's my number. And I would just keep popping by certain places where I know people. And eventually, man, they see that you're real hungry and you are serious. You know, instead of you sitting home talking about a job ain't calling me, man, it's because that's why they want you to go on the internet.
Yeah, man. Because these jobs, they not being. You gotta think. Back in '08, they ain't want to hire nobody like that. I remember back in 2010, they ain't want to hire nobody. They was real particular. Nowadays, shit, they hiring every goddamn body.
Yeah.
They ain't got to ever hire me again though, because I'm the job now. I'm the CEO, COO, fucking owner, operator, whatever you want to call it. I'm all the above. I ain't nothing. Shit. And I'll be damned if I go punch a clock and work 80 hours a week and 70 hours a week anymore. Hell no. I'm straight. I need at least 50 an hour if that's what they going. If that's what they want to do, they can give me 50 an hour or more, and we can't talk. They got to match what I'm making.
I worked 12 hours. I worked Friday, Saturday, and last night. I worked 12, 8, and 10 so far. I had to keep track of my own hours.
At least you like it though, bro. At least you got somebody that said, "Do what you do."
In
Work at
reality, I don't like it, right? But I force myself to like it because, unfortunately, I need those IOUs to benefit myself in life. Unfortunately, how am I going to feed myself, right? How am I going to have extra money for clothing and stuff like that, right? All my bills be paid, but I have no money for myself. So that's a miserable way to live, right? So I got to go out there and do what I do, man. Nothing ain't gonna. I wish my mother had taught me certain things at a young age. Like, I've always known that nothing's gonna come to you. You gotta go get it, man. That's one jewel I was taught young. That's why at 11 years old, people looked at me crazy. I'm knocking on doors of mow lawns. I'm only 11, 10, 11 years old, trying to get that paper. My mom was like, I can't afford Nikes for you. I said, oh, well, I guess I'm gonna have to get them myself. Damn, $2 fake ass Converse from Caldors. I couldn't wear them anymore. That'd be like your mom going to fucking Walmart and getting new Skechers. Even though that's another, to me, a parasitic mindset is they get you caught up with these labels, man, this clothing, right? In high school, I had to have $280 Timberland boots. Well, nah, back then they were only $100, $80. Now Timberlands are $200 for a pair. Because you got to order them, you got to pay for shipping and all this nonsense. But
yeah, that's low vibrational shit. I remember back when I was in high school, man. If you came to school with some knockoff Jordans, some fake Jordans, they sold fake Jordans around the way. Man, if you came to school with a stain on your white tee, man, niggas would be on you all day. If you came to school with some New Balances, well, niggas was wearing New Balances. If you came to school with some Shaqs on, oh man, I wouldn't even get off the bus. The niggas would be on you all day long. I put that on everything I love, bro. Especially my people. I'm gonna say melanated people, bro. Growing up, man. Oh man, niggas would be on you from the time you walk in the door in the school to the time you got on the bus.
hell yeah, don't tell me, man. Fuck that. The time you're waiting for the bus, and then the people you live with that live next door to you and stuff will still be gagging on you when you're walking home. So you either go home crying or you become tough and gag back. That's what I had to learn.
Well, I used to roast niggas though. Man, what I'm saying.
Oh man, no one was safe. No one. I made it so they would think twice about fucking with Chuck because I'll drag your mama into it and everything. I was analyzing it all, bro. Nobody was safe. Nobody. People used to gun me down about my uncle and shit walking barefoot. They used to call my uncle because he used to drink a lot and he would be walking. No lie. Thinking about this shit now. My friend Javon and them would be gagging on my uncle because he would walk barefoot to the package store in dead winter, bro. Looking like the abominable snowman and shit with his big beard. My uncle was like 6'6". Man, 280 pounds. He was diesel. Not cut up. He was fat with a bear belly, but he was strong. He looked like the abominable snowman, yo. Straight up, big. And man, they would fucking rank on me all the time, so I had to, you know, come up with jokes myself. You know,
Right. And you got to, man. Shit. Especially shit back in the day, but you know, like we all say back these we grew up in the '90s and the '80s, man. It was just a different time, man, different vibe.
plus it teaches you a lot gagging on each other, man. Like it teaches you to be thick-skinned and to have fun with it too, man. Like don't take it so serious, man. People are just joking. I used to take it very serious, like wanting to fight and shit. But then I
Yeah.
realized, man, it was
Shit, man, my
just
brother
laugh.
still do that. We grown man. We as we get around each other, niggas start we start. That's what we do. Niggas start drawing on each other. My mom was like, what y'all? Y'all niggas ain't changed at all. When I had a damn Benz, I pulled up my brothers. Man, get that old ass Benz, nigga. You know that's how we do, gagging on each other.
Life. I look back at like 2099. It feels like yesterday, but it's been 24 years already, man. I'd be like, God damn. Time zipped by.
Right, man.
Next thing you
Yeah.
know, I'll be probably exiting this fucking place, man.
Would you do this? Would you live down? Would you do this shit all over again, man?
Hell yeah.
So you want
Yep.
to you want to come down here and do this over again?
If I could be aware of it, it would be worth it. But if you're not aware of it, then we don't know if we've done it again and again. Every time we probably have come back, we were a different person and a different version. So we have no, you know, they're doing something to us when we're born. I'll tell you that much. To where it's, I think they have ways to make it so you can't remember. Like, I just look at life as the creator having, living this source of energy, right? Whatever people want to call it, the soul, the spirit, whatever the body embodies, like the energy. The body needs energy to be aware and conscious of what they call it, right? Um, People say animals aren't conscious. That ain't true. They're very conscious.
Oh yeah, for sure. Animals are conscious. They're intelligent. You know, everything's an emulation of us. Everything's a reflection of us. You know, nature is because animals are a part of nature, and nature's intelligent too, just as intelligent as us. For sure. Now get in the building. Well, I'm about to call my son. I'm about to call my son, man. I'm gonna get up out of here, man. Thanks for having me on, bro. I'll be checking for you. You know, later this week if you go live again. I'm gonna send you some paper tomorrow, man.
All right, thanks, True Zone, man. Have a good day, and
All right, you too,
check
bro.
in with someone.
All right.
Yeah, probably gonna jump off here in a little bit. What's up, a renegade? You fell asleep, bro? Renegade passed out. What's up, Naga?
Hey, nothing, just chilling. What's going on?
Not much.
Yeah, I just seen you was live and shit, and I see, the your thumbnail, so I'm like, all right, let me just come up and see what you're talking about and shit. But that's a fire thumbnail though.
Well, I started to go live just because people were texting me asking, am I going live? Am I going live? Am I going live? Because I didn't go live because I started working, but I figured let me let people know before they think something happened for the people who do care. Um, but yeah, I won't be going live as much, but I'll still be going live. which makes it even better. You know what I'm saying? Instead of doing it every day.
That's for sure.
I just can't wait for these 2 weeks to hurry up, man. So everything could be in line. And I'll be in such a fucking 2 weeks of struggle is gonna be worth it, man. I can't wait. I can't wait. I don't know why we say that. I can't wait, because I have no choice but to wait, right? I don't know why people say I can't wait. Well, you're gonna have to, right? We always say that I can't wait, and then yet they're waiting.
But all we can do is wait.
Yeah. Shit, 2 weeks might not come. You know, a meteor could fall on my head. I could walk outside, and a bus could run me over.
Bro, that's probably just mean that you didn't get to walk into 2 weeks. You know, you didn't get to see 2 weeks, but that don't mean 2 weeks didn't come. You just didn't get to see it when it come.
Mm.
Now I'm saying, at this point, it just means that, for example, if I'm waiting for next month to come and something happened to me, I die. I'm just saying it's not that, next month didn't come, but it's just that I didn't get to see next month.
Yeah. Yeah, payday. I just say I can't wait for 2 weeks, because then I'll be able to have everything set up where I don't have to worry. You know, I'll be able to budget my money the way I want it, and do the things I have to do. More or less do the things I want to do. Pay day. Pay. Peyote? I wonder why it's called pay. Yay. Ah, boy. It's about to be 4 hours and 20 minutes. Ugh. I tried to raise $20, but that didn't work. Which is fine. But anyway, what's up, Renegade? You alive over there? Or did you drift off? Oh, you're making a fire. Starting to get
Yeah.
cold over there at night. Those are the best fire things to have. My one of my old landlords has one of them in his basement in his house. And he's like, man, if the power ever goes out, I'll be able to heat my family. And this was 10 years ago. He was prepared for that shit, and it
Yeah.
worked. It's enough to go in the basement in his house and close that door and heat up the basement to where they won't fucking. He was buying cords of wood and shit and stacking it in his backyard. And I said, that's genius. Um, yeah, it's gonna be a full moon tonight.
No, it's not the full moon tonight. It's in 3 days, you know.
Mm.
It's not. It's not tonight. Hold it. I have to chat with you guys. Give me a few minutes. I'll be soon back. Check the fire.
That's why I don't even listen to these so-called astrologers, and I've lost all trust in teachers, and like this whole school system is an illusion of fucking bullshit. You think you're getting smarter, but you're getting dumber. Like, what more proof do people need? Look at it. Look how high this weather balloon went up, and as far as the eye can see.
A law of perspective, isn't it? Law of perspective. Natural law. Yeah.
How high do we need to go before we see curvature, man?
We can't go any higher. We are high enough. Yeah. That's the thing, yeah.
What up, London, man?
London. Oh, what's
morning.
up, man? Oh, Guan. Whoa.
Well, go on, Ren.
Oh,
Chuck.
chill, man.
Peace.
Long time no seen. This is the first time I
was
even
waiting
on
for
the
London
net.
to come up.
Oh, good to see you, man. Whoa. We synchronized, you know. It's been a long time I'm even go live. Now we're popping in with London. Woof.
Nice.
Nice. Super nice.
Pleasure. Good to see you
Oof.
guys, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I see you put out part 12, man. I gotta catch up, man. I just been slacking. I gotta watch that before I go to sleep today. I think it's part 12, right? Or no? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I can say everything London puts out, share it. Put it out in your community. So we can share one another's thing, because for me it's like what Adrian is doing is like the creative, wonderful ideas. Maybe it could be like this, maybe it could be like that, maybe, and that is the thing I like for the most a day now, man. It's like I'm so tired of this bald, flat, blah blah blah, and what Adrian is giving me is like an opening to free thinking. It could be like this, man. It could be like this. Check this out. I've noticed this. I researched this. This is kind of interesting. And also, what you put in London, man, is your point of view, and you're also putting in this type of thing. It's like it could be magic. It could be more like a Lord of the Ring history. It could be. Could it be like this, man? It's like, yeah, you open up so many levels in it, and I'm grateful for that. I appreciate that plenty, man. London, Sweden, Ren 1. Whoa.
Yeah. Salute.
You know it. Oh,
Yeah, salutes, man. Yeah, it's all good, man. What's new, Chuck? How you keeping?
I'm alright. Things are getting better, man. They're getting better. Slow steps, man. the steps to getting better are moving too slow. But in time,
Yeah, I feel you. What's that? A fire red? Is that a fire? Yeah, candle.
damn, I wanted this
Oh,
fucking picture to come
okay.
up.
I need it now. It's starting to get cold, you know. So I received from the neighbors a couple of days ago 20 cubic meters of birch wood dried. So now I'm entering the cold real Sweden. I have to make a fire. We're burning it 24/7 now from this day, and I love it, man. Oof, this is life. Oh yeah, yeah. Oof,
I'll
I
be,
love you.
I'll be,
Oof.
I'll be doing that in a few months when I go up to the country with the family.
Huh.
We got a big fire in all the rooms. They have a big fireplace like that, so it keeps the house nice and warm.
And the thing is, when you have warmth from the fire, it gets negative jones. It calls negativa joner in Swedish, and that is actually making the air super non-toxic. It's like super electric, because if you get heat just from a heater, warm water heater or electric heater, you even get the close of this type of energy, man. This is the original. So I wish that everyone could have a fireplace in their homes. This is this is the thing, man.
Yeah,
So
something about fireplaces. It's just
it is.
different. It's different, and you know
Oh
what I
yeah.
like. I myself I enjoy collecting the wood. The cut
Yeah.
wood.
And you
That's-
know that you're gonna get warm of it. And the
yeah,
nature is giving you the woods, you know. It's
yeah.
like, and you're chopping the woods and working with it. So there's plenty of energy just long before you even put the fire on it. And when it's cold, you enjoy it because you took care of it a couple of months ago.
Hmm.
So this wood is like it has to been dried for 6 months, and it's like, wow,
Yeah.
you see how good it burns. It's just pure, and it smells good. And I can cook. The thing is, when I cook food on this one, or if I cook food on an electric oven, electric style, it tastes different, man. And it
Mm.
shouldn't, because it's just energy. But if you cook food on the fire, even if you don't smoke it from the fire, it tastes different. It's a different energy in this one. This is natural energy. As we talked about for a few hours ago about these LED lights. And did you know, guys, London, listen to this one. Every LED light has an IP number as you have in your computer. Every LED light, yeah, is an IP number. And if you look at the LED light, now if I'm turning the LED lights on from my headlamp here, check this. See how blue it gets?
Hmm.
Uh-huh. Okay. And if I turn this off, this is LED light. You see the analog uh, light coming out. It's warm, is this, but this one is blue. Is this the Project Blue Beam or what? It's like, hello. It doesn't add up. It's a cold. This is not light. This is something else. LED light, blue light. There's only blue light in the
You know what's
phones.
crazy?
Everywhere,
When
blue
you turn
light.
that off, you could see the blue in the flames, and then when you turn it on, the blue in the flames disappears. Do that again.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Check.
It's gone. There's no more blue in
Yeah,
the flame.
bro.
Then when you turn that off, they'll come back
It
to blue
off.
color. It's there
Yeah,
now.
yeah,
Huh? That's weird.
yeah.
Light
Yeah,
affecting light. Certain light cancels out other light.
yeah. So I mean, you London, you brought up the eye, but the eye relies only on light. In darkness, we can't see. Animals can see better in darkness. They got a different type of eye, but the human
Come up,
eye.
Dean.
So I mean, the light. And I get a question. They told us in school as the globe and stuff like light is traveling so fast. It's the fastest thing they can measure. But how the fuck can you measure something that goes so fast, but let's say reverse it, make it mirroring? maybe the light is standing still, totally, and we are moving. The energy that we are creating is the energy, but the light is like the zero on the water level compass. Boom. Maybe the light is totally different than what Einstein bullshitters are telling us. Maybe the light is standing still, totally. Huh.
Yeah,
Light speed, light years, light that, light years ahead, light years fucking yesterday, fuck off. Light is still and we are moving, yo. Bro.
who travels faster, sound or light?
I still think that light is standing still because we need something to measure from. In the same type of thing that water is leveled, okay? We need that zero. So let's say that light is zero and the rest is material energy. And light is not moving, you know?
Dean
Still.
said, Dean wanted to ask you, London, how's your back doing? I told Dean to come up.
Oh, my back is still
Yeah, what happened with your back, man? You working too hard or what?
still playing up.
Come on. Dini!
And Dino,
Ooh. Good morning and good night.
Hey, how are you, Frederick?
Good morning and good night.
Good to hear your voice
Oh,
after
gee,
it's
come
got
on, Dino. Long time, man. Pro.
Hey,
so
give me 10 minutes, everyone. I gotta
Yeah,
cook my
man. Yeah,
roommate's
we
son
can
to eat,
much. We can.
and I'll be
Hey,
right
Dino,
back.
what's
Yeah,
good,
you
man?
guys
What's
just stay
good?
on there with
hello to
Dom.
London too. And how's your back going,
God
London?
damn.
still playing up.
Listen now,
Still
London
playing up.
man, Dino, and Chuck and Renegade sharing this square.
And
Peace, man.
London, I really
Woo!
that's beautiful. That's so beautiful.
Woo!
Yeah.
Oi.
Been a long time. Been a long time.
Yeah,
I
but you know, good sometimes to have no time. You know, I've been like, I was so tired of many plenty bullshit everywhere, and I was like, nah, get the fuck out of here. I'm gonna hang with Atlas, with Ingela, and just be in the house. And no, and nowadays,
and how is she? How is things going with her? You all
boom,
good there?
man. It's comfortable as damn, man. And we got a new cat in the house, and them wobbling around, and to see a cat and a dog eating the same meal together.
Oh,
And
that's beautiful. Yeah,
boom. Whoa.
yeah,
So I took about a couple of months now, and it's like, no, I'm gonna skip this Matrix and smash it guy. And then I have to
yeah.
admit, I'm fucking
I'm kind of like
addicted. Every one of us are addicted to this internet, YouTube type of thing, and I have to admit it. I'm shadow wanking. Yeah. Okay.
yeah, yeah. I know
Yeah.
what you're saying, my bro.
But
I know what
sometimes I
you're
don't
saying.
even have to. I didn't have a feeling to write down in the chat and say hello because I don't get time to say oh hello everyone. But sometimes I'm just fucking shadow wanking. Is that okay or what?
It's fucking beautiful. I love you, bro. I love you so much. Yeah,
No.
that was gold.
But
Yeah,
it's still,
I
I
felt the
can't
same
drop it
way, you
because it's so
know.
interesting everywhere, you know. Even if
Mm,
you're walking around or London speaking some nice, it's like, damn, these guys and this thing that happening right now. I'm so blessed that I can experience it. It's like this is a type of the time that I would like to live in. Not yesterday, not tomorrow, just only now. It's very, very inspirative and jamming, you know. Whoa.
yeah,
Cool.
right.
Yeah, cool
And
guys
the thing
everywhere.
we're living in the now too is that you know, I mean, every day we get to experience a new
Oh,
thing, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Hey, Dina, you have the eyes. Check this fire.
I
Birch
am. I'm
weed.
looking at this fire, bro.
Yo, not spitting. It's like boom, super silent and smelly, plenty good. Oy.
What sort of wood is that you're burning?
Birch.
Yeah, just birch, eh? No,
Yeah,
nothing
birch.
else.
No,
Yeah.
no, no. But yeah, check
And
the
how
birch.
old? How old do you think that birch is? You think?
Oh, plenty. What could it be? 20, 20, 25 years old? Is it young?
Wow.
25 years old? Is it young, man? It's a teenager.
So like that size of that wood, are you getting like a ring that's about what? Say 8 inches round, or
Oh
less?
yeah. I mean, this is just seeing this one is a small one. This is just
Yeah, yeah. So that's
yeah,
like about 3 or 4 inches.
yeah. If you check this one, is what this is one of fourth, and maybe okay. See, yeah,
Yeah,
but this is
yeah,
small one. This is not a big one, but
yeah.
I mean, no, but still they have to be dry, because what I heard, if you fire birch weed and it's not dried, you get a glass type of thing inside of
Your
the
chimney
fireplace. Yes, it
and
could
the
be really
chimney. Yeah,
dangerous if you burn this with too low temperature and it's too moisty. It will get you some problem. So it has
yes.
to be like 14, 15 percentage of moisture in it. Otherwise, you can skip it. It doesn't give you anything. Could be
Well, that's
actually more
right.
dangerous. Yeah,
Yes. And the other thing that the two is if your wood is wet, it's usually cold, and if
yeah,
it's cold, it takes the heat out of the fire.
you know. And then you
Yeah.
got the cool thing with the birch tree. Is this? It's like the firewood. I checked this one. No matter water and no matter how dry or wet it is, cold it is. Check this. This is pure firewood. You can do like this.
Yes,
See?
yes. You don't need
Yeah,
paper,
and no, yeah, it's like burning paper.
so you can put that in the fireplace to get the fire going. Yeah,
Oh yeah, I only put them with this.
yeah,
Yeah, it's
yeah. That's
all
brilliant.
year around. You can go out even if it's raining. You will easiness get fire with this one.
We've got
Easiness.
over here. We've got a pitch pine, and
Uh,
pitch pine is very sappy, right?
yeah. So
And the
check
bark,
it.
if the bark, you can set the bark on fire when it's full
Yeah,
of sap. Mm.
yeah. And this one, this is the bark, as I told you. Check this one. See how easy
Yeah,
it burns? Yeah, man.
yeah,
And you also you heard about chaga,
yes.
the mushroom that works, that is from the birds. Chaga is only on the one of the 1,000 birds 3 you can find it. And chaga is 100% cancer curing, 100% completely making up your immune system back to 100% again. And that is only on the birch tree. And the birch tree is also the last tree that grows up on the mountains. It's the last tree that really can grow up in the heights on the mountains.
Okay, so
So
it's the one that stays there even when there's snow.
yeah, right on, and even on the higher heights, 1,300 meters
Okay,
over
okay,
sea
I know
level.
what you
Yeah,
mean.
man.
Up on the snow line.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
birch is a magic tree. I don't know. Do you have birch tree in New Zealand? I
Yes,
don't think.
yes,
Do
we
you have
do.
that? Yeah.
Yes, but
Damn. Now we're talking.
it's a native wood, Ren, and you can't really take it out of the native timber anymore.
Huh?
Okay,
Huh?
yeah, which it's not really a birch; it's more of a beech, right?
Okay. It's not a
Um,
beach, actually. Hopefully.
well, it is even it's like
No, no.
it's like similar, but
It's not a
it's
beach. England is a beach.
yeah,
London
yeah,
Castle
okay,
Beach.
okay.
England is a beach.
But
Yeah,
it grows when its sap comes out in the summertime. The bees take it like a honey.
yeah. It's dripping. So actually, me and Chuck been speaking about it. You and I also a long time ago there are no woods on the flat plain anymore. We only
That's
living
right.
yeah. I mean, where are the trees? I mean, we got oak, we got alm trees, we got birch, we got maple leaves, we got the trees, man.
We got
Oh,
cedar, massive cedar trees, but hell, they are nothing. They are babies compared to what was here.
yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, we have a kauri tree here in New Zealand. The kauri tree is the big tree over here, and in Australia, the Huon pine is the big tree. Now, the Huon pine, you can get a Huon pine stump as round as a house,
Huh.
right?
Yeah.
But that's small. That's nothing compared to what was here. Yeah.
Huh. Yeah. Wow. Robin in the Hood.
One in the hood. I like this. I like that fire there. I see the blue flame coming out of that. That shows an older wood.
Yeah,
It looks
man.
nice.
Oof.
Mm.
This is my meditation, And when I close this door on it, like this, check it, and you get the action in it, and then I put it down a bit, and it makes this whistle sound, and that's the sound. I'm like a baby. When I put that on, I fall to sleep. I'll go to bed, and I'm like, oh. Yeah, so I'm keeping it open for you guys now, so you can see
Hey,
the
look,
fire.
I tell you what, our fireplace is an internal one. It's stuck in the wall, right?
Oh, okay.
And so a lot of that heat is going up the chimney.
Yeah, I know.
And so what we do is we leave the door open as well because it sends out a lot of heat like that.
Yeah. And check this, Dean. You're working with stones. I'm gonna show you this. If I gonna, you see these stones laying here, huh? Brown. See these
Yeah.
ones? Brown, 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 brown. It calls in Swedish täljsten. Them so thick of sand. So when I turn this off and this is burned out, that stone will keep the energy for like 8-10 hours afterwards. So in the morning when
Sandstone.
I'm yeah man, tally stone, and
Okay.
you can cut in these with a knife, and these
Yeah.
ones keeps the energy. Yeah, them soft like a soap or something. Seriously good, and you can also cook food on them. But these one keeps the energy. I'm telling you, 10 hours after, I can wake up in the morning, and I'm lazy, and I'm waking up and I feel the hand on it, and it's still warm. Brilliant idea. Telisten. I don't know the name in English, but whoa,
Okay, and
see
it
them
sounds
cut in
similar to
blocks.
soapstone.
Yeah. It's like
Soapstone
a
in New
battery of
Zealand,
energy. Yeah.
you can carve soapstone with a knife.
Yeah. So this is
Um,
like a sandstone, soapstone style, and it keeps the energy
okay,
for hours later, man. Oy.
awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So London, what's good? Tell us about the number 12. Give us some information about your latest thing, man. I'm curious. I did watch it and I shared it, and I'm gonna watch it again. But well, yeah, man. Please give us the promotion now, man. Come on.
Well, I mean, it involves uh, Epcot and the keyhole, but through the maps that we located, it seems like Hyperborea could be in the center of Gulf of Mexico, underneath the waters.
Well, that's what I was thinking. When you talked about that the other day, and I've been thinking about that quite seriously, and I just wonder if that is the Hyperborea, the center, then the magnetic field that we have doesn't follow central position, does it?
No, way off.
Because if we're talking where the magnetic field is at the moment, it's going in towards Siberia. It's been shifting from Canada for the last 150 years, as far as I know, and has moved a lot of miles, like a couple of 100 miles in that time. But to me, if you're talking this, the Hyperborea is in the center, is the center of the Earth, and we've got the magnetic pole in the Arctic Circle. Then the Arctic Circle isn't the pole, is it? Isn't the center?
Mm-mm.
Is that what I'm getting from this?
Yeah, well, that's what the the research is saying. That's what the quote unquote myths are saying, that Hyperborea is the center of the world. But not only that,
Yeah,
I come across a few other things, and it was saying Mexico, right?
yeah.
It's the center of the moon.
Whoa.
Yeah, wild.
Oh wow, oh cool. Oh,
Yeah. And it was saying
Oh,
something else
oh.
about it's the center of the belly button, right?
Right.
The center of the belly button and the center of the moon.
That's
I mean,
interesting.
I mean, it could look. It's even got like things like the pyramids of the moon, right? The craters of the moon, right? There's a lot of things reference to the moon over there, and they call it the center, the Gulf of Mexico. And what a coincidence that the biggest impact that wiped out the dinosaurs happens to
Yes,
be
I
in the
know.
crater.
I've been looking at it, bro. I've been looking at it. You got me bloody interest.
Wild, right?
Yeah, yeah, bro. It is wild. Because that kind of shifts. You know, it's a major shift in where we're looking and how we're looking, isn't it?
yeah, but that's the question also. When we use like Google Earth, how can we rely on what we are spinning around on that Google Earth? How can we know that that is what we actually are looking at, seeing?
I know. Yeah,
See what I mean? I mean, who's been out there filming around, spotting the area, putting that on the map, even the Gleason map or whatever? I mean, how can we fact check that type of?
I know how.
You
We're
know
gonna
what
get
I'm
two
speaking of?
planes and fly in opposite directions. That's what they said. They're gonna solve the problem between the globe. Like, dude, I tell these Globers, we don't need to prove anything. We've done real experiments. The
Yeah.
problem is we're waiting on them to find that curvature. They say they fly around. Other than that, we don't need to prove anything.
No, I know. The thing is, what I like with what London is doing is like it could. If you look at the film of Lord of the Rings, let's say Lord of the Rings, uh, J.R. Tolkien wrote that books, and
yeah,
them also connected to this Wallenberg family, Ige Farben, old type of deep state type of living for many hundreds of years. And when they're speaking about the Lord of the Rings, I see the ring people. I see the flat plane. For me, it's not. Is it a black? Is it flat? Or is it ball? No, okay. We can rely on the water, and then we can rely on the law of perspective. That's cool for me, Even though if we live in a crater or we're living in a home type of thing that Jaron talks about, we're still living in a pound in a way, and that is what we are experience in a way, and that is enough for me in a way. It's like, okay, cool, I'm here.
This is
I
where we
can't
live.
reach bigger than that in a way. See
Hey,
what I'm reaching at, you know?
you
What
know
we
what?
got here? Who's putting this up?
Yeah.
Think of this on a macro level. This little crater is most likely there's a bunch of these fucking things everywhere with a
Yeah.
bunch of different genetic experiments going on.
Yeah. It makes it
Which is
even more
pretty cool.
beautiful.
It's not
Imagine
even
how many
probably.
places
There is.
then we hang around with, you know? So for me it's like, wow. In the micro level, I would like to experience the macro level. So many places. But still we are in this type of pound in a way. Huh?
The macro ones are what keeps our oceans and our waters in.
Mm.
Yes.
That's exactly what the macro ones are. They keep the oceans and the waters in. And then the little ones that Chuck just had there a second ago. I mean, that's really on a micro level, but to us, that's massive, brother. Macro.
Yo, this map I never seen before. What Chuck, this map. What's this? Tell me. Australia looks big.
I don't remember. I
never seen this
was
before.
looking
It's a
at
new one for me.
cosmology, and this map
Uh-huh.
came up. And
Uh-huh.
look at, I mean, I found this map too, which also
Oh,
it's the azimuthal map or whatever
mm-hmm.
that's supposed to be. But look at Australia and Antarctica there.
Oh, yeah. Where's New Zealand? New Zealand is Long Island there, Dini.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, there it is. There's New Zealand. You can
cool.
see how they got Tasmania and New Zealand close together there, and they're almost like Australia runs east-west rather than south-north, right?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Huh.
Look how little the U.S. is. Now we're talking. These might be the actual sizes. Actually, the U.S. might be smaller than that.
But the thing is that US is in the center of this map. But if you look at the Swedish, North, Finland, we are in the center. Yeah, man. Yeah.
I'm
See?
going to have to
That's
go.
a
I've got a phone call coming in. I'll come back later.
do that, man. I love you, man. Peace, Dini.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
man.
I
Good
won't be up
morning.
there too long anyway as well.
No, same here. I'm just gonna be chilling with you guys tonight. I'm so glad to see you
Well,
again.
I'll tell you what, I'll say my goodbyes now, and thanks very much for having me up, Chuck,
Yeah,
and great to be with you, Ren,
you know it. You
and,
know it.
and talk with you again. Bloody love
Oh,
being
good
that, doing
vibes.
that, Adrian, London man,
Yeah, man.
I want to talk more on this. I want to talk more on this. Yeah.
Yeah, man. You know it. Yeah, man. I would
Definitely.
like to just hug you guys. Come on, give me
Definitely.
a hug if it's
Hey, big
possible.
hugs, big hugs, big hugs.
Oh, cool, man.
Big hugs, I'll tell you,
Big
bro. I'll
hugs.
give you a big hug,
Yeah.
bro. Yeah, bro.
Seriously,
You need a
OG, my
virtual hug,
man.
mate.
Yeah, man.
I
See you
love
later,
you, bro.
man.
Love you.
I
Love you. Love
love
you.
you.
Love you
Plenty,
guys.
plenty, plenty.
Much love,
Yeah,
Dino.
Take
take
care.
care. Oh, oh,
Crikey,
oh,
Mike.
yeah. Can I say one thing? Oh,
Crikey, mate.
nice, nice. Yeah, man. Get the fuck out of here now. Can I tell one thing? Good vibes. Good to see you guys again. London, man, and Chuck, man, cool. We've been along for a while, and I'm glad to see you guys again. Super nice vibes. I'm like smiling. Oh, whoo.
Good stuff.
I'm warmer
Nothing,
than
man.
the fire, you know. Oh, good to see you guys. Yeah. Oh. Come on, Chuck. Ramp it up now. Give us the thing.
Now, what if the luminaries were flat like this? I always wonder that. You know, we should get a our own balloon, right? And what could be the lightest gas we could fill it with so it won't burst? Because every balloon they send up ends up bursting. So we have to get like, it would be dope for us to send up our own camera, go to like the middle of nowhere, and send one up. I'm pretty sure that we have to get it so it don't spin either. You know how some of these cameras be spinning because they don't know, you know, we would have to figure out a way so it don't spin so we could
I can put in a question right now to both of you guys. Let's say like this. We got 12 star signs, doesn't we? Which star sign are you, Chuck?
Aries.
You London man
I'm
are
the
as
head.
I Cancer?
Correct.
Yeah, I'm Cancer too. Okay, let's say we have 12 star signs, correct? Year around, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And then we
Yeah.
got the last meal with Jesus. And then that Last Supper,
That's
there are,
13.
yeah, then 13. But check this question. If there is a South Pole, shouldn't there be 12 more star signs in that case? Yeah. So they actually should be 24 star signs because if you're born on the South Pole, you should be aligned with 12 new star signs a year as we have in the North Pole. Can somebody please answer me that question? Why don't we have 24 star signs? We only have 12, and then it's Jesus.
The real.
Huh?
That's a good point. And
It is. I mean, we have 12 star signs. I am one of them. And you can be a Virgil, you can be this, you have 12. Why don't we have 12 on the other side of the globe then? Please tell me that. Please. In that case, pole stars, but we only have one. Give that to Dave
even
or
Mother
Professor
Earth, like,
Dave or whatever, C or whatever, Nashikita or London Man or Renegade One or whatever, Bro Sanchez. Where are the last 12 star signs? Please. Are we missing that family? Are they living in vacuum or what? I don't know. Please
well,
give me
you know
that.
what else is interesting? Look at when they send these cameras up. Where's the stars? Right? What if these stars are coming from the Earth and they're just like, I wonder
Yeah.
because
It could
people
be a
send up cameras and you can't see the stars no more. You can only see them from the ground. Man, that's
it can
interesting.
be a projection from the center. It could be a projection up to the ceiling. I don't know. Yeah, it could be. It could be. Yeah, man.
That's why I
It
like
could
this map. Let me pull this map up in the background.
No. This
It's
picture
my
is
favorite
awesome.
one.
Oh, yo. Problem.
Well, it's not doing justice, this picture, because our things are in the way, but
Oh. Oi.
I like this one too.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can pull this. I gotta dig to get this picture pulled up in the front. Hold on, I'll find them.
So, London, before you leave, you're going to get up early tomorrow working or what? Have you listening to Linton Kwesi Jonsson? It's actually a Swedish afternoon, man. Linton Kwesi Jonsson. Oh.
Is that not the artist?
Yeah. England is a bitch. Yeah. England is a bitch. Not London, man. But England is a bitch.
Of course, of course.
Linton Kwesi Jonsson. Jonsson is like Svensson in Swedish, you know. Linton Kwesi. Kwesi? Ja. Alltså, Jamaica, Linton, Jonsson. Oof. Wow, interesting. I sent that one to my friends, Sister Terita Marley, and she was responding. It's like, oh, good stuff. Oh, good stuff.
Yeah.
But still, he's very political. But where is he living? I got a dream, man. I would love to go to Brixton. I would love to tomorrow. If I had the opportunity, I should go straight to Brixton, and I say, "Hey, London man, I'm in Brixton. You want to smoke a fat with me or what?"
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Very
at
cool.
last,
Mhm.
Brixton. They're good vibes over there, isn't it?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of
You can't
course.
diss Brixton.
Mm-mm. Do you
Uh-uh.
know? I saw there's these two how do you put it, white Jamaican content creators that you
Huh?
normally see on the YouTube. Right? They
Yeah.
speak
Yeah,
good
I've seen
Tasman.
them. Them
Right?
two British Jamaican white dudes. They're in
No,
Britain, but they sound Jamaican.
yeah. Well,
But tell
that's
me,
it.
London. Let
Hold
me.
on, because
Yeah.
they done a little short how would you call it, a clip, right? And they're in Brixton, so they
Uh,
finally made it to Brixton. They both buck up in Brixton.
uh,
It's quite funny, yeah. They're in Brixton with each other. I saw it the other
oh.
day. Hmm.
Yeah, I think I saw one guy who he was walking there and said, "Is this a dangerous place? Is this fucked up?" And he was like, "Oh, this is one of the most beautiful places I can be on." Come on,
Mm.
man. I actually been to London. I think like 6 times. I've been around there, man. Back in the days, and I can
Hmm.
tell you, London, man, it's one of the most nicest places I ever been to. The people in London, the vibes, the people I've met over there was like, oh yeah, so super nice. So super nice. Long CD, this is Ska. This is Ska. I met the most dreadful people there. I was like, whoa, such a good love over there, man. I'm loving it. So hopefully one day, man, if you don't get your ass over here, I would definitely get my ass over there. So for sure. Oof. Oh, what's this? Tell me, what's this? Chuck pulling up. What's this?
I have
Is
no
this a
clue.
heliocentric map or is it a geocentric? What is this?
It's supposed to be the Ezekiel's wheel above our head.
Uh huh.
Sure.
So that's the pole star in the middle then.
Yeah, and
Mm-hmm.
they give you the flat Earth right in our face, and then they
Mm-hmm.
you know all they
Uh-huh.
did was take the map and wrap it around the ball, and even globes will tell you it's for decoration purposes only. It's not a map to use to go anywhere.
Mm. Yeah, but then we got this big question, London man. Nashikita speaks about that we are moving upwards because then we can feel the gravity and
That's
so
funny.
still, yeah, but still, what is the basic thing of this? Are we really doesn't matter in a way, but I mean if we're moving or not. uh, I can feel that I'm standing on my feet on the ground. It's steady, 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 and that's enough for me in a way. It's like, okay, cool. I'm steady. The clouds are moving. The sun is moving. The moon is moving. But what I'm standing on is not moving, and it's opposite all the time. It's yin and yang. We need things moving, and if everything moving, we don't
Look
have
at
any
this.
balance. We need a balance, We need a zero. Oh,
What if there's two suns and two
oof.
moons?
I think it's plenty of sounds. I think it's plenty of sounds. I think we got plenty of moons. Therefore, I love Adrian's work so much. We live in a creator here, and we got this system. But outside of this system is could be the same system, but we're neighbors. That son is neighbor of my son. If
You
they
know,
gonna, yeah.
in the Bible, we use where this alleged Satan took
Uh,
Jesus to the top of the mountain and said, "You could have all this.
uh,
Now basically was showing them what you see here, because that's the only way. You would have to go this high to show someone the whole realm, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
imagine running on trees this high up. I
Yeah.
think this is about how high these trees went, probably higher.
No. And then you can't go physical level is distortion. Even though if we have a super camera that can look further, still it's gonna get distorted in the end of it. So we
Yeah,
can't see. We're not allowed to see any longer than this.
there's all
God
sorts
has
of
said,
stuff in the air, right?
yeah,
Like gases and water's evaporating. There's all sorts of
yeah,
things that interfere.
right, yeah. God has not given us permission to see any further than this. And we see kind of long right now. We can see quite a distance, but we're not allowed to see any further than this. Otherwise, we should. Yeah. So there is a limit. And is that God putting that limit on us, or is it us that putting that limit on us?
Don't you ever wonder when you look at cameras and stuff, how our eyeballs work and stuff? How did they reverse engineer an eye to create a camera?
Yeah.
Or you know,
Yeah.
it's amazing to me. I start to wonder what we really are.
I can tell you this is an observation. I used to download plenty of music applications on my iPad because I love that. And one of those guys that make really funky stuff on the music scene, they released a camera now. They can take wide perspective photograph on your iPhone. And then I wonder if you have the same lens on every phone, and then it's just an application making it go wider. Couldn't it go that wide before that application? It's still the same lens. It's still the same eye. It's still the same eye. So, Adrian, do we need applications on our eyes to see wider? And how is that possible? If we all have the same type of lens in the mobile phone, and you can download an application that make it wider, then that lens have a bigger wide than they told us, just because of an application. Huh? See what I mean? So we're dealing with distortion or correct lenses. An eyeball. I don't have any good eyes today. I see very not clearly. I need eyeglasses to see in a long distance. But still, the eye. I heard a rumor that the eye reconstructs itself every 7 days. So you don't actually need glasses. You only need to get contact with your eyes to get new sharp lenses every 7 days. I've heard. Maybe a rumor.
You got to eat carrots and smoke weed. That's good for the glaucoma.
Weed, I'm smoking weed every day because that I can speak with you guys tonight. Otherwise, I should be fucked up, you know. Oh.
Sometimes, man, I don't
Good
know.
to see you guys. Remember this. Remember for
You
a couple of
gotta,
years ago, we were sitting and shitting about Sunkiss and the other guys, and now we're here today and our friendly guys, and I'm like, cool. I really love you guys. I appreciate you plenty, man. Whoa. Yeah.
You know, hey, me and Ian and Sunkist, we patch things up, man. But cool, man.
Cool, man. I hope so. I hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. If you talk with him, give a bless from me, man. Say it's all good. I'm not fighting forever. I'm cool.
yeah.
Yeah, he's
And
rolling
that's
off
how,
there, Ian, man. He's always doing his parasite stuff and what's he doing? He's doing the what's the white one called? Not Matrix, but
He's into the DMT type of thing right now.
no, what's the other thing called, man? The
Interesting.
not matrix, but there's another word for it.
And so you pieced out with some kids then, and those guys.
Yeah,
That's cool.
long time ago. Yeah, we're
Oh,
cool, man.
wow, good to hear, man. I'm glad to hear that. Yo, cool. Cool. We're all growing up, in a sense.
Right.
Yeah, we're
Life's
all
too
growing
short.
up.
Life's too short, man, to let. Life is expected to have differences. It's good to see people, piece shit up and on their own
Yeah.
accord.
That's big respect if people been arguing and after a while they can peacing up. That's big for me, I respect that totally. I'm like, cool. Because who in this realm can say that I'm right? You also have to say, yeah, sorry, I was wrong. Yeah. You have to leave the self. And
Yeah.
if we're dealing, because we're dealing with this community thing all the time. We are a community, we are this and that. We
And it's
also have to
hard
have a
to
respect for
know who
that.
you could trust, right?
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
are these people fucking like when you got people that'll report your channel just because they don't agree with what you say? Like that's some wild shit to be hating on people like that. And some people, you don't know who's who up on these things, man. They could be the FBI agents for all we know, trying to
Yeah, yeah,
infiltrate
yeah. Yeah.
because
Yeah.
not that we're doing anything illegal, but speaking our mind and
Oh.
calling out their fucking cocky bullshit.
Oh.
But yeah, I mean, you don't know if they're YouTube agents or fucking these people that have agendas will send a virus your way. Like they'll send a dummy on a dummy mission, and they'll come over here to start arguments and just to mix things up. I've noticed that. You got to be
We
careful.
used to say this in Sweden because we have the same problem on the community here in Sweden. Is like the controlled opposition.
Yep.
Yeah.
I have no
If
problem
you have a
trying people
controlled
out for
opposition,
16 weeks.
yeah,
You know,
yeah.
I will
That's the
snipe with somebody now. I try
mm,
to give people the benefit of the doubt and be nice, renegade, and
yeah.
but now you ain't allowed to say what you want here no more. You start
Yeah.
disrespecting people,
Yeah,
and
man.
I will light you up right out of the chat. I
Yeah.
tried to be humble, but people are some people's mind states aren't elevated enough to be humble too.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
need a
Yeah. I know.
spanking.
Yeah.
They need their poppy to put a belt to
Yeah.
their ass, right?
Yeah. I used to say they got other places to hang around on, and then messing up with us. Yeah.
Just think about people. No disrespect to anyone, but I got friends that hang on to the sky daddies.
Yeah.
You their sky daddy needs to come down and punish them, right? They don't even realize they're God.
Yeah.
They make up, Anyway, whatever.
Yeah.
I tried to enlighten a lot of people that I've known for a long time, but even
Yeah,
some of
but
my friends, they don't want to hear none of this shit. They
you
said
have
if
to
it
give
ain't
them
putting
up.
a dollar in their pocket, they don't want to hear it. He's like, I got
No.
family to feed and this, and I get it, but
No.
that's fine. That's what mind state they want to stay in every day.
Yeah.
That's their choice.
Yeah. Let them be.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna let them be. I have the same experience over here. It's like no. It's like yes, let it be because everyone has to take care of their own standing on the ground.
Yep.
You can't fix that. You can't tell anyone actually. You can talk about your theories, your thoughts, and your feelings and your vibes on different things. But in soon when you start to push people, but it's like this. No, man. It's I'm backing off on that from a couple of years ago. Like no. I'd rather vibing with people that because the thing is, I can't never ever feel London man's feelings. I can never ever feel your feelings or the chat feelings. No way. And I can't never expect that anyone else should feel what I feel. I can only explain what I feel. I can never ever expect that someone else are gonna feel what I feel. My feelings is my feelings. It's impossible, and that is the trick living around here. Because if we didn't have that, we should not have even energy speaking about what we are dealing with. We need that. We need this different vibe because I got my vibe. I got my feelings. I can't explain about my anxiety or my happiness enough because you can't take it in because you got your emotions. And I have to respect that. And that is common that we don't do it because, oh, I'm feeling threatened about you. You said that about me. And I what with you, blah, blah, blah. And it's my feeling. Get the fuck out of here, man. It's my feeling. I can't compare it to somebody else, you know. Yo.
There's something about looking. You ever look into the flames when you're tripping on shrooms?
Oi, I'm tripping right now, man.
The flames come alive. Yeah.
Yeah. I've been smoking some really good stuff now. Oof, I've got some really fresh stuff from Morocco at last. London man is laughing. 420. Oi, 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 oi. Pew. Mash up.
Yo, gentlemen, I've got to get off. I've got to take care
Yeah,
of
man.
it.
All right, London man. Thanks for coming through.
No problem.
Always. Support
Been a
London man
pleasure.
all the time, man. And I'm so glad hearing my beats. Every video you make is a beat of a renegade in the background. Sleep
man.
well. Love you much, man. Take care.
Much love, brother.
Give hugs to the family. Peace, man. Peace.
Peace out. Much love.
Yo. Peace. Yeah. Cool. Hey, Chuck. Now it's you and I again.
Yep.
Yeah. Cool. We love London, man. I think he's good. He's doing a super great job. But he's doing his thing, man. As you are, you're doing your thing. So big up to London, man. Go follow his channel. Give him support. Check what he's doing. It doesn't take so many hours to check what he's doing, and support him up. That's cool. It's cool. Yeah. Oh, peace overseas because him and I is from the other side of the sea. And you motherfuckers live in the United States. You're living over there. Very weird. You got inches. We got centimeter. You got gallons. We got liter. You got you got miles. We got meal. So they even took away the measurement from us. It's crazy, Chuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I worry, man, because my grandfather told me these times were coming, man. And it's wild how, you know, my dad used to say one day, my grand used to tell me, always prepare. He said, you never know what this government's capable of doing. My grand grew up in some fucked up times. He was born right when the Depression. And he had, I think it's 8 brothers and a sister. Like, family was deep. And a lot of them joined the service between the Navy and the Army. But yeah, they grew up in fucked up times, man, where they were eating soup every day. And my grandpa used to tell me one day, bread's gonna be $20 a loaf. And the way things are elevating now, man, people think because they're making, they've upped minimum wage, Chuck. And I always tell people, are you guys blind? or do you realize when your pay went up hourly, so did all the food prices? So you're still making your $8.50 an hour. What do you guys not get, man? Rent went up. Everything goes up when your hourly pay goes up. It's still the same.
Yeah.
Oh man, I never looked at it like that. That's But yeah, how much is how much is a dozen of eggs where you are?
Oi. Actually, the thing is, you're asking is cool because I got a man. He drops every 14 days. He comes with his little van, and he deliver eggs to the door at this house.
For real?
Yeah, for real.
Oh.
He's like in a Harley Davidson old man. He's like 65 years old, long beard, Harley Davidson t-shirt, Harley Davidson clothes, and he's like, "Yo, man," and he's got his truck full of eggs. So every 14 days, he arrives with eggs to us, and he charges $18 for, or could it be 40 eggs or something? So yeah, it's like, yeah. So I pay like $20 a month for egg, and it's plenty. But if you buy it down in the grocery shop, it's like the double the price. But they still are marked with the stamp, those eggs. So but still I'm happy that I get egg to the door, you know. And this is how it works in the countryside. People are starting waking up, and we don't want to buy meat and eggs from the cooperative stores anymore. No way. So if I got an opportunity, I'd rather pay him a couple of more
Yeah.
bucks than actually in the shop.
So,
But he's still cheaper than the cooperative shop. So, and he brings it to the door. And he's an old funky man. And it's like, yeah, he's a blues brother, man. It's like, yo. So that's love for me. So that's a good question. Thank
yeah, I
you,
got it.
kissing. Yeah, Chuck, man. Wow, man. I would love to see you over here sometime. If I could, but I would.
Yeah, I need to travel, man. You know, I haven't done enough. The only traveling I've done is like I've been to Florida, from Maine to Florida. I've been to all these states, but it's not like I got out and like really walked around and you know, I drove through a lot of states and seen stuff, but I was young. I still remember DC and Florida and stuff, but still, again, I was young. I want to. I've been to
I can feel.
Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, all this shit, but I want to go to other countries. There's so much more to
Hey,
this
man.
place. Man.
I get a vibe with you, Chuck. Plenty years, man. It's like you're stuck in wrong country, man. And when people from United States talking about travel, it's like I would like to see the United States, but check it. You're from Poland. Don't be ruthless, you know. It's like they made us ruthless. They made us confused because you got plenty of things to see, but you're from this side of the sea, man. In a way.
Yeah, I want to go to Germany. I still got family over there, believe it or not, and I don't even know 'em.
No.
There's tons of lodges in Germany. I looked it up. Tons of them. Look at this. This is a book people need to get. If you got a youth or a son and daughter that's fucking up and they think they're fucking big time drug dealers and they think they know it all, let them read this book, man. And if this book don't set them straight, they'll have to just crash out on their own. But if this book don't don't straighten them out, I don't know. They're gonna have to crash out then and learn on their own mistakes. But that's the one thing I can say about Chad Marks, and I listened to his story, he was talking about he started off the same way as me. He started getting in trouble young, started getting these placement homes like me. And And then the placement homes are getting us ready for prison, man. Because I remember when I was doing my bid in prison, fucking, I ran into 3 people that were in the same placement home as me, man, and we were all going to prisons, man.
Yeah.
It's wild shit, man.
Yeah.
I just kept, yeah, man. These, I don't know.
It is a prison every day. It's
Imagine
a
getting
luxury.
40 years, bro. in federal prison.
It's a luxury prison. It's a luxury prison.
I don't know
Half of
about
it.
that. Not here in the U.S. It ain't.
Yeah, but I'm
Not in the
telling
U.S. It
us
ain't
that this
luxury.
is a luxury place. If you get welfare, if you get your money, you can buy a Tesla, and you're living in a luxury jail, actually, because we're controlling you. But you still, even if you have money, you're still in this jail. The Globe jail is the biggest jail ever existed. The flat plain Terra is the free place, but the Globe is the Globe jail.
Yeah, I
It's
used
a
to always
fire.
wonder, like,
Yeah, man,
who
the
gave these
Globe is
people
the
the
jail.
rights to set these laws and stuff? But I used to
Yeah.
think this stuff when I was younger. My mom started to tell me, because I used to think you could just travel anywhere, and I'm gonna see the world, man. I'm gonna do it all.
Bullshit. No, bullshit.
And then you start to learn you can't do none of that. You gotta get a fucking a travel what you call it, you gotta pay you gotta pay, like, I forgot how much money to see if you can get a visa to travel, and then you might
Yeah.
not get accepted and you wasted your money. You don't get it back, and it's a few hundred
Yeah.
bucks. If you got felonies, you probably ain't gonna be able to travel. Some countries might not accept you. So
Yeah.
and people say we're free to do as we're fucking told. Free. If you were free, you could get up, jump on a boat, and go to Europe without anyone questioning you. You gotta ask for permission to do anything. Isn't it wrong? People don't really think about that. Like, who are these people you gotta ask to do something? Who the fuck these
Exactly.
people think they are, man?
Exactly. Yeah.
We need to become the pirates
I am
to the system.
already. Yeah.
Renegade, the rebel.
Yeah. That's the thing, man. It's
They
like
say.
my name tells everyone that I'm standing alone. I'm doing my thing. If you would like, say, I'll give you everything I have, as long as we fight against them. Cool, no problem. I'll give you the heat. I'll give you the food. I'll give you a sleeping bed. I'll give you whatever I can do. It's it's free, man. It's cool. Yeah. I think that we are the ones that really can give a place and say, if you knock on my door and you say, hey, I'm Chuck, man, welcome. But if you knock on my door and you say that you're a police, get the fuck out of here, man. Yeah, there's a big
Yeah,
difference.
the police.
But still the
That's
same
another
fucking
thing, bro.
humans.
These
Yeah.
police need to be rogue. They don't care about your alleged rights. Nowadays, it seems they don't give a fuck, bro. They'll yank you out your car and beat the soul out of you.
Yeah. Them the agents in the Matrix. Them standing up for the North Korea, then standing up for the corruption, then standing up for and them claiming that we are doing the good thing. So the police
doing my job.
Fuck off. Fy fan. Oof. Oof. Shit on the streets. Oof. I mean, even if you start to be, I'm gonna be a police. I'm gonna study how to snatch these ones and a bram. Get the fuck out of here, man. For fuck's sake. Oof. 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 Shit on the street. Oof. Oh, yo. Hey, Chuck. So you're gonna work every day now? What? Because I would like to hang around with you on the chat on Telegram. We can bring a phone call as we did before and check some things out. And and I'm also interested. You got some goddamn pictures that I would love to have on my ambient videos. So if you can swap that on Telegram, I would be
I have
grateful,
to
man.
send you some pictures, man, of
Oh, we got work to do because when we hang around on Telegram, I'm not there much any days, but we can do more work. Just swapping some things. I got some more beats, and the thing is, yeah, I'm gonna play with my one of my better friends, diplomatic. I think shopped you some links to that guy. He's gonna pop up in this house in a couple of weeks, and we're gonna be jamming for like 7 days. And when we're jamming in those days, uh, can you join us in a Zoom meeting and feed the vibe that we are doing, and maybe we can do a tune together or something. This is inviting from me right now to you, man. Even those people listening to this one, maybe they can listen to the tunes later on. But in a couple of weeks, we're gonna create music. And Chuck, from the first day I met you, I always told you. Remember this? Do you remember when I fucking told you, "Hey, write some lyrics," and you're doing it? So we're gonna do some music together because we can't only sit on these platforms and chatting about how bad things are and it's flat and it's blah blah. We have to make it physical also. So invite drop.
yeah, we got to put into the
Ask
ether,
him.
man. We got to work our magic. We got to
Yeah,
master
we
the
have
craft.
to. That's the power of it. We have to do music together overseas. I send you some beats. You send me some lyrics. Maybe some other one can do that. We can brown build it up, make it a tune.
Yeah,
That
I'm also
instead
ready to
because
test.
fuck AI music. We're only gonna do music from our inselves.
I tried to get Sir Drop, but he's went rogue on me, man. Nah, he's always busy, man. He's got his family and stuff, but
I know.
I like
But you
making
made
music
some
with
tunes.
Drop, man.
Yeah,
Me and
yeah, yeah.
Drop got to make a mastered song. I'm talking where everything's on point, where none of us are off beat. We got to do the ad libs. I'm talking
Uh-huh.
a professional fucking song, one where it
Mm.
sounds immaculate, and we say some
Uh,
bars that blow people's wigs off. That's where I'm
uh,
at. I want to make a
yeah.
whole EP with nothing but mastered songs. I'm
Mm.
taking my writing serious now. People haven't
Uh.
even heard the other shit I've been writing. I don't want to share it
No,
because, like
wait,
I
wait,
said,
wait.
if
Yeah.
I share it, then when you hear it,
Keep it
you'll
hot.
be like,
Mm.
yeah,
Mm.
you got to
Yeah,
keep that
keep it
shit
hot,
hidden.
man. Yeah, keep it hot. You don't have to.
I got
It's the
some
leading
songs right
point.
here you haven't heard, Renegade, that me and Sir
Mm.
Drop did.
Oh, pull it up.
All right, I'll play it right now. It's called The War of Gods.
Between earth and God, I'm a byproduct. I come from a family of hustlers. That byproduct, money is the root of all evil. But I'm still trying to find a large profit. It's a mirage, they live in a facade. I was smoking thigh and had a talk with God. She told me why she named me John. I heart the scriptures to shed light on the darker picture. If you my dog, I'm barking with you. You feeling the star of wisdom. My homie Chuck told me it was giants on earth before me. In chemtrails, we inhale. That's another story. Mercury is used to check temperature. The sun is the spirit sink in the earth. The moon is the portal. Assuming you important. Set your turn. Mars is wars as the M turn. And change words. I'm in the game, but change service. About to disassemble a bomb. I ain't nervous.
Drake, dragon, Draco, Draconian, land of the giants, ice wall, Patagonian,
no sound, no
lexicon,
sound.
wizardry, speaking Babylonian, highways of the vortex, shooting out the
sound?
Fallopian, low vibrating light, king of the material, mark
Totally
of the
quiet.
beast, nanotech,
No
scanning
sound.
cereal,
Yeah.
the mental dead, carried by 6 to your burial.
That's odd that you can't hear it.
I can't hear it.
The lights is out.
But you,
No resurrection.
listen. Can you
That's weird that you can't hear it.
can you screen share from my channel again as we did yesterday? I've got a tune that you have to play now when this conspiracy Trump trying to get a bullet in his head every time. What type of thing is going on? That guy is orchestrating his own death. And then he's going to say, they tried to shoot me, but they
Yeah, of
didn't
course.
succeed. What the fuck is going on with that guy, man? Everybody being like, Trump is going to save us. Trump is going to be Trump, blah, blah, blah. And now he's resistible against bullets on the golf court and blah, blah, blah. Hello, wake up, people. You've forgotten to take your sleeping pill.
Jesus is coming. No. Wait. Trump is going to save us. No. Wait. Kamala's going to
Prop. Who the fuck
save
is
yourself.
he? Prop. They tried to shoot me 20 times now, and I'm still going to be the president. Get the fuck out of here.
Who seen Joe Biden put on Trump hat? That was funny.
Yeah. Bomb, man. And you got the election, everybody now in the States and all over the world is like, yeah, if they got an election in the United States.
Humpty Dumpty.
Bruh, exactly. So you living in that area. You living in the United States. I'm living in Sweden, and I'm looking at this spectacular type of thing. And the thing is, United States rules everywhere. It's NATO, DCA agreements, and blah, 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 blah. All I can say, fucking love Putin. He's a good guy. Or is he just the one on the checkboard? Black and white. Maybe Putin is on the same team. Bruh.
Here, I got something I just created. You didn't get to see this either. It's my new creation here for Trump. Humpty Trumpty sat on his wall. Humpty Trumpty, yo. I got to come up with a cartoon video for this, man. Someone that has skills in that, hit me up.
Oi. That's a good tune. You and Drop could do that. Humpty Dumpty. Droppy. Chuck.
Yeah, Humpty Trumpty sat on his wall. Humpty Trumpty had a great fall.
Oh. Huh. It looks like
these people are all scam artists.
Yeah, you know, the Helen Halvan, the guy that made, you had this half and whole, what do you call them? The old black movies. It was this fat guy and this small guy always making the jokes. What's the name of them? He looks like the small guy in that video. Oh, Hardy and come on, Hardy. This is old one. Charlie Chaplin's type of style, black and white movies. Hardy and the other guy.
Excuse me, I don't know.
Ja, kom igen nu, man. Hardy and Charlie Chaplin, black and white. And then you had, please help me out with the chat. Hardy and Helan och Halvan, the half and the whole. The half and the whole. This is like a propaganda thing. Charlie Chaplin, and then you had these two funny guys. One was skinny, and the other one was a fatty guy. Come on.
Are you talking about the Three Stooges?
No, Harvey and Brah.
Oh,
One was
no.
fat and one was fat and one was skinny. And if you look at Donald Trump, he got exactly the same face as that guy in that movie. This is old picture, no? This is from 1930 or something. Hardy Brah. Hela halvan. Okay, check it out. I'm gonna Google it up and I'm gonna send you the link. You have to check this out. This, this. Yeah. Yeah. Here you go. Okay. Yeah, man. Check this one. Here you go. These guys. Okay. Here you go. Yeah. These guys.
Oh, yeah. I've
If you
heard
see
of
the
him.
guys on the left, he's Donald Trump.
Teddy
That's
Roosevelt.
Donald Trump. Yeah, but look at his face. That's Donald Trump.
His
The
father,
funny
Trump?
guy, the billionaire, and then you got this guy. He's like the Democrat, and he's like blah. And this guy is
Yeah,
So
how
you
did...
got the left and the right.
Yeah. Democrat is not the same as fucking communism. Democracy. Yeah. It's all the same. All these isms.
But that guy, he could be Donald Trump. Yeah, saying.
Can't just live life. People got to put all these labels on their name.
Exactly, yeah. And they say, he is going to save us. But the only one that can save yourself is you. Who the fuck is he?
Right.
The only one that can heal yourself is you.
Good
Come
guy,
on.
bad guy. They've been doing a good president, bad president forever, man.
Yeah.
You know, all these are dictators, man.
Yeah.
See, you know what I think? I think there's one guy behind the scenes running the show, and they give you the illusion that there's a new president all the time.
Yeah.
Like Obama said, he would love to sit behind the scenes in his basement and talk through an earpiece. That's who's talking to Kamala. Is
check this.
fucking Obama, man. I bet you.
Kola, check this. The small good guy and his Yeah.
Kamala Million.
Huh? Who these
Kamala
guys?
the Chameleon.
Huh?
Like, I wonder what would happen if I ran for president. I probably wouldn't win because, you know, I don't have billions of dollars.
What should happen then? The thing is, do we need one that rules? If I should be the president, should everybody listen to you then, Chuck? I say, yeah, get the fuck out of here. It's flat. Smoke whatever you want, do whatever you want. Cool. But it doesn't look like that today. Huh?
It don't.
No.
Damn.
I mean, do we need one to tell everyone how to be? Huh? It's a mystery. Oh, he's the president. Yeah, Mr. fucking Biden is president. Really? Obama? No. You got the fucking whole office behind their backs, signing every day what they should say and not to say.
Yeah, these corporations have no power over us. People would open their eyes.
Seriously, you got the election now in the States. And it's
Foreign
like, are you going to
entities.
vote for him or are you gonna vote for him? Are you gonna vote for that, or are you gonna vote for that? It's like, how stereotype can it be? Are you gonna vote for one man? I would rather vote for hundreds of different people in the same time. But now you're voting for one demented, fucked up idiot. Oh, I'm gonna vote for him. It's the same over here in Sweden, you know. Yeah, I'm gonna vote for that guy. And suddenly, when people been voting on him, oh, he was a pedophile. He's an that. But they voted on him, so he's actually free from the law because we voted on him. This system is so fucked up. Is a nightmare in a way. Huh? So people don't vote. If you vote, you're precipitating in this clown business. Don't vote. That's the thing. Don't vote. Skip it. Skip it. Okay, Chuck, are we going to play some good music? Yo, Chuck.
What? Go ahead.
Can you pull up a tune from my page? Cats and the Dogs. Can you pull it up?
I'm too. I'd have to switch over and turn my laptop on, and I'm not
Is
on
that
my
a problem?
laptop. No.
Yeah, you sounded like the video right now. The humans, they never existed. I have to pull up my laptop and I shoot down the whole forest, and nobody was there. I only found a toothbrush.
Whoever created that was genius, man. That's
Oh, yo. Love that one.
where is? I'm looking for this picture, man, and just fucking seen it a little while ago, and I can't find it now. Uh oh.
Oi.
Fucking no, man. But I do got this picture of Trump's son.
Oh. What? Nah. No.
I gotta jump off here. I gotta go in a minute. I'm gonna jump off. I gotta go.
Yeah, man, cool, man.
Figure out
Let's
a
say
few
peace
things
out for
and
tonight.
fucking.
Yeah, man, cool.
I gotta prepare for work and shit
I
for
know.
tomorrow night. I gotta
man.
get a few things online.
Yeah, do it. Hey, man, much love for this conversation. And peace out to London, man, and everyone else that was on this panel tonight. Good to see you guys. Hey, Chuck, we're rocking. Take good care, man. Peace out.
Yeah, peace to everyone in the chat. I'll check you on whenever I decide to go live again. Who knows when that'll be?
Yeah, man. Don't do it every day. Do it powerful instead.
I might never come back.
Yeah, exactly. But you got we can reach out on Telegram. So peace out, man. Very cool.
Peace, it's good to see you, bro.
The same, man. Much super warm vibe to you, Chuck. I love you, man. Peace out. Hey.
Love. Peace to everyone in the chat. If anyone donated, which I doubt, I appreciate you. And if you didn't, I still appreciate you. I'm out.